Oh, what are you doing? Get up quickly, it's so dirty here. This is the place to pee. No, you can't do this. In this shabby room, the air is filled with the fragrance of herbs. A breathtakingly beautiful woman is hugging the toilet tightly, her body heaving violently and vomiting nonstop. Her hair is scattered messily beside her cheeks, and her delicate makeup has long been messed up by tears and vomit. But even so, it is still difficult to hide her stunning appearance. Are you okay? Qin Shou squatted beside the woman, stretched out his hand, and gently patted her back. His action seemed to be concerned, but there was a hint of something else in his eyes. He was sleeping in a rental house that cost 200 yuan a month, and this beautiful woman suddenly broke in, and it seemed that she was drugged. As the last cultivator and Feng Shui master on earth, it is really sad that he has ended up in such a field. Before his death, his master told him to go down the mountain to carry out a mission. But before he could explain what the mission was, he died, leaving him to struggle in this world, poor and destitute. Beauty, are you okay? Qin Shou saw that the woman had stopped moving, and when he got closer, he found that the woman was trembling all over. In desperation, Qin Shou's heart moved, thinking that she was drunk and unconscious anyway. So he took off the beauty's clothes one by one and prepared to help her wash her body. Qin Shou was originally a normal man. Facing such a beautiful woman, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. But the woman seemed to be crazy, hugged Qin Shou and kissed him, and forced Qin Shou to the ground regardless of Qin Shou's refusal. Give it to me, no, I'm still a virgin. Qin Shou was half-hearted, mainly because the woman was too beautiful, and he couldn't find a reason to refuse. At this time, the sky outside suddenly became dim, with lightning and thunder. The big raindrops crackled on the window glass, as if to drown the whole world. Inside the house, the ambiguous hormone atmosphere became stronger and stronger. The woman was confused because she drank too much, but her movements were very crazy. Qin Shou carried the beauty to the bed. When he was about to take further action, he found something wrong. His actions were hindered for some reason. She is still a virgin? Qin Shou didn't want to hurt the woman and was about to leave, but was held tightly by the other party. Give it to me, quickly please. Before Qin Shou refused, the woman had already taken action, accompanied by a scream, but it was quickly covered by thunder. The next day, the sun struggled to pass through the dirty window glass and sprinkled on the shabby bed. Long Zhuo slowly opened her eyes and gradually regained consciousness. She looked around and found herself in a shabby room. The disgusting smell in the air made her feel nauseous and almost vomited again. At the same time, the tearing pain from her body made her frown tightly. She immediately understood that her innocence was gone. Long Zhuo looked coldly at the man sleeping next to her, pursed her lips, and said nothing. She endured the pain in her lower body and stood up slowly. She wanted to find her clothes, but found that her clothes had been torn into pieces and scattered on the side of the bed. In desperation, she could only pick up Qin Shou's Taoist robe. Taoist robe? Long Zhuo frowned when she saw the man's clothes. She thought to herself, could it be that the man who took her virginity was actually a Taoist priest? But at this moment, she had no choice but to put on the Taoist robe. Just as she was about to leave quietly, Qin Shou's slightly lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Beauty, are you ready to leave now? I don't want anyone else to know what happened last night. Otherwise, you'll be finished. Long Zhuo turned around, her eyes flashing with coldness and ruthlessness. She is the president of Long Group. She was extremely depressed last night, so she chose to go to the bar to get drunk. Unexpectedly, she was secretly drugged. She ran here in a panic and lost her precious first time. Thinking that she took the initiative yesterday, she wanted to die. Long Zhuo reached out and took out a stack of money from her bag and threw it to Qin Shou with a pop. This is 10,000 yuan, the overnight fee for yesterday. Remember, I was the one who prostituted you. Is there such a good thing? Qin Shou's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the money on the ground as if he had found a treasure. For him, 10,000 yuan is enough to pay a year's rent. This is really a pleasant surprise. Beauty, I'm still in good health. How about another time? With the money, Qin Shou became bolder and teased excitedly. Get lost. Long Zhuo shouted angrily, her eyes full of disgust. Go buy me a piece of clothing to wear. I'll give you money, Long Zhuo said, while suppressing her anger. Okay. Qin Shou showed a weird smile on his face, and then he motioned Long Zhuo to give him the clothes he was wearing, otherwise he really couldn't go out to buy clothes. Long Zhuo glared at Qin Shou fiercely, and then curled up in the quilt very reluctantly, taking off her Taoist robes one by one and throwing them to Qin Shou. After Qin Shou left the room, Long Zhuo could no longer control her emotions, and tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Last night was her first time. It was lost in such a muddle. What made her even more unacceptable was that she didn't even know the other person's name. Not long after, Qin Shou bought the clothes back. When Long Zhuo saw it, it turned out to be an AK miniskirt outfit with white stockings. Did you do it on purpose? Long Zhuo glared at Qin Shou. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. She never thought that. This guy would buy her such clothes. It was really abominable. Wear it if you want. Qin Shou smiled. He had long imagined Long Zhuo's perfect figure. If Long Zhuo wore this outfit, her seductive appearance would definitely make him crazy. Long Zhuo had no other choice but to grit his teeth and put it on. When Long Zhuo appeared in front of Qin Shou wearing an AK miniskirt and white stockings, Qin Shou felt his eyes light up. His eyes were instantly on fire, and he stared at Long Zhuo. So beautiful, so tempting. Qin Shou couldn't help swallowing his saliva, secretly regretting that he had only done it 7 times last night, which was obviously a bit too little. Beauty, my name is Qin Shou. What's your name? Qin Shou tried to straighten his Taoist robe and put on an expression that he thought was very handsome, trying to leave a good impression on Long Zhuo. Long Zhuo. Long Zhuo's voice was as cold as ice in December, keeping people away from him. Long Zhuo. Qin Shou secretly remembered this name in his heart. Qin Shou suddenly found a faint black air flashing across Long Zhuo's forehead, and his heart shuddered, and his face became solemn. Beauty, you are sick. You are sick. Long Zhuo glared at Qin Shou angrily, thinking that this man was simply a top-notch man who said such words inexplicably. Qin Shou was not angry, but said seriously, if I guess correctly, someone in your family should be dying, right? Long Zhuo was so angry that she trembled all over. This was simply a curse on her. At this moment, Long Zhuo's phone suddenly rang. She took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and pressed the answer button. An anxious roar came from the phone instantly. Long Zhuo, where have you been? Your grandfather is dying. Come back quickly. Pa, when Long Zhuo heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Tears burst out uncontrollably. She didn't have time to think about it, and immediately turned around and ran out the door. She stopped a taxi on the side of the road and prepared to rush home, but just as she got in the car, the door next to her was suddenly opened, and Qin Shou followed in. Why are you following me? Long Zhuo looked at Qin Shou with disgust. I'm a Feng Shui master and also a miracle doctor. I can help your family members treat illnesses. Just consider it as last night's toll. Qin Shou grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The driver couldn't help shaking his head after listening to their conversation, secretly sighing. Are young people nowadays so open and casual? Long Zhuo was extremely anxious at the moment and didn't want to say anything more to Qin Shou. She said to the driver, Driver, Long's Manor. Long's Manor. The driver's eyes flashed with shock. You know, Long's Manor is where the richest man, Long Zhengwo, lives. The car drove towards the Long group, and Long Zhuo looked at Qin Shou with cold eyes. Can you really cure diseases? Of course. I hope you didn't lie to me. If you can cure it, I will give you 1 million. If you fail, I will make you pay a heavy price. After saying that, Long Zhuo turned his head and ignored Qin Shou. Chapter 2. The enchanting divine healer. Soon, Qin Shou and Long Jiru arrived at the Long family estate. The grand entrance loomed majestically, constructed from intricately carved marble, adorned with exquisite patterns that epitomized the opulence and authority of its owners. 2 imposing stone lions flanked either side, their mouths agape as if to proclaim the inviolability of the Long family to the world. Long Jiru, brimming with anticipation, flung open the car door and dashed towards the interior. Qin Shou followed suit, his demeanor nonchalant, yet his gaze remained steadfastly affixed upon Long Jiru, as if glued to her very presence. She walked with an elegance that resembled a meticulously choreographed dance. Each step, accentuated by her stylish high heels and JK skirt, radiated a mature femininity that was profoundly alluring. Such a splendid figure you possess, my dear. Surely, you would be blessed with a son. Have you ever contemplated motherhood? I could assist with that. Qin Shou's unrestrained words tumbled forth, accompanied by a self-satisfied grin that he deemed charming. His assertion stemmed from his calculations based on Feng Shui, and he was utterly convinced that Long Jiru's firstborn would undoubtedly be a boy. Long Jiru appeared impervious to Qin Shou's flippant remarks, her originally cool demeanor now darkening further. Before long, Long Jiru led Qin Shou to the threshold of a room, where a diverse assembly of individuals awaited. Their expressions varied, and the atmosphere palpably tense. "You have gone too far, Jiru. With grandfather's life hanging in the balance, how dare you seek out a man, let alone bring him home?" A brash young man with bleached hair, exuding an air of arrogance, confronted Long Jiru. "Long Hua, what I choose to do is none of your concern," Long Jiru retorted, her gaze sharp as a knife directed at the young man. With that, she approached a middle-aged man. "Father, I have brought a Feng Shui master who claims he can heal grandfather." "A Feng Shui master?" Long Batian furrowed his brow, skepticism etched across his features. He scrutinized Qin Shou, finding it hard to believe that such a young individual could possess the ability to cure his father's ailment. "Let him go. I have already summoned the esteemed physician Hua. With him present, I am certain grandfather will recover." Long Batian shook his head slowly, his tone resolute and devoid of room for debate. In his mind, the notion of healing through Feng Shui was far too mystical, lacking the reliability of traditional medicine. "Then you may leave." Long Jiru turned to Qin Shou, her own faith in him wavering. Given her father's stance, she felt it inappropriate to insist upon Qin Shou's stay. Moreover, physician Hua was renowned, a revered figure in the medical community, almost unattainable for the common folk. With him present, grandfather would surely be restored to health. "Pay me the medical fee, 1 million. Qin Shou boldly extended his hand, asserting his claim with unwavering confidence. He had traveled a considerable distance, and this fee was non-negotiable. "You haven't even treated anyone. What grounds do you have to demand payment?" Long Ji Ruo was nearly beside herself with rage, utterly taken aback by the sheer audacity of such shameless individuals. "It was you who prevented me from watching, not the other way around. Thus, you cannot evade this financial obligation. Or do you intend to default?" Qin Shou narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. He consistently adhered to his principles. One may owe others, but he would never permit anyone to owe him. "Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of this place? With a mere word from me, you could vanish from existence." Long Batian snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with authority and warning. The audacity of this insolent youth to cause a ruckus in the Long family was utterly intolerable. Just as Qin Shou prepared to retort, a mesmerizing woman, guided by a steward, gracefully entered from outside. Her every move exuded elegance, as if she were imbued with an intrinsic radiance that captivated all gazes. "I have encountered the esteemed Dr. Hua," Long Batian exclaimed upon sighting her, immediately donning a beaming smile and approaching her with utmost respect. Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Dr. Hua to be an elderly figure with a head of white hair, only to be met with an enchanting beauty. Her visage and demeanor perfectly aligned with his aesthetic ideals, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Dr. Hua, sensing Qin Shou's unabashed gaze upon her, furrowed her brow and turned to face him. Observing his lecherous expression, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. However, recognizing her own stature, she deemed it unnecessary to engage with such a scoundrel, and thus averted her gaze. "Patriarch Long, I have grasped the situation. Allow me to examine the patient." "Doctor." Hua's voice was melodious yet imbued with a sense of professionalism and composure. "Please." Long Batian gestured invitingly, his face alight with anticipation as he ushered Dr. Hua to the sick room. Inside lay an elderly man, his hair white yet his visage youthful, his eyes tightly shut yet exuding an aura of authority. This elder possessed a certain energy. He did not seem to be a cultivator. Could this be the martial artist spoken of by my master? Qin Shou mused with keen interest as he surveyed the figure of Long Jiangwo on the bed. Dr. Hua also emanated a faint energy within her, albeit too insubstantial to be of consequence. Approaching the bedside, her brow furrowed upon witnessing Long Jiangwo's condition, her gaze shifting to one of intense focus and seriousness. She gently extended her hand to take his pulse, her fingers resting on the elder's wrist. Moments later, Dr. Hua's expression shifted subtly. "So this is the case, internal malevolence." With just a light pulse examination, she swiftly identified the ailment, proving her prowess as a national medical expert. Long Batian stood by, showering her with praise. Indeed, Qin Shou instinctively nodded, silently commending Dr. Hua's remarkable abilities. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. He wondered what her subsequent treatment methods would entail. If the opportunity arose, he would not mind accepting a beautiful disciple, as this had long been his fervent aspiration. "Silence yourself." Long Ji cast a scornful glance at Qin Shou, her heart brimming with indignation. Why could this fellow not remain quiet for a moment? A mere swindler from the rivers and lakes dared to pass judgment on the esteemed physician Hua. In her eyes, the medical prowess of physician Hua was beyond reproach. Countless influential figures in the capital lined up for his expertise, and it was well known that his connections ran deep, far beyond the reach of someone like Qin Shou, who had no right to offer critique. Can he truly heal? Long Bat Ian gazed at physician Hua with a solemn expression, filled with both concern and hope. If the cause of the ailment is known, healing is certainly possible. However, preparations must be made. As physician Hua spoke, she swiftly pinned a list of materials and handed it to Long Bat Ian, instructing him to gather them. True to their reputation as a formidable family, the Long clan swiftly complied with physician Hua's requests, procuring all the necessary items in short order. Physician Hua retrieved a silver needle from her medical kit, its gleam catching the light ominously. Just as she was about to commence her acupuncture technique, a voice interrupted her. No. Qin Shou pushed his way through the crowd, shouting loudly, "You have no place to speak here, boy. Get out of the Long family. You are not welcome." The members of the Long family glared at Qin Shou in unison, while Long Bat Ian admonished him sternly. Chapter 3. Feng Shui and healing. Qin Shou disregarded the furious gazes of the onlookers. At this moment, the frivolity and mockery that once filled his eyes were replaced by solemnity. Although Long Jirua was afflicted by malevolent energy, do you understand the underlying cause of such affliction? Qin Shou fixed his intense gaze upon Huashini, inquiring earnestly. In response to Qin Shou's probing question, Huashini gently shook her head. As a physician, her focus lay in treating ailments, while the deeper, hidden reasons behind the maladies were not within her purview. What good is it to save a life without addressing the root cause? Qin Shou remarked, slightly shaking his head. Although Huashini possessed commendable medical skills, her understanding seemed somewhat lacking. Get out. Long Jirua, unable to contain her frustration, shouted at Qin Shou. Not so fast. Huashini interjected, raising her hand to calm the crowd, indicating that Qin Shou should remain. She looked at Qin Shou, curiosity and intrigue flashing in her eyes. I wish to hear your thoughts. You should examine her. She is also unwell. Qin Shou pointed directly at Long Jirua. You are the one who is unwell. Long Jirua clenched her fists in anger, her demeanor suggesting she wished to retaliate against Qin Shou. Oh, Huashini, upon hearing this, stepped forward decisively and grasped Long Jirua's wrist. She placed her fingers upon Long Jirua's pulse, carefully assessing its rhythm. Moments later, her expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. The malevolent energy within Long Jirua was even more severe than that of Long Jiangwo. How could this be? Huashini murmured, her mind swirling with confusion. Have you been to any particular place? Or come into contact with something? Qin Shou gazed at Long Jirua with a grave expression, pressing for answers. My grandfather and I recently visited an antique street and purchased a Tang Dynasty artifact. He insisted it was a worthy acquisition. We have it displayed at home. Long Jirua explained, moving toward a cabinet and opening its door, revealing a large vase, half a meter in height, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded a sense of antiquity. Is there anything wrong with that? Huashini approached to examine it closely. From an outward perspective, it appeared to be a mere antique vase, devoid of any signs of malevolent energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shou strode forward and struck the vase with his palm. With a resounding crash, the vase shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the floor. Long Jirua was about to chastise Qin Shou for his reckless act, but her gaze fell upon the fragments, and she was instantly horrified. The atmosphere in the room turned chilling as everyone's eyes widened in terror. There, among the shattered remains of the vase, lay a hidden realm, two eyes peering out from within. The eyes, akin to living entities, exuded an eerie aura, fixating intensely on the crowd, causing shivers to run down their spines. Simultaneously, the air in the room seemed to plummet to a freezing point, chilling to the bone. Dr. Hua, startled, let out a shriek and involuntarily leaped into Qin Shou's embrace, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despite her profession as a physician, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, she was particularly timid, especially when it came to ghosts. In her childhood, she had witnessed such spine-chilling entities, and the terror of that experience remained deeply imprinted in her heart. Fear not, I am here, Qin Shou softly reassured, gently patting Dr. Hua's back in an effort to soothe her. Under Qin Shou's comforting presence, Dr. Hua unexpectedly felt a surge of inexplicable safety, her overwhelming fear gradually subsiding. No longer as terrified as before. However, she soon realized she had leaped into a man's arms. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily extricated herself from Qin Shou's hold. Yet, she could not bring herself to glance at the ghastly eyes. Her fear still not entirely dissipated. What on earth is that? Dr. Hua asked Qin Shou, her voice trembling, filled with dread and confusion. Human eyes, Qin Shou replied calmly. Then bent down to pick up the pair of eyes, casually toying with them in his hands as if they were mere ordinary objects, completely unfazed by the sinister atmosphere. I recognize that. Long Bat Ian stepped forward, his expression grave. During the late Tang dynasty, some powerful nobles indulged in the eccentricity of beading, in their madness to stand out. They horrifically fashioned human eyeballs into beads, which were cruelly extracted from the living. Long Batian's words struck like a chilling wind, penetrating the hearts of all present. The timid among them shuddered at such a brutal depiction. Long Jiru's complexion turned pale as a ghost. She could hardly fathom that such inhumane acts existed in the world. My young brother, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Long Batian, a man of integrity, approached Qin Shou sincerely, acknowledging his wrongdoing. From Qin Shou's earlier display of skill, he recognized him as a person of genuine capability. Qin Shou, however, paid no heed to Long Batian and directed his gaze towards Long Jiru. In his heart, Long Batian's acknowledgement was of little consequence. He merely wished to see Long Jiru relinquish her haughty demeanor before him. I'm sorry, Long Jiru said coldly, her tone laced with reluctance. Is this your attitude of contrition? Perhaps you should seek someone else. Qin Shou remarked, feigning an intention to depart. At this, Long Jiru felt a surge of urgency and swiftly grasped Qin Shou's arm. Apologies. Please do not be angry, Long Jiru said through gritted teeth, as if she had summoned every ounce of her strength to utter those words. Despite the awkwardness of her tone, it was a marked improvement in sincerity compared to her previous demeanor. This can be trained, Qin Shou remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently pinched Long Jiru's cheek. Now, give me a smile. With a giggle, Long Jiru struggled to produce a smile. Yet it appeared more grotesque than a frown, stiff and unyielding. She typically wore an icy demeanor, as if she had forgotten the very essence of joy. Qin Shou nodded in satisfaction before patting his rear and addressing the renowned healer. Hua, what are you standing there for? Lend me a hand, and I shall show you the true art of medicine. Then why did you pat my backside? Hua retorted, shaking her fist at Qin Shou in mild irritation. The man was indeed quite audacious. Though she felt he was overstepping, she complied and approached to assist him, her heart brimming with curiosity about how he intended to heal the patient. Have you heard of using Feng Shui to treat ailments? Qin Shou inquired while preparing his instruments. I have heard my grandfather mention it, claiming that Feng Shui can influence one's fortune and health, and that those skilled in this art can defy fate. They can even cause a person to pass away silently. Hua responded earnestly, her eyes shining with anticipation to witness Qin Shou's remarkable application of this mystical practice. Indeed, a Feng Shui master can save lives or take them, and even affect the lineage of others. Watch closely, Qin Shou proclaimed with unwavering confidence. With that, he began to rummage around the room, collecting various seemingly valuable items and stuffing them into his pockets. Hua watched in bewilderment, her thoughts racing. Was he truly healing or merely engaging in a brazen act of thievery? These items are tainted. Keeping them will only exacerbate your condition. I shall take them to perform a cleansing, and as for old Master Long Jiangwo, he is already recovered, Qin Shou asserted with a confident smile. Among the items he had gathered, only one genuinely held the potential to impact Long Jiangwo's ailment. The rest were simply incidental spoils. His financial plight weighed heavily on him, as the costs of cultivation were exorbitant, with even a modest purchase of herbs costing millions. He desperately needed funds to sustain his practice. Just as Long Batian and Long Jiru harbored doubts about Qin Shou's medical prowess, a sudden cough shattered the stillness of the room. Everyone turned towards the sound, and there was Long Jiangwo, slowly opening his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within them. To their astonishment, he leaped from the bed and began to perform a vigorous set of martial arts, his movements powerful and dynamic. Aha! I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy. Long Jiangwo exclaimed joyfully, continuing to punch the air with exuberance. Grandfather. Upon seeing her grandfather safe and sound, Long Jirua's worries evaporated instantly, her small lips pouting as tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks. It was only in front of her grandfather that she allowed herself to behave like a child, crying freely and unabashedly expressing her emotions. There, it's all right. Long Jiangwo chuckled, halting his actions as his gaze fell upon the esteemed physician Hua. It was you who saved me, wasn't it? I am truly grateful. Long Jiangwo assumed it was the miraculous skill of physician Hua that had rescued him, expressing his heartfelt thanks. It was not I, but him. Physician Hua began, intending to credit Qin Shou for saving Long Jiangwo, only to realize that Qin Shou had already vanished, along with those peculiar eyes. After Long Jiangua listened to Long Batian recount the unfolding events, a glint of realization flickered in his eyes. Father, I have investigated this matter thoroughly. The individual in question is named Qin Shou, the son of Qin Ming from the Qin family, who was annihilated a decade ago. Long Batian reported. Is that so? Long Jiangua responded, a spark of excitement igniting in his gaze as he promptly opened a drawer and carefully retrieved a tattered marriage certificate. If Qin Shou is indeed Qin Ming's child, then he is destined to be Ji Rua's future husband, Long Jiangua declared, looking at the marriage certificate with certainty. What? Long Ji Rua's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this revelation. She hurriedly picked up the marriage contract to examine it, and indeed, she clearly saw her name inscribed upon it. I refuse to marry that scoundrel. Long Ji Rua shuddered at the thought of Qin Shou's earlier repugnant demeanor. If her future husband were to be such a person, she would rather choose death. Chapter 4. The Sale of Antiques. Rua. Long Jianguo's voice brimmed with affection. Listen to your grandfather. Our Long family is a great deal to the Qin family. Without them, there would be no Long family as we know it today. One must always remember to express gratitude. He reminisced about the time when the Qin family was at the pinnacle of their success, generously supporting the Long family. Yet, when the Qin family faced their cataclysm, the Long family, gripped by fear, chose to stand by and watch. Over the years, this burden of guilt loomed over him like a colossal stone, tormenting him day and night. I refuse. Long Jiru pouted defiantly, her expression brimming with pride. Men are all the same, greedy and ungrateful. Do you not heed grandfather's words? How could I possibly bring harm to you? Long Jiangguo felt a surge of agitation, his voice rising involuntarily. He desperately wished for his granddaughter to grasp the weight of his intentions and to fulfill this marriage, thereby alleviating the Long family's debt to the Qin family. Father, I find this unacceptable. The Qin family has fallen, and Qin Shou is but a mere pariah. Marrying Jiru to such a man would be a grave mistake. Long Batian interjected hastily. Even if Qin Shou possesses some skills, he is nothing more than an ordinary doctor, utterly unworthy of Jiru. I harbor doubts about his methods. How can a patient heal without injections or medication, merely by playing with a few objects? It seems far too mystical to be credible. Long Jiangguo attempted to articulate further, striving to persuade his son and granddaughter. Suddenly, Long Jiru furrowed her brow, a look of anguish flashing across her delicate features. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against her abdomen, her body trembling slightly. Long Jiangguo and Long Batian exchanged glances. Both seasoned in life-ish tribulations, they recognized what this reaction signified. A pang of worry gripped their hearts. Jiru, come with me, Long Batian said urgently, gently taking her arm and leading her out of the room. Once outside, Long Batian noticed that his daughter was clad in a JK skirt, alarmingly short and revealing. A wave of confusion washed over him. He knew his daughter well enough to recognize that Long Jiru was not one to lack propriety. Has something happened? Long Batian gazed intently at her, aware that her character would never allow her to act without cause. Nothing has happened. I'm perfectly fine, Long Jiru replied coldly, her gaze evasive. The events of the previous night felt like an indescribable dream, and she resolved to keep the matter to herself, even from her father. Very well, Long Batian conceded, seeing her reluctance to elaborate. However, he vowed to investigate discreetly, determined to uncover who had harmed his precious daughter. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, clutching the items he had obtained from the Long family, hurriedly made his way to the Duobao Pavilion. Duobao Pavilion, the largest commercial association in Jiangzhou, holds a significant position within the business realm. Its architecture, reminiscent of ancient styles, features soaring eaves and intricate brackets, adorned with exquisitely carved beams and painted rafters, enveloping visitors in a rich, antique ambience that seems to transport one back to the flourishing era of ancient commerce. Evidently, Qin Shou is a frequent visitor here. Upon his arrival, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, wearing a broad smile, hurriedly approached him. This gentleman is Yang Tai, the proprietor of Duobao Pavilion. With a slightly plump physique, he constantly wears a shrewd smile, and his eyes glimmer with the keen and cunning insight characteristic of a seasoned merchant. Ah, Qin, my young friend, you have finally arrived. What treasures have you brought today? Yang Tai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as each visit from Qin Shou typically presented a bounty of priceless antiques. Take a guess. Qin Shou casually placed an antique he had acquired from the Long family onto the table, producing a faint sound. So many this time. Yang Tai was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of undeniable surprise passing through his eyes. However, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Hastily, He donned a pair of reading glasses perched nearby and grasped a magnifying glass, transforming into a figure of intense focus as he began to scrutinize the antiques laid before him meticulously. As he delved deeper into his examination, Yang Tai's expression grew increasingly grave, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He lifted his gaze, a hint of doubt lingering in his eyes as he addressed Qin Shou. "My young friend, these antiques were all collected by Long Jiangwo. You wouldn't." Though Yang Tai did not complete his sentence, the implication was clear. He could not suppress his suspicion that these antiques might have been pilfered from the Long family. After all, the Long family was a prominent clan in Jiangzhou, and the sudden appearance of such valuable items in Qin Shou's possession was indeed perplexing. Yet, Qin Shou remained remarkably composed, gracefully moving to a nearby chair and taking a seat. He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table, his movements exuding elegance and ease. After taking a gentle sip, he lifted his gaze towards Yang Tai, unhurriedly inquiring, "Are you afraid of the Long family?" Indeed. Yang Tai was momentarily startled but soon realized the implications. He understood that Qin Shou, by boldly bringing these antiques to Duobao Pavilion, must possess considerable assurance. Moreover, having established itself in Jiangzhou for many years, Duobao Pavilion had its own backing and thus had little reason to fear the Long family. With this realization, Yang Tai's smile returned. He extended 2 fingers, declaring 2 million. "And what about this?" Remaining unperturbed, Qin Shou nonchalantly produced a pair of peculiar eyeballs from his pocket, placing them delicately on the table. Upon seeing these strange orbs, Yang Tai instinctively recoiled, startled. Yet, being a veteran in the antique world, he quickly regained his composure. His eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure, his entire being quivering with anticipation. "This is indeed a remarkable item. Are you certain you wish to sell it?" Yang Tai's voice trembled slightly, infused with excitement, for he was acutely aware of the value of these 2 orbs. In the realm of antiques, they are known by a resounding scholarly name, yin-yang pearls, renowned for their immense worth, elusive and rare. "Sell." Qin Shou's response was succinct and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. "My friend, if these yin-yang pearls were to be auctioned, they would undoubtedly create a sensation and fetch an excellent price. If you are not too pressed for immediate funds, I suggest allowing Duobao Pavilion to manage the auction. It would surely be to your satisfaction," Yang Tai fervently urged, calculating the substantial commission Duobao Pavilion could earn, alongside the enhancement of its reputation within the antique community. "Very well. Have you prepared the herbs I requested?" Qin Shou swiftly shifted his focus from the auction, prioritizing the herbs he needed. "They're all ready." Yang Tai responded promptly, turning to hastily enter the inner chamber. Moments later, he emerged, carefully cradling a box. Yang Tai gently placed the box before Qin Shou, his gaze imbued with a hint of eagerness. "My friend, all the herbs you requested are here, none missing, and of superior quality." Qin Shou nodded, extending his hand to delicately open the box. A rich and distinctive aroma of herbs wafted forth, enveloping the air. He meticulously examined the contents, and upon confirming their authenticity, a satisfied smile finally graced his face. Chapter 5. Breaking through the mid-stage of Qi refinement, how much is it? Qin Shou gently closed the box, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. With these herbs, his cultivation would undoubtedly reach new heights. "It's worth 2.5 million, but as a gesture for my loyal customer, I'll let you have it for 2 million. Yang Tai wore a broad smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Qin Shou couldn't help but twitch at his expression, feeling that Yang Tai was being deliberately contrived. First, he priced those antiques at 2 million, and now the herbs were also 2 million, as if he were intentionally rounding up the figures. Yet, he understood that these herbs were exceedingly rare, and only the Duobao Pavilion in Jiangzhou had the means to procure them. The resources and manpower expended must have been significant. So even though he found the price slightly dubious, he refrained from voicing his concerns. "Don't be upset, my young friend. I would never deceive you. You know the value of these herbs. They are indeed hard to come by. 2 million is truly not excessive." Yang Tai seemed to sense Qin Shou's slight dissatisfaction and hurriedly explained, his tone imbued with sincerity. He recognized that Qin Shou was no ordinary individual and that future collaborations might arise, so he wished to avoid any unpleasantness over trifles. "I understand." Qin Shou stood slowly, eager to retreat and immerse himself in closed-door training. "My young friend, remember to attend the auction tomorrow night. Regardless of the final price of the yin-yang pearl, Duobao Pavilion will not take a cut." Seeing Qin Shou about to leave, Yang Tai quickly added, a hint of urgency in his gaze. "Why?" Qin Shou paused. He knew that merchants do not act without profit, and any offer that seems too good to be true often conceals a more significant agenda. Haha, my young friend. You are astute. I have a friend who has been experiencing a streak of misfortune. Yang Tai chuckled awkwardly and continued. He heard of your profound expertise in Feng Shui and wishes to enlist your help in resolving his predicament. If you are willing to assist, I would be immensely grateful. All proceeds from the auction of the Yin-Yang Pearl will belong to you, as a token of my gratitude on behalf of my friend. I will consider it. Qin Shou pondered for a moment before responding. He did not wish to agree immediately, knowing that this would prompt the other party to offer a more favorable price. After all, the path of cultivation requires substantial resources, and this money could facilitate the acquisition of further items beneficial to his practice. Very well, take your time to consider. Just provide me with your response before the auction tomorrow, Yang Tai said, delighted at Qin Shou's lack of outright rejection. With the precious herbs contained within the box, Qin Shou boarded a bus back to his rental apartment. Upon his return, he was taken aback to find his door wide open. A figure flashed through his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Qin Shou, stop right there. A crisp, somewhat spirited voice rang out from within the room. Immediately, a graceful and alluring young woman burst forth from the room. Her hurried steps echoed sharply against the floor, each click of her high heels resonating within Qin Shou's heart. With a resigned smile that was more painful than a frown, he turned to face none other than his landlord, Liu Ro. Today, she donned a form-fitting dress that perfectly accentuated her enchanting figure. Her wavy hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and beneath her exquisite makeup, her eyes glimmered with a hint of annoyance. Liu Ro, what brings you here today? Qin Shou chuckled awkwardly, trying to alleviate the somewhat tense atmosphere. However, Liu Ro was not swayed by his facade. She stepped forward with purpose, pinning Qin Shou against the wall with a decisive motion that exuded an air of dominance. Tilting her head slightly, she locked her gaze onto his and declared, You owe me half a year's rent. It's time to settle up. Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback by her assertiveness, his eyes darting away, unable to meet the intensity of Liu Ro's piercing gaze. Tomorrow, I swear I'll pay you, he blurted out, internally lamenting his financial situation. Just recently, he had received 2 million but had squandered it all. Now, he was left with merely the 10,000 yuan given to him by Long Jiru for entertainment, which he wished to save for personal expenses. Little Qin, Liu Ro's tone unexpectedly softened, her fingers delicately tracing his chest, her eyes filled with seduction. If you agree to my terms, not only will you not have to worry about the rent, but you could even stay at my villa. A jolt of alarm shot through Qin Shou. He was all too aware of what Liu Ro's terms entailed. She had hinted at wanting to keep him before, but he had consistently rebuffed her advances. Despite his financial struggles, he held steadfastly to his principles. Sister Liu Ro, I have matters to attend to. I promise I will pay the rent tomorrow. Startled as if struck by lightning, he forcefully pushed Liu Ro away and hurriedly retreated into his room, locking the door behind him. Leaning against it, his heart raced, fearing she might burst in at any moment. I've made you dinner. Eat it while it's hot, came Liu Ro's voice from outside, tinged with a hint of affection. In truth, Liu Ro's tenacity regarding Qin Shou stemmed from deeper reasons. Recently, she had faced a series of unfortunate events. Her business endeavors had been thwarted, and she suffered a family tragedy with the untimely death of her husband. As if all misfortunes had conspired against her. In her moment of despair, she encountered Qin Shou, utilizing his exceptional expertise in Feng Shui. He helped her rearrange her living environment, and since then, her life had transformed dramatically. Her business flourished, and every investment yielded abundant returns. In gratitude, she proposed to support Qin Shou financially, offering him a life of luxury in a grand villa. Yet, Qin Shou remained unmoved, preferring to reside in his dilapidated rental rather than accept her benevolence. Listening to the voice of Liu Ro outside the door, Qin Shou felt a tumult of emotions within. He understood that Liu Ro bore no ill intentions, yet he was determined not to let external factors alter the trajectory of his life. As a cultivator, he possessed an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, which should have been a blessing. However, for him, it was laden with a heavy burden of duty and blood-soaked enmity. Whenever he pondered this, a glimmer of cold, razor-like killing intent would flash in his eyes. It was 10 years ago that the once peaceful and harmonious Qin family was mercilessly slaughtered overnight by a mysterious force. That horrific calamity claimed the lives of dozens within the Qin family, turning the ground into a river of blood. He witnessed his loved ones falling before his eyes, and that gruesome scene became an indelible nightmare etched in his heart. At the critical moment, his master appeared like a savior, pulling him back from the brink of death and guiding him away from the mortal realm, imparting the sacred art of cultivation. First, enhance your power. Qin Shou was acutely aware that with his current capabilities, he could not contend with the enigmatic force. Thus, he suppressed the hatred boiling within him and retrieved an old pressure cooker from the kitchen. To the untrained eye, it was merely a cooking utensil. To him, it served as a temporary alchemical device. With meticulous care, he placed the precious herbs, which he had procured for 2 million, into the pressure cooker. His expression focused as if engaged in a profoundly sacred rite. Subsequently, he channeled his inner spiritual energy, controlling the heat as he began the alchemical process. The endeavor was fraught with uncertainty. Every ounce of spiritual energy expended and every moment of temperature control was critical. A minor misstep could not only ruin the herbs, but also trigger an explosion. Half an hour passed in a tense yet anticipatory silence, and at last, a peculiar fragrance of medicine wafted through the air as 5 pitch-black pills emerged from the pressure cooker, embodying the essence of the herbs and encapsulating Qin Shou's hopes for enhanced strength. 2 million had yielded these 5 pills. Qin Shou gazed at the hard-earned result, unable to suppress a rueful smile. For an ordinary person, 2 million was a staggering sum, yet on the path of cultivation, it merely translated to these 5 pills. But he understood that in the pursuit of power, there were no shortcuts. Each step demanded a tremendous sacrifice. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shou swiftly swallowed all 5 pills. They dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into an overwhelming and fiery force that surged through his body. Instantly, he seated himself cross-legged on the somewhat worn bed and began to cultivate the 5 elements Qi refinement technique. As his technique activated, spiritual energy coursed around him, stirring the very air in the room. Currently at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, with the aid of the medicinal potency from the 5 pills, he was confident of breaking through to the 4th level, stepping into the mid-stages of Qi refinement. Such a breakthrough would result in a qualitative leap in his power, whether in the depth of his spiritual energy or the potency of his spells, far exceeding his current capabilities. Immersed in his cultivation, Qin Shou became oblivious to everything occurring in the outside world. His consciousness was entirely focused on the circulation of internal spiritual energy, guiding the tumultuous medicinal power as it relentlessly battered against the barrier between the 3rd and 4th layers of the Qi refinement stage. Sweat drenched his garments. Yet he remained oblivious, his heart possessed by a singular, resolute conviction to break through and grow stronger. Chapter 6. The temptation of the landlady. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a resounding boom echoed, as if an invisible membrane had been shattered. Qin Shou was engulfed in an unprecedented wave of euphoria that coursed through his entire being. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrential flood breaching a dam. His once narrow meridians expanded several-fold, and the reservoir of spiritual energy within him became vast. He had successfully ascended to the 4th layer of the Qi refining stage. As Qin Shou slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and excitement flickered within them. Feeling the pulsating spiritual energy within, he gently clenched his fist, producing a faint explosive sound in the air, an immediate manifestation of his newfound power. Rising to his feet, he casually performed a simple spell, conjuring a flickering flame at his fingertips. He had finally entered the mid-Qi refining stage. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Qin Shou acknowledged the profound significance of breaking through this bottleneck. With practiced ease, he retrieved an old, slightly worn box from beneath his bed. Upon opening it, he discovered a neatly arranged collection of his essential tools: a compass, a bagua mirror, a Feng Shui ruler, and a string of copper coins. These seemingly mundane items were, in fact, magical instruments, and only upon reaching the mid-Qi refining stage did Qin Shou possess sufficient spiritual energy to wield them and unleash their true potential. From this day forth, I shall be a bona fide geomancer, Qin Shou declared, pride lacing his voice. In the realm of cultivation, the art of Feng Shui was not merely a skill but a symbol of power. His ability to utilize these magical tools signified the dawn of a new chapter in his journey through the domain of Feng Shui. He carefully arranged the magical instruments, deciding to carry them with him whenever he ventured out, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Sleep. The exhaustion that followed his breakthrough washed over him like a tidal wave. After a quick shower, Qin Shou collapsed onto his bed, plunging into a deep slumber. His sleep was particularly sweet, lasting until the gentle afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face, stirring him from his dreams. Upon awakening, Qin Shou was astonished to find a woman in the room, his landlady, Lu Yuero, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. Awake? Come dine with me. I've taken the liberty of airing out your blanket, Lu Yuero called out, lifting the quilt from Qin Shou's bed. However, her expression suddenly flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she seemed to catch sight of something unexpected. Why are you not dressed while sleeping? Lu Yuero's voice carried a teasing tone, yet her gaze remained fixated, as if entranced. The glint in her eyes shimmered with a predatory hunger, much like a wolf spotting its prey, as if she were ready to devour Qin Shou whole. Gulping involuntarily, Lu Yuero felt her breath quicken, an uncontrollable impulse surging within her. Little Qin, she could no longer restrain herself. Tossing the blanket aside carelessly and launching herself towards Qin Shou. However, she ended up leaping into thin air. As Lu Yuero finally mustered the courage to lift her head, she discovered that Qin Shou had swiftly dressed and was now seated at the dining table, nonchalantly enjoying his meal, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Humph. What is so impressive about that? Who cares? Lu Yuero feigned indifference, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable longing within her heart. The scene she had just witnessed etched itself into her mind, swirling incessantly like an indelible mark, preventing her heartbeat from regaining its tranquility. Qin Shou sat quietly at the table, savoring his meal, the steaming dishes exuding an enticing aroma. Yet his thoughts seemed wholly consumed by the simplicity of the food before him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuero's gaze remained fixed on him, brimming with anticipation and desire. Her lips occasionally pouting, embodying a playful charm. Aware of her fervent stare, Qin Shou offered a helpless smile, tinged with a hint of resignation, and then returned his focus to his bowl, as if by concentrating on his meal, he could evade Lu Yuero's persistent entanglement. Xiao Qin, can't you just agree to me this once? Just once. Lu Yuero implored from across the table, propping her chin in her hands, her large, glistening eyes radiating a pitiful appeal. She felt an urgent anxiety. With the passage of time, suitable men remained conspicuously absent from her life, and if this continued, she feared she might be ensnared in a web of solitude. Yuero, I'm a Taoist, shunning the company of women. Amiba. Qin Shou recited a Buddhist chant, his expression grave, seemingly reinforcing his steadfast position. Had Lu Yuero not witnessed a woman exiting his room the previous day, she might have been deceived by his earnest demeanor. Xiao Qin, what if I help you return to secular life today? Lu Yuero was not one to relent easily. She rose and sat squarely on Qin Shou's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. The faint scent of her perfume enveloped him, making her feel like an irresistibly sticky piece of candy. Am I not appealing? There are no fewer than 800 suitors vying for my affection, yet you dismiss me without a thought. What does that mean? Lu Yuero teased, her eyes filled with a mixture of grievance and confusion. Qin Shou found himself flustered by her sudden advance, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. He hastily took a few bites of his meal, then grasped Lu Yuero's arms, gently but decisively pulling her down from his lap. Yuero, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Before his words had fully resonated, Qin Shou dashed out like a gust of wind, his retreating figure appearing somewhat disheveled, as if pursued by some monstrous beast. Giggles escaped Lu Yuero's lips as she observed Qin Shou's hasty exit. Once her laughter subsided, she sauntered over to the bed he had just vacated and gently lay down. The lingering warmth of Qin Shou enveloped her, igniting a comforting glow within her heart. She closed her eyes, the image of his flustered expression resurfacing in her mind, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. She quietly pondered that next time, she must devise a more ingenious method to compel Qin Shou to submit. If that fails, perhaps she could resort to using drugs, after all. How could a dignified chairman of the Tianfeng group be unable to win over a mere Taoist priest? In her quest to be closer to Qin Shou, she even went so far as to purchase this building, becoming his landlord. Yet, Qin Shou remained utterly indifferent to her advances. In a bustling corner of the metropolis stood an elegantly antiquated structure, Duobao Pavilion. This was a gathering place for rare antiques and extraordinary treasures, frequented by individuals of considerable wealth and status. Clad in a Taoist robe, Qin Shou stepped into the auction house of Duobao Pavilion. As he entered the hall, his gaze swiftly fixed upon a familiar figure. The owner of that silhouette was none other than Long Jiru. She possessed a graceful figure and an elegant demeanor, akin to a pristine blue lotus blooming amidst the mundane world, drawing attention in the crowd. Upon noticing her, Qin Shou's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he approached Long Jiru without hesitation. What a coincidence, beautiful. He greeted her with warmth and enthusiasm. However, to the onlookers, his demeanor appeared somewhat presumptuous. After all, Long Jiru, with her illustrious lineage and remarkable attributes, seemed like a celestial being, while Qin Shou was merely a Taoist priest. Humph, a toad lusting after swan meat. Long Jiru turned to see Qin Shou, her eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. She averted her gaze, letting out a cold snort, her tone as frigid as ice, instantly plunging the atmosphere into an arctic chill. You may have misunderstood, but you still owe me for your medical expenses. 1 million. Qin Shou, undeterred by Long Jiru's frosty demeanor, rubbed his hands together absent-mindedly, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Having cultivated to the mid-stage of qi refinement, he had already spent tens of millions in his pursuit of advancement. The road ahead in his cultivation journey loomed like an unfathomable abyss, requiring vast resources at every step. And he found himself in dire need of funds. Upon hearing this, Long Jiru was immediately incensed. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury as she glared at Qin Shou, wishing she could strike him immediately. You took so many antiques from my grandfather and still dare to demand medical fees? She fumed, trembling with anger. Those antiques were her grandfather's prized possessions, worth at least several million. Moreover, Qin Shou had also taken a pair of enigmatic eyeballs, whose value was potentially astronomical. If you refuse to pay me, I shall not concern myself with your ailments. With that, Qin Shou casually took a seat in the auction house. Chapter 7. Competing with the beautiful CEO for possessions, you are truly unwell. Your entire family is afflicted. Long Jiru waved her fist at Qin Shou. Having made a special trip to the hospital today for a comprehensive checkup, confirming her robust health with no ailments whatsoever. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man rushed toward Long Jiru. She sought to evade him, but in the confines of the auction house, where could she possibly hide? Long Jiru cast a glance at Qin Shou, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she decided to draw trouble away, unhesitatingly seating herself beside him. Yet, as she did so, Qin Shou stood up to change his position, casually tossing a water bottle to the floor as he did. What a rude scoundrel! Long Jiru gritted her teeth and followed him. Regardless of where he moved, she remained steadfastly at his heels. Could this truly be the renowned beauty of Jiangzhou, who shunned the company of men? How amusing that there exists a man whom Long Jiru cannot pursue. Could he be from Kyoto? Just look at his attire. He resembles a Taoist priest. The man who had spoken earlier was Li Juanhao, the vice president of Tianfeng Group. Witnessing Long Jiru tailing a Taoist priest like a shadow infuriated him. He strode over, only to inadvertently step on a bottle and tumble to the ground, losing consciousness. Qin Shou observed this scene, a faint smile playing on his lips as he tapped the armrest. This was the work of a Feng Shui master, capable of bringing fortune and averting disaster, all while remaining unseen. What a coincidence! Long Jiru was taken aback. Was that not the very bottle Qin Shou had just discarded? Can you leave now? Qin Shou coldly addressed Long Jiru, expressing his disdain for haughty, icy women who behaved as though the world owed them a debt. Are you speaking to me? Long Jiru thought her ears were malfunctioning. She had taken the initiative to sit beside Qin Shou, yet here he was, telling her to leave? However, upon reflection, it was clear that Qin Shou was merely a man of the lower strata, devoid of any sophistication. The more he insisted she depart, the more she resolved to stay. She could not allow others to perceive her as having been dismissed by him. What a thick-skinned individual, so clingy. Could it be that you did not? Before Qin Shou could finish, Long Jiru covered his mouth. If you dare to speak indiscreetly again, believe me, I will silence you. Long Jiru's eyes blazed with fury. She wished to keep the events of that night a secret from everyone. If you prefer silence, then pay up. Qin Shou extended his hand. Nothing could be resolved without monetary compensation, and if there were issues, it was simply a matter of insufficient payment. Money, money, money. All you think about is money. Long Jiru shot him a glare before swiftly writing him a check for $1 million. I did not wish to hear anything regarding that night. Understood. Qin Shou accepted the check and ceased his interaction with Long Jiru. Soon, the auction commenced, and a woman clad in a cheongsam ascended the auction stage, revealing substantial expanse of her fair skin with each step she took. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction has officially commenced, and the first item on the block is a magnificent luminous pearl, with a starting bid of $1 million. Qin Shou, however, felt drowsy, utterly disinterested in these mundane objects. The next item presented was a rare herb, the century-old golden ginseng, reputed to enhance one's physical constitution. Starting at a bid of 100,000, the auctioneer opened a box, revealing a ginseng root that was entirely yellow. Instantly, Qin Shou's spirits lifted, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Noting the age of the golden ginseng, it must be at least 500 years old. 500,000. Before Qin Shou could place his bid, Long Jiru, seated nearby, raised her paddle. Being a member of the affluent Long family, her purchases commanded a certain respect. Just as Long Jiru believed victory was assured, a voice chimed in. Qin Shou extended his small hand, declaring 500,001. He simply wished to outbid Long Jiru by a single unit, aiming to conserve his expenditure. Sir, the minimum increment is 10,000. The attendant reminded him. Then I bid 1,051,000. Humph. Unaware of your own limitations. Long Jiru scoffed, a disdainful smile creeping across her face. This insolent Taoist dared to contest her. She raised her paddle again, declaring a steep price, 1 million. Long Jiru assumed Qin Shou would retreat in the face of such a challenge. 1,001,000. You are clearly opposing me. Long Jiru glared at Qin Shou, her teeth clenched in frustration. He was deliberately provoking her. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not speak carelessly. I require the golden ginseng, just as you do. Why should I not participate in the bidding? Very well. I shall see how you procure 1,001,000. Long Jiru, relinquishing her pursuit, considered the modest dwelling of Qin Shou. How could he possibly possess such funds? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her, and her complexion paled. Indeed, Qin Shou produced the very check of 1 million she had recently given him, along with the funds from that day's escapade, exactly 1,001,000. As Qin Shou acquired the golden ginseng, Long Jiru's resentment towards him intensified. Utilizing her funds to compete against her was utterly outrageous. Oblivious to Long Jiru's emotional turmoil, Qin Shou earnestly needed the golden ginseng, for it was essential in concocting foundational elixirs. Although he was far from attaining the foundational realm, it was prudent to prepare ahead of time. Long Jiru crossed her arms, her chest rising and falling with indignation, a truly spectacular display of fury. The next item was even more extraordinary, guaranteed to broaden everyone's horizons. Please direct your attention. As the auctioneer concluded his announcement, a graceful attendant glided onto the stage, cradling an exquisite box. With elegant poise, she opened the box, and in an instant, the previously boisterous auction hall fell silent, all eyes drawn irresistibly to the contents inside. Within the box lay 2 eyeballs, radiating a peculiar luminescence, as though imbued with a mysterious allure. Some timid individuals gasped in astonishment. Please remain calm. The auctioneer quickly reassured the crowd. This is no ordinary eye. It is the renowned Yin Yang pearl, a priceless antique from the Tang dynasty. For those present who might have an inclination towards such treasures, feel free to participate in the auction, with an opening bid set at 5 million. Suddenly, Qin Shou, who was casually seated among the audience, felt the surrounding air plummet to an icy chill, as if countless tiny icicles were piercing his skin, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Perplexed, he pondered how the temperature in the auction house, typically pleasant, could turn so frigid in an instant. With a heart full of curiosity, he slowly turned to look. There stood Long Ji, her face contorted with rage, the beauty that once graced her features now twisted by fury, her eyes seemingly ablaze. You truly are a beast. Long Ji spat out, before dismissing Qin Shou entirely, taken aback by the astonishing value of the Yin Yang pearl. Chapter 8. The mysterious woman of the Liu family. The Yin Yang pearl possesses immense collectible value, and the malevolent energy it harbored has been eradicated by Qin Shou, ensuring it will not affect others. 6 million, 10 million, 30 million. The price escalated to an absurd level, ultimately concluding at 70 million. 70 million. Long Jirua abruptly stood up. The Yin Yang pearl belonged to her family, the Longs. Although she was indifferent to the monetary aspect, the fact that Qin Shou received such a sum simply for a medical consultation left her feeling unsettled. With this money, I can finally continue purchasing herbal medicine. Qin Shou chuckled to himself. 70 million was not an excessive amount in his eyes, and he could easily squander it on invaluable herbs. Just as he prepared to depart, the grand finale made its entrance. It is likely that everyone has already surmised what it is, so I shall not keep you in suspense. A millennium-old ginseng, now resembling a human form. Purchasing it would not only cure ailments but also enhance a warrior's prowess. The starting bid was 10 million. 70 million. Without hesitation, Qin Shou bid 70 million, as that was all the money he possessed. This millennium-old ginseng was sufficient for him to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Even if it cost 100 million, it would be worth it. Curiously, after Qin Shou placed his bid, no one else contested it. Instead, they cast him dubious glances. What a fool. Long Jirua shook her head. Qin Shou had no protective backing, and even if he acquired the ginseng, it would surely be snatched from him upon exiting. How disappointing. Long Jirua wore an expression of discontent. Having failed to acquire the item she coveted, she shot Qin Shou a furious glare, as if blaming him for ruining her chances. Suddenly, she rose abruptly, her skirt billowing with her movement, and stormed away in a fit of anger. Meanwhile, Qin Shou meticulously packed the 2 ginseng roots he had just won, treating them with utmost care as if they were the most precious treasures in existence. Once everything was in order, he readied himself to leave the bustling auction hall. At that moment, Yang Tai hurriedly approached him, running with purpose. Yang Tai's arrival exuded an unspoken aura of intimidation, causing those who harbored ill intentions toward Qin Shou to instinctively temper their demeanor, their covetous gazes momentarily concealed. However, in a dim corner of the auction hall sat a gaunt man with a hooked nose, emanating a chilling presence. At that moment, his eyes glimmered with a peculiar green light, fixated on Qin Shou, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Young friend, come. Let me show you some Feng Shui. Yang Tai grasped Qin Shou's arm. If your insights prove accurate, you will undoubtedly receive a handsome reward. Money to be made? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Qin Shou's eyes upon hearing this. Recently, he had expended considerable resources on his cultivation journey, and now found himself once more devoid of funds. The path of cultivation demands an exorbitant consumption of resources. Had he not chosen to embark on this journey, with his own talents, he would undoubtedly be a billionaire by now. Of course, Yang Tai replied with unwavering certainty in his tone. Then let us proceed. Qin Shou, without much hesitation, readily agreed upon hearing of the financial prospects. After all, in the face of reality, the resources required for cultivation do not materialize out of thin air. My young friend, please follow me. Yang Tai had already thoughtfully prepared a vehicle, which was parked at the entrance of the auction house. The two entered the car, where an air of tension lingered in silence, broken only by the resonant hum of the engine within the still cabin. The vehicle sped along until it arrived at a distinctive estate. The grand entrance stood imposing, with towering iron gates firmly shut. The guards at the entrance were robust and stalwart, their postures erect as pines, their gazes sharp, unmistakably the trained elite. This is the Liu family of the 4 prominent families of Jiangzhou, Yang Tai remarked, a hint of reverence flickering in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shou. Even the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou, Long Jiangwo, must bow and scrape when he comes here. My young friend, when we meet them, you must act discreetly, Yang Tai cautioned, lowering his voice and adopting an unusually serious demeanor. Never offend the people here. It would be all too simple for them to make someone vanish from existence. Qin Shou nodded, aware that the 4 families of Jiangzhou surely had ancient martial artists among them. Having never faced such adversaries, he was uncertain what level of ancient martial artist he could contend with, given his current prowess at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. As he stepped onto the grounds of the Liu family, he began to observe the architectural layout with keen interest. His gaze was sharp, as if able to pierce through superficial appearances, silently analyzing the feng shui of the place. The feng shui was commendable, yet tragically compromised. Within a few years, the Liu family would surely face ruin. With a mere cursory glance, he accurately identified the fatal flaw in the Liu family's feng shui. Who dares to speak so boldly within the Liu family? Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels, a captivating woman approached, clad in a fitted office attire that accentuated her figure. Each step she took exuded a unique rhythm, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating the allure of mature femininity. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Upon hearing her, Qin Shou's brow furrowed tightly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Instinctively, he turned to look, and when his gaze fell clearly upon her face, recognizing her identity, he felt as though he had been struck by a spell, freezing him in place. Before he knew it, he took a step back, his expression a canvas of disbelief. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged within Qin Shou. He could scarcely fathom that he would encounter her here. Subsequently, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if such an action could confirm that everything before him was not merely an illusion. After repeated reassurances, he finally had to accept that the woman in front of him was indeed real, and that he was not dreaming. Lu Linglong also recognized Qin Shou. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed her exquisite face, pondering why this man evoked a sense of familiarity within her. A rogue of the highest order. Lu Linglong slightly parted her crimson lips and shook her head gently. To her, there seemed to be an unusual glimmer in Qin Shou's astonished gaze, which instinctively led her to develop a negative impression of him, prompting her to scold him softly. Mr. Liu, this is the Feng Shui Master Qin Shou. Invited by Old Master Liu, he can resolve the Liu family's issues. Yang Tai interjected from the side. What? You say his name is Qin Shou? Lu Linglong's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze returning to Qin Shou, as her disdainful look gradually softened, even acquiring a hint of affection. Little Shou, is that you? Tears welled in Lu Linglong's eyes as she took measured steps towards Qin Shou, reaching out to caress his cheek. However, he evaded her touch. Chapter 9, Madam. Please maintain your dignity, madam. Please maintain your dignity. I am a stranger to you, and we have never met. Qin Shou stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze devoid of warmth. Is that so? Lu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath as though striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within her. After a brief pause, her expression grew cold once more, as if the momentary lapse had never occurred. Since you are here to assess the Feng Shui, then proceed. Lu Linglong spoke slowly, her tone as placid as a still lake. She stood quietly to the side, her eyes fixed intently on Qin Shou, not wavering for an instant, harboring a complex array of emotions within her gaze. Qin Shou endeavored to calm his own tumultuous feelings, retrieving an ancient compass from his pocket. The compass appeared weathered and archaic, its needle spinning wildly. He focused intently on the compass, attuning himself to the subtle fluctuations of the magnetic field in the air. Here, Qin Shou suddenly exclaimed. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he took several brisk steps and came to a firm stop beside an artificial hillock. Remove the hillock. He turned to Lu Linglong, commanding her with an undeniable authority. Strangely, in the face of Qin Shou's assertive demeanor, Lu Linglong exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, her eyes betrayed a hint of concern, as if fearful that a moment's delay in her actions might provoke his ire. Yang Tai, standing nearby, wore an expression of calm indifference, adopting an air of detachment. Having lived to his age, he had witnessed an abundance of peculiar occurrences. He understood that if one were to harbor curiosity towards every oddity, it could easily lead to peril. Thus, he chose to remain silent, merely observing the unfolding drama with a dispassionate eye. Lu Linglong hastily summoned others to move the artificial hillock. As it was gradually shifted aside, a dark, gaping hole was revealed beneath, exuding a nauseating stench that permeated the air, compelling those present to cover their mouths and noses. Even more alarming were the bizarre objects within the pit, including what appeared to be severed human limbs. Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Lu Linglong inquired gravely. The Lu family has been ensnared in a trap. This positioning signifies a loss of wealth. Has the Lu family's fortune been usurped of late? Qin Shou retracted the compass, recognizing this Feng Shui arrangement as remnants of his studies from several years prior. Ah, I see. Lu Linglong's face lit up in realization. No wonder the Lu family had recently faced a series of misfortunes. They had been set up. It must be the Wang family, Lu Linglong asserted with conviction. Recalling how the Wang family had recently seized their assets through commercial tactics, resulting in significant losses for them. Taoist, is there a way to remedy this? Lu Linglong grasped Qin Shou's arm, shaking it gently, her demeanor tinged with a hint of playfulness. Qin Shou gently furrowed his brow, subtly prying open Lu Linglong's hand. He then cleared his throat and spoke in a measured tone. The solution is quite simple. Ahem. Upon witnessing this, Lu Linglong could not help but roll her eyes. This little rascal always had a penchant for theatrics. Is 100 million sufficient? Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retrieved her phone, her fingers dancing across the screen, and within moments, transferred 100 million to Qin Shou's account. Her trust in him was absolute. She would comply even if he asked her to disrobe. What? Yang Tai exclaimed, his mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. In his mind, no matter how affluent the four prominent families were, such reckless spinning was inconceivable. The mere sound of a cough from Qin Shou prompted Lu Linglong to transfer such a staggering sum without a second thought. It was truly astounding. He couldn't help but reflect on how effortlessly a fortune could be amassed by a Feng Shui master. It surpassed his wildest imagination. That's acceptable, Qin Shou replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the enormity of the transaction. He calmly retrieved a boudoir mirror from his pocket and carefully placed it on the ground. Just then, a beam of pure moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the mirror, which seemed to be infused with a mystical power, instantly refracting a brilliant, otherworldly glow. Qin Shou fixed his gaze upon the light, following its guidance as he hastened towards it. The luminous ray acted as a mysterious clue, leading him through the courtyard of the estate until it finally rested beneath an ancient tree. Taoist, should I summon someone to excavate the tree? Lu Linglong inquired, her eagerness palpable. Mind your own business and go play in the mud. Qin Shou retorted sharply, his focus entirely on the task at hand, unwilling to be distracted further. Oh, Lu Linglong pouted in feigned indignation, resembling a small child who had been wronged. She playfully waved her tiny fist at Qin Shou, her gesture devoid of malice, instead imbued with a touch of mischief. Was this truly the cold-hearted Lu Linglong? Yang Tai was utterly taken aback. In Jiangshou, she was renowned for her ruthless demeanor. Especially in the business realm, Her tactics were notoriously merciless, instilling fear in her competitors. Yet now, she appeared as a docile woman, obediently adhering to Qin Shou's every word. The stark contrast was so astonishing that Yang Tai felt as though he was in the presence of a complete stranger. Qin Shou circled the grand tree, producing several copper coins. After infusing them with spiritual energy, he flicked the coins into the ground. A radiant glow emanated from beneath the earth, a manifestation of the concentrated spiritual energy visible only to cultivators like Qin Shou. However, to onlookers, his peculiar actions resembled a form of shamanic ritual. With a deep sigh, Qin Shou exhaled, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he reflected on his current, still too feeble cultivation. Merely setting up a simple Feng Shui array had drained half of his spiritual energy, leaving him feeling quite helpless. The considerable depletion of his energy caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, trickling slowly down his cheeks. "You were sweating," Lu Linglong exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, she gently took the hem of her garment and tenderly wiped the sweat from Qin Shou's face. Her movements were cautious, as if she were handling an exceedingly precious treasure, and her gaze radiated boundless tenderness and compassion, wholly consumed by Qin Shou's weariness. "Ah, the youth of today," Yang Tai mused, witnessing the scene with a resigned shake of his head. Continuing to observe might provoke Lu Linglong's ire. With her decisive nature, she could very well resort to drastic measures. This woman was known for her unwavering resolve. With that thought, Yang Tai dared not linger any longer and hurriedly turned to depart. As Yang Tai left, the previously serene courtyard was now enveloped in silence, leaving only Qin Shou and Lu Linglong. The stillness was punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects, which resonated starkly in the tranquil atmosphere. "Why do you still exist?" Qin Shou's once calm gaze suddenly turned crimson without warning, infused with a tumult of emotions, shock, anger, and a hint of indescribable anguish. He abruptly extended his hand, seizing Lu Linglong by the throat with a decisive grip. In an instant, he forcefully pushed her against the nearby tree. Chapter 10. My enigmatic stepmother. Lu Linglong offered no resistance. "Shou, just kill me. I have no words left. There are things I cannot reveal to you." Lu Linglong slowly closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, embodying a resigned acceptance of fate, awaiting death. With a thud, Qin Shou's eyes flickered with a moment of struggle and anguish, but ultimately he released his grip, and Lu Linglong's body fell limply to the ground. As he gazed at Lu Linglong lying on the floor, a mixture of emotions flooded his heart. "I will uncover the truth of that incident from years ago." Qin Shou gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. After uttering this statement, he did not cast another glance at Lu Linglong and strode away resolutely. Lu Linglong was his stepmother. In his memories, he had long believed she had perished a decade ago in that calamity. He could scarcely fathom that they would meet again in this place today. This revelation filled him with confusion and disbelief, and he silently vowed to uncover the truth of the past. Shou. Lu Linglong suddenly sprang to her feet and tightly embraced Qin Shou from behind. "Do not pursue the investigation any further. That person is beyond your reach. It will only lead to your own ruin. If you are willing to relinquish your hatred, I would gladly bestow upon you the entire Qin family, allowing you to command respect and power in Jiangzhou. I seek only the truth." Qin Shou pushed Lu Linglong away and departed once more. Sighing deeply, Lu Linglong curled up on the ground, breaking into inconsolable tears, yet moments later, she smiled through her sorrow. "At least you are still alive. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow that man to harm you." Lu Linglong rose and walked to the backyard of the Lu residence, where an elderly man with white hair was sipping tea. "Father, the Feng Shui of the Lu family has been resolved. The mastermind is the Wang family." "Oh, the Wang family?" Lu Huai gently set down his teacup and looked up at Lu Linglong's reddened eyes, momentarily taken aback. "You've been crying?" Lu Huai expressed disbelief. For only he understood the ruthless nature of his daughter. Even in death, Lu Linglong would never shed a tear for him. "I just saw my son." Lu Linglong gazed up at the moon in the sky, which appeared particularly full tonight. In the past, Qin Shou loved to lie in her embrace, admiring the moon. He had once declared that when he grew up, he would always be by her side. She would joke, "Shou, when you grow up, you must marry a wife. By then, would you still have room for me as your mother?" To her surprise, Qin Shou innocently replied that he would marry her so they could be together forever. Although she was his stepmother, Qin Shou was particularly fond of clinging to her, and she cherished him deeply, even choosing not to bear more children for his sake. Alas! Lu Linglong let out a soft sigh. A beautiful life had shattered overnight. "Qin Shou is still alive?" Lu Huai's hand trembled slightly, his expression turning grave. If he were to learn the truth behind the destruction of the Qin family, How would you confront him? I had no choice. He will understand. He surely will. Lu Linglong felt a tear of sorrow slowly trickle from the corner of her eye. To prevent future troubles, I immediately sought someone to kill him. Lu Huai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You dare, old fool. Lu Linglong, seemingly pulling a handgun from nowhere, aimed the dark muzzle at Lu Huai. I will not allow anyone to harm Qin Shou. No one shall. Lu Huai, filled with exasperation, retorted. Have you considered the consequences if that man discovers Qin Shou is still alive? Lu Linglong fell silent. That man had ascended to a status beyond her reach. Even though the Qin family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jianzhou, they were still as insignificant as ants in his eyes. My daughter, awaken. Qin Shou is not your biological son. If you desire a child, you can bear one yourself. Why must you insist on claiming Qin Shou? I do not care. I will do my utmost to conceal his identity. Every additional day he lives is a victory. If I discover that you have sent someone to assassinate him, I will be the first to end your life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Linglong pulled the trigger, and a bullet whizzed past Lu Huai's ear. Accursed fate. Lu Huai sat down, suddenly appearing much older. Lu Linglong's obstinacy would surely bring calamity upon the Qin family. On his way home, Qin Shou suddenly halted. Come out. You crafty Taoist, hand over the Millennium Ginseng, and I may spare your life. The hawk-nosed man from the auction house emerged from the shadows. Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Qin Shou inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. He had never encountered an ancient martial artist before and was unsure of the man's capabilities, yet he dared not underestimate him. Brat. Since you are aware of ancient martial artists, you would do well to obey. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death. Such needless chatter. Come and fight me. Qin Shou beckoned to the hawk-nosed man, eager to test his own strength. Humph. You know not your own limitations. I am a dark force martial artist. The hawk-nosed man exerted pressure with his foot, causing cracks to form in the pavement beneath him. What level is dark force? Qin Shou questioned, perplexed. It was the first time he had heard of the rankings of ancient martial artists. He had been too preoccupied with his anger towards Lu Linglong to inquire further. Not even knowing what dark force is, I thought you might be a hidden master of the world. Turns out you are merely trash. The hawk-nosed man scoffed and launched a punch at Qin Shou, eager to seize the Millennium Ginseng before circumstances changed. Qin Shou, not daring to be complacent, channeled all his energy into his fist. 5 elements golden fist. Qin Shou's fist radiated a golden glow, colliding vehemently with the hawk-nosed man's fist. With a thunderous explosion, the hawk-nosed man's arm was obliterated. He lay on the ground, his internal organs displaced, clearly beyond salvation. In his dying moments, the hawk-nosed man uttered, "Masters are like dragons." Terrifying indeed. What on earth is a master? Qin Shou scratched his head, a myriad of questions swirling within him. Could it be that an existence even more formidable than the dark energy he had encountered awaited him? Indeed, within the realm of ancient martial arts, masters lie in wait, their prowess not to be underestimated. Yet, Qin Shou glanced at the lifeless body of the hawk-nosed man. This individual was utterly inept, incapable of withstanding even a single strike. Had the hawk-nosed man still been alive, he would surely have leapt to his feet, indignantly pointing at Qin Shou and hurling insults. After all, he was ranked among the top 5 experts in Jiangzhou, at the early stages of dark energy, yet in Qin Shou's eyes, he was reduced to mere refuse. Qin Shou produced a small vial, dripping its contents onto the corpse of the hawk-nosed man. Soon, a plume of smoke arose, and within moments, the body transformed into a puddle of liquid. The corpse-dissolving solution proved to be quite effective. Qin Shou stowed the vial away. A concoction he had prepared during his idle time, exceptionally useful for eliminating both adversaries and evidence. This was not his first experience with taking a life. He was well acquainted with the process. Chapter 11. The iceberg CEO's intrusion. Upon returning to his modest abode, Qin Shou cautiously placed the precious golden ginseng in a safe spot. Knowing it would prove invaluable in the future for concocting foundational pills, he then retrieved a millennium-old ginseng and began to consume it voraciously, much like one would devour a carrot. To his surprise, it was quite crisp, and the flavor was refreshingly delightful. Once he had finished, Qin Shou immediately felt a surge of warmth radiating from his dantian. Could this be a signal for another breakthrough? Without hesitation, he settled cross-legged upon his bed, channeling his energy through the 5 elements technique to absorb and refine the medicinal properties. As dawn approached, Qin Shou slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. He had successfully advanced to the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage. However, a wry smile soon crossed his lips as he contemplated the cost of this progression, 70 million. Fortunately, he still had 100 million in his account, which should suffice for another breakthrough. Yet, to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he estimated he would require over 500 million. The further one progresses, the more expensive the required herbs become, and their availability is not guaranteed. Take the Millennium Ginseng, for example. It is a rare treasure. And had it not been for the desperate desire of others to acquire it for free, he would never have been able to purchase it at such a price. Determined to procure more herbs, Qin Shou dressed and set out to spend his fortune. Upon entering the living room, he was struck by its immaculate tidiness. A stunning figure, with alluring curves, was busily occupied in the kitchen, the air redolent with her fragrant aura, leaving him momentarily entranced. Initially assuming it was his landlady, he approached only to discover it was Lu Linglong. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Why shouldn't I come?" Lu Linglong turned to face him, a gentle smile gracing her features, her eyes filled with affection. "You used to adore the meals I prepared for you, if they weren't made by my hands. You wouldn't even touch them." As she spoke, she delicately placed the completed dishes on the table, her movements tender and practiced. However, faced with the lavish spread before him, Qin Shou showed no inclination to partake, his gaze fixed coldly upon Lu Linglong. "Can you enlighten me about your role in the demise of the Qin family?" he demanded. "What role?" "A beautiful stepmother willing to sacrifice her life for her stepson," Lu Linglong replied, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a nurturing expression. "All I desire now is for you to live a peaceful life. If one day someone seeks to harm you, I would willingly shield you with my own body." She reached out to caress his cheek, but Qin Shou recoiled. "Do not touch me. I will not acknowledge you until I have uncovered the truth." His voice was icy, as he was convinced that Lu Linglong had played a significant role in the downfall of the Qin family. Sometimes, the truth can be cruel. One may find it unbearable. Lu Linglong's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "Let us eat. I have awaited this meal for 10 years. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Qin Shou remained unmoved, yet he eventually picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Lu Linglong inquired beside him, asking Qin Shou where he had been all these years, how he had fared, and whether he had found a girlfriend. Qin Shou remained silent, merely eating his meal. Lu Linglong, undeterred by his reticence, continued to serve him dishes. After finishing their meal, she began tidying up the space and arranging the bedding. "By the way, who did you learn your Feng Shui techniques from? After your exertions last night, the Lu family's dilemma has surprisingly been resolved. However, I wish to retaliate against the Wang family." Lu Linglong approached Qin Shou, adjusting his attire. Qin Shou remained unresponsive. This was his secret, one he would not divulge to anyone. Recognizing his reluctance to speak, Lu Linglong ceased her inquiries. "Little Shou, do you have any good strategies? Perhaps to disrupt the Wang family's Feng Shui?" Before Qin Shou could respond, Lu Linglong clapped her hands, and 2 bodyguards entered, each carrying a box. "I know you have been acquiring rare herbs. These are what I found for you overnight. I hope they prove beneficial." Upon opening the boxes, Qin Shou's nostrils flared, his gaze drawn to the contents, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. The boxes contained various spiritually potent herbs, invaluable for his cultivation and by his estimation. These herbs were worth at least 200 million. "Is it too much to ask you to part with so many herbs?" In truth, Lu Linglong had numerous methods to deal with the Wang family, but she sought to ascertain what Qin Shou had learned over the years. "To disrupt the Wang family's Feng Shui, I need to enter their courtyard, or take me to their ancestral grave," Qin Shou stated as he began to store the herbs. With these, he could advance his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement without issue. Destroying an ancestral grave would be tantamount to severing one's roots. "We are not at that juncture with the Wang family yet. A mere lesson will suffice. Of course, one must be cautious of personal safety." Lu Linglong wrapped her arms around Qin Shou's waist, resting her head against his chest. "If you were to be harmed, I would be heartbroken," she murmured, her voice soft and soothing like a gentle spring breeze, imbued with tenderness. Just as this moment of warmth enveloped them, the door to the room was quietly pushed open, and a woman stepped inside. Upon witnessing the intimate scene between Lu Linglong and Qin Shou, an unmistakable look of disdain flickered across her otherwise calm eyes. "How disgusting," Long Jiru muttered, having resolved to annul her engagement with Qin Shou during her visit. "Qin Shou, you must be aware that we are bound by an engagement. Yet we are truly incompatible. Let us call off the engagement." As she spoke, she threw the engagement contract onto the nearby table with a hint of impatience. "This is an error of our elders. We should not bear the burden. Annulment would be for the best for both of us." Long Jiru continued, Long Jiru. Before Qin Shou could respond, Lu Linglong rose from his embrace, her gaze sharper than Long Jiru's. Ms. Lu? Upon discovering that the woman nestled against Qin Shou was none other than Lu Linglong, Long Jiru was taken aback. Lu Linglong hailed from one of the 4 prominent families, possessing the power to determine the fate of the Long family. Long Jiru, what right do you have to dissolve your engagement with Qin Shou? Do you truly believe he is the one seeking your favor? Lu Linglong's eyes flashed with indignation as she swiftly approached, her slender yet strong fingers gripping Long Jiru's neck like a vice. Immediately confess to Qin Shou, or I shall ensure that your Long family vanishes from existence. I am in the right. I merely wish to annul my engagement with Qin Shou. Regardless of his status or position, I resolutely refuse to marry him. Long Jiru gritted her teeth, forcing the words from her constricted throat. Her disdain for Qin Shou ran deep, firmly believing him to be a lecher, and she was utterly unwilling to have any ties with him. Humph, annul the engagement? I shall do the opposite of your desires. Today, I will ensure that you and Qin Shou consummate your relationship. Lu Linglong, thoroughly incensed by Long Jiru's defiance, commanded her subordinates loudly, hurry and procure some aphrodisiacs, move quickly. Her underlings, fearing any delay, promptly obeyed. Before long, the aphrodisiacs were returned, and Lu Linglong seized them without hesitation, intent on administering them to Long Jiru. Unable to bear the chaotic scene any longer, Qin Shou intervened to stop Lu Linglong. I have already been intimate with Long Jiru, since she wishes to annul our engagement. Let it be so. I have no interest in a woman as frigid as Long Jiru, Qin Shou asserted, decisively picking up a pen from the table and signing his name on the engagement contract with a clean, swift motion, devoid of hesitation. It has already occurred. This is merely the price for her actions today. Lu Linglong, undeterred by his words, stubbornly forced the aphrodisiac into Long Jiru's slightly parted mouth, which struggled in vain against her efforts, before carelessly tossing her onto the bed like a rag doll. Even if you throw her onto my bed, I will not engage with her, Qin Shou declared firmly, maintaining his own moral boundaries. Do as you wish. If Long Jiru does not obtain the antidote, she will perish. A cunning glimmer appeared in Lu Linglong's eyes as she swiftly exited the room and shut the door, with the effects of the drug yet to manifest. Long Jiru sat on the bed in distress, her eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Qin Shou. Would you like some water? Qin Shou inquired of Long Jiru. The only response was a cold huff. She understood Lu Linglong was not jesting, and thus, she dared not leave. What if the drug's effects kicked in after she departed? Surely she could not seek out a random man on the street to alleviate her predicament, having already been intimate with Qin Shou once. She found herself indifferent to the situation. Chapter 12. The iceberg president's pharmacy. Long Jiru lay in bed, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Shou, who stood by the window. As seconds ticked by, she awaited any sign of movement from him, yet he remained utterly still. What are you dawdling for? Don't waste my time. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she shouted, her voice tinged with a mix of anger and embarrassment. At that moment, the effects of the drug began to take hold, and it felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling within her, intensifying her restlessness. I will not engage with you. Just leave. Qin Shou did not turn his head, remaining steadfast by the window, his eyes locked on Lu Linglong, who stood in the courtyard. His expression was a complex tapestry of resignation, turmoil, and unspoken emotions. You, Long Jiru trembled with rage, shaking her fist at Qin Shou. This man must be doing this on purpose, wanting her to plead with him. Long Jiru would rather die than beg, gritting her teeth. Her proud nature would not allow her to submit easily. Since Qin Shou was unwilling, she resolved not to entreat him for intimacy and lay back on the bed, adopting a defiant pose as if she would rather wait for death. However, merely 10 minutes later, the potency of the aphrodisiac surged dramatically, and Long Jiru seemed to transform entirely. Her previously stubborn gaze turned hazy, her rationality dissolving under the influence of the drug. She could no longer care for pride or dignity. She suddenly clung to Qin Shou's thigh, her voice laced with desperation as she pleaded, Please. I beg you, give me. In that moment, any trace of her former arrogance vanished. Before the overwhelming power of the aphrodisiac, even the proudest woman appeared unable to resist, involuntarily morphing into the very embodiment of lust. Alas, Qin Shou sighed softly, fully aware that if he did not intervene, Long Jiru might genuinely face life-threatening peril. Yet, his expertise lay solely in Feng Shui and healing. He had no knowledge of how to counteract an aphrodisiac. Should I use my spiritual energy to resolve this? After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and decisively pressed Long Jiru against the wall. attempting to harness his spiritual force to suppress the drug's effects and prevent her from moving. He then cautiously channeled a stream of spiritual energy into her. To his astonishment, this energy did not quell the drug's potency. Instead, it acted like a spark, igniting an even fiercer desire within Long Jiruo, accelerating the drug's effects. Before Qin Shou could react, she, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, unleashed an astonishing strength, forcefully toppling him to the ground. She disregarded his refusals entirely, her hands frantically tearing his clothes to shreds. In that moment, Long Jiruo's eyes burned with fervor, resembling a famished wolf, her rationality wholly consumed by desire. Thus, 2 hours later, the tumultuous sounds within the room gradually faded into silence. Outside, Lu Linglong stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with a mixture of cunning and triumph. This little rascal possessed quite the strength, far surpassing that of his useless father. Lu Linglong murmured softly to herself, choosing not to disturb the two within the room and instead slipped away with her subordinates. She understood the necessity of keeping Qin Shou's presence here a secret, ensuring the news did not reach the capital, lest it provoke unnecessary troubles. Inside, after the fervor had subsided, Long Jiruo gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Qin Shou, her lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Overwhelmed with grievance, she began to dress, only to discover her garments had been torn to shreds, rendering them unwearable. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, unable to contain herself any longer. She delivered a sharp kick to Qin Shou. What is this nonsense? I came to annul our engagement, yet somehow I ended up in bed with Qin Shou. Long Jiruo was consumed by regret, especially since she had initiated every encounter. The memory of her earlier fervor made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. At that moment, a sudden, crisp sound echoed through the room as the bed, already strained from their vigorous activities, collapsed. Long Jiruo lost her balance and fell onto Qin Shou, their lips inadvertently meeting in a most awkward embrace, accompanied by a pain moan escaping from her lips. This is too coincidental. Long Jiruo was left utterly dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief, inwardly exclaiming how miraculous this occurrence was. Qin Shou mirrored her astonishment. Equally unprepared for such an unforeseen mishap, his expression a canvas of helplessness and shock. You. Long Jiruo was utterly flustered, her mind a blank slate, utterly at a loss for words. 2 hours later, the air in the room was thick with a palpable tension. Long Jiruo lay on the bed, her eyes vacant, devoid of their usual luster, as if part of her very soul had been siphoned away. Her previously groomed hair now lay in disarray, strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks, dampened by sweat. She once again found herself entangled with Qin Shou, but this time, her consciousness was intact, and the sensations felt distinctly different. Qin Shou uttered a remark that nearly sent Long Jiruo into a fit of rage. You owe me a bed. I owe you nothing. Long Jiruo retorted furiously, unable to suppress her expletives. Overwhelmed, she succumbed to darkness, her vision fading to black. When Long Jiruo awoke, she found Qin Shou had vanished, leaving behind a set of women's clothing. Hastily, she donned the attire and rushed outside, only to feel her legs weaken, causing her to collapse to the ground, pain shooting through her as tears welled in her eyes. Qin Shou, you are a complete scoundrel. Long Jiruo directed all her resentment towards him. Rising to her feet, she noticed her knees were scraped and bleeding. Yet, at that moment, she could think of nothing else. She needed to go to the pharmacy. If she were to find herself with child, it would truly be a fate worse than death. Upon entering the pharmacy, Long Jiru encountered a rather frail male attendant. I would like to purchase contraceptive pills, she stated. Contraceptive pills? The attendant cast a fleeting glance at Long Jiru, a look of envy crossing his face. How could such a stunning woman be so carelessly treated by men? Observing her knees, it was evident she had endured considerable suffering. Might I add you on WeChat? The attendant brazenly inquired, seeking to connect with Long Jiru. To engage with such a beauty would be worth sacrificing a decade of his life. Long Jiru regarded him with a frigid stare. How could such a wretched individual dare to request her WeChat? Very well. My apologies for the intrusion. The attendant's eyes darkened momentarily, and he subsequently retrieved a box of counterfeit contraceptive pills, determined to ruin what he could not possess. Oblivious to his intentions, Long Jiru hastily departed with the medication, her gait unsteady and fraught with awkwardness. What kind of man could ever be worthy of such a beauty? The attendant pondered as he watched Long Jiru's retreating figure, his breath quickening as he inhaled the lingering fragrance in the air, igniting his imagination. Chapter 13. Sister-in-law makes dumplings for you upon returning home. Long Jiru locked herself in her room, consumed by sorrowful tears, pondering whether Qin Shou was indeed her nemesis. Meanwhile, Qin Shou had arrived at the Wang family estate alongside Lu Linglong. Is this truly your plan? Qin Shou mused, bemused, as he had anticipated a more straightforward entrance into the Wang residence, only to find himself scaling walls instead. Climbing over walls is quite convenient. Lu Linglong chuckled, demonstrating her agility as she effortlessly vaulted over the barrier and landed gracefully within the Wang family courtyard. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Shou's face. Lu Linglong exhibited remarkable prowess, her body radiating a palpable energy indicative of a martial artist. Not wishing to reveal his own capabilities, Qin Shou called out from the other side of the wall, "Bring me over." "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Lu Linglong leapt back, scooping Qin Shou into her arms and leaping over the wall with him. "How do you plan to resolve this?" she inquired. "Since the Wang family seeks to plunder wealth, we shall employ their own tactics against them," Qin Shou declared, retrieving a compass to determine the direction of the Wang family's fortune, which pointed resolutely to the southeast. Cautiously, Qin Shou and Lu Linglong advanced, wary of detection. After traversing a few hundred meters, Qin Shou came to a halt, causing Lu Linglong to bump into him, which she found rather pleasant, leading her to nudge him again with her head. "The Wang family's fortune lies here," Qin Shou stated dismissively, gesturing towards a shrine ahead. Upon entering the shrine, Qin Shou examined its layout, noting the meticulous arrangement of the offerings according to the principles of the 8 trigrams, suggesting the guidance of a master to ensure the Wang family's prosperity. "I hope you brought what I asked for," he turned to Lu Linglong. "Of course, it's still fresh," she replied, producing a bloodied sanitary pad from her clothing. Qin Shou rolled his eyes but accepted the item, murmuring incantations as he utilized the 8 trigrams to ascertain a specific location. He then lifted a floor tile and placed the sanitary pad within. All done. Within 7 days, the Wang family will surely suffer financial loss, Qin Shou proclaimed confidently, viewing this as merely a minor reprimand. In a few days, once the blood had dried, the Feng Shui would naturally revert to normal. "Trouble approaches," Lu Linglong exclaimed, about to praise Qin Shou when she quickly seized him, pulling them both into hiding. 2 shadowy figures stealthily entered the shrine. "Wang Jian, why have you brought me here?" A woman's voice, soft and gentle, echoed. "There are no cameras here. We can indulge in some pleasurable activities." The man, Wang Jian, replied, his gaze filled with desire. "No, the last time was an accident. I told you I would not engage in any further relations. I cannot betray your father." The woman, Guayuru, refused, attempting to leave, but was firmly grasped by Wang Jian's arm. "Guayuru, do not be so ungrateful. What is so great about my father? Am I not better than him?" Wang Jian gently traced his finger along Guayuru's neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily. How provocative! Lu Linglong watched with rapt attention, never anticipating such a live spectacle for free. Wang Jian, a paragon of excellence and one of Jiangzhou's top 10 outstanding youths, was surprisingly so morally depraved behind the scenes, entangled with his own stepmother. At this point, Lu Linglong furtively glanced at Qin Shou, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Yet, Qin Shou displayed a mask of indifference, evidently uninterested in such affairs. How pretentious! Lu Linglong shot Qin Shou a disdainful look, acutely aware of the subtle changes within him. By the way, Wang Jian and Long Jiru are college alumni. There seems to be some romantic tension between them, Lu Linglong reminded Qin Shou. "Oh?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Shou's eyes, and he swiftly captured the scene on his phone, perhaps pondering its future utility. A few minutes later, Wang Jian hastily donned his clothes and departed. Guayuro wore an expression of displeasure, feeling her time wasted, as it took less time for her to dress than for him to leave. Once they exited, Lu Linglong and Qin Shou hastily departed as well. In the rented room, Lu Linglong lounged on the remnants of Qin Shou's broken bed, casting a seductive glance his way. "Little Shou, would you like your mother to hold you while you sleep tonight?" "Get lost." Qin Shou pointed towards the door, not wishing to deepen their relationship at this moment. However, with his bed in ruins, he intended to seek compensation from Long Jiru, as that bed had cost him several hundred yuan. Lu Linglong pouted and playfully poked his chest with her finger. "How about I buy you a villa instead? I could arrange for several maids to attend to you." "No need," Qin Shou coldly declined. "If you prefer staying here, then by all means, do so. I shall find somewhere else to reside." With that, Qin Shou turned and left. Knowing his home was currently uninhabitable, he needed to stay with a friend. He had a deeply trusted friend named Li Chengshi, whose earnestness radiated from his very core. Li Chengshi was known for his sincerity and straightforwardness in all matters. He owned a charming hotel named Red Romance, which was not too far from his own residence, approximately a 10-minute walk. However, upon arriving at the hotel, Qin Shou was taken aback to find the entrance tightly shut, as if it had long ceased operations. How could it be closed? Qin Shou was filled with confusion. Li Chengshi's business had always thrived, and the hotel was typically bustling with visitors. Perplexed, he approached the door and gently knocked, producing a series of rhythmic sounds. Soon, a melodious voice, as sweet as silver bells, emerged from within. "Who is it?" "Sister-in-law, it's me, Qin Shou," he responded, raising his voice with familiarity. "Little Qin has arrived." The voice instantly brimmed with delight, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a graceful and enchanting young woman. Clad in a form-fitting yoga outfit, the impeccable tailoring accentuated her curvaceous figure, each line radiating the distinctive allure of a mature woman. "Sister-in-law, it's been a while," Qin Shou said as he handed the milk he had purchased on his way. "Now that you're here, there's no need to bring anything. Come in quickly." Junyu promptly beckoned him inside. "Brother's here." A seemingly simple-minded man emerged, though he appeared somewhat disheveled and weary. "Xiao, have you encountered some troubles?" Qin Shou inquired of Li Chengshi. "Oh, don't mention it. Your timing is fortuitous. Your sister-in-law is just preparing dumplings. Let us have a drink. I'll go fetch some alcohol." Li Chengshi chuckled, then stepped outside, clearly reluctant to burden Qin Shou, knowing well the struggles he faced. Even affording a meal was a challenge. "Xiao, why don't you watch some television while I prepare dumplings for you?" Junyu entered the kitchen, though her mind seemed elsewhere. "Sister-in-law, what exactly has happened? Why has the Honglinmen Hotel closed?" Qin Shou ventured into the kitchen, as Li Chengshi was his only brother, and if he was in distress, he felt compelled to assist. And nothing else wrong. A fleeting look of unease crossed Junyu's eyes, but in her fluster, she suddenly slipped. "Sister-in-law." Qin Shou quickly reached out to steady her. At that moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. Junyu's face flushed crimson, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "Please don't tell Xiao. I fear he might overthink it." She rose, seemingly dismissing the previous incident, continuing to focus on making dumplings. "I'm sorry," Qin Shou murmured as he exited the kitchen, the instinctive action having been entirely unintentional. "Don't take it to heart. It's nothing." Junyu continued to reassure Qin Shou, fully aware of his kind nature. Chapter 14. My brother and I have not had children before long. Li Chengshi hurriedly entered the house, clutching several bottles of wine, his steps brisk. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, he keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the room, a stifling discomfort that sent a shiver down his spine. "Darling, our brother Qin Shou has made the effort to visit us. You must be attentive and ensure he is well cared for," Li Chengshi exclaimed with a beaming smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of supplication and earnestness as he addressed Junyu. "Understood," Junyu replied softly, her gaze instinctively evasive, her demeanor strikingly unnatural. In her heart, she pondered the extent of care required. Must it truly devolve into the realm of those unspeakable thoughts, involving her body? "Brother, today we must drink heartily. We shall not return sober." Li Chengshi enthusiastically poured a drink for Qin Shou, raising his glass and downing it in one swift motion after clinking with his companion. As they exchanged rounds, the atmosphere gradually began to warm. However, Li Chengshi's tolerance for alcohol proved to be woefully limited. Before long, he felt dizzy, his body swaying before collapsing onto the table, oblivious to his surroundings. Witnessing this, Junyu could only shake her head in resignation, her eyes brimming with sorrow and helplessness. She rose and silently began to tidy the disarrayed table. As she cleaned, her eyes grew increasingly red, tears glistening like pearls, teetering on the brink of spilling over. "Sister-in-law, do you have something troubling you? Speak to me. I am here to help in any way I can." Qin Shou, unable to bear the sight of his brother and sister-in-law's distress, approached with concern, gently grasping Junyu's shoulder. He could not bear to witness the suffering of his brother and sister-in-law. Junyu lifted her gaze to the drunken, unresponsive Li Chengshi, and the floodgates of her grievances burst forth uncontrollably. Her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground, weeping openly, her cries filled with helplessness and heartache. "Xiaoqin, please. I beg you to help Xiao," Junyu implored, her voice trembling with emotion. "Sister-in-law, please do not cry. Take your time and tell me what troubles you," Qin Shou urged, patting her back gently in an effort to soothe her. "It is that Xiao and I have been married for so long, and we have longed for a child, Yet we have been unable to conceive, Junyu sobbed. Sister-in-law, I truly cannot assist with that. Qin Shou's heart sank at her words, his face instantly flushing with embarrassment as he instinctively took a step back. This was a matter he felt utterly unqualified to engage in. Could he truly be expected to commit an act so contrary to ethical standards involving Junyu? As this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head internally, realizing that even if he were to do so, it did not guarantee that Junyu would conceive. What are you thinking? Junyu seemed to sense Qin Shou's misunderstanding, lifting her head to cast him a bemused yet exasperated glance. I have been unable to conceive with Xiaoshi, and my heart is filled with anxiety. Later, I heard of a master who claimed to possess a method to aid in pregnancy. With hopeful hearts, we decided to seek him out. Junyu sighed deeply. To my dismay, that man turned out to be a scoundrel. Upon our first meeting, he attempted to take advantage of me. I resisted fiercely, and we ended up in a scuffle. Little did I know, he had some influence in Jiangzhou, and since then, he has frequently sent thugs to harass our inn, making it impossible for us to conduct business and leaving us in a state of unrest. The more Junyu spoke, the more agitated she became, tears streaming down her cheeks. At this point, Junyu paused slightly, taking a deep breath. Then, with a clenched jaw, as if resolutely committing to a grave decision, she declared, I have decided to acquiesce to him tonight. As long as it ensures that those thugs cease their harassment and allows Xiaoshi and me to live in peace, I can no longer afford to hesitate. Junyu slowly rose, a look of resolute determination etched on her face, as if she had embraced her fate. After all, she felt this was not her first time, and at this juncture, it seemed indifferent. You mustn't tell Xiaoshi, I am going. Junyu's expression was one of distress. When she donned her yoga attire, it was as though she had cloaked herself in a tragic armor. For the sake of her husband, she had made the sacrifice. Fully aware that just yesterday, Li Chengshi had been assaulted by those thugs, yet he bore the pain in silence, fearing for her well-being. Hey, Junyu, dressed so provocatively. Are you off to seduce a man? Just as Junyu was about to step out, a group of thugs swaggered in. Their leader, clad in a gaudy leopard print tank top with a garish color scheme, sported exaggerated blonde hair that glistened under the lights, and he casually held a cigarette between his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. I'm coming with you. Never again shall you torment my husband. Junyu gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with determination, though her eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance and helplessness. Oh, it seems you finally come to your senses. It's wise of you. Don't worry. As long as you obediently follow Brother Long, you can be assured of a life of indulgence ahead. The thug, known as Leopard Head Ling Chong, grinned slyly, his eyes glinting with malice. Yet, before he could finish, with a swift movement, Qin Shou lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending Leopard Head Ling Chong flying like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground. You must be out of your mind. I am the infamous Leopard Head Ling Chong. Who in Jiangzhou does not recognize me? How dare you strike me? Ling Chong scrambled to his feet, rubbing his backside while glaring at Qin Shou with eyes wide as saucers, brimming with fury. In this small place of Jiazhou, everyone knew he was Brother Long's subordinate, and typically, people treated him with utmost respect. Long Gu is no ordinary individual. He is the illegitimate son of Long Batian, the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou, known as Long Chuanqi. Leveraging his family's immense wealth and influence, he reigns over Jiangzhou with an iron fist, instilling fear in all who dare to cross him. However, Qin Shou is not easily intimidated. He steps forward with determination, extending his hand to grasp the neck of the burly man known as Ling Chong, lifting him effortlessly from the ground as if he were a mere chick. With his feet dangling above the ground, Ling Chong flails helplessly, struggling to escape his captor's grip. Take me to see Long Gu. Otherwise, you shall regret this encounter. Qin Shou's gaze is piercing, his tone frigid and authoritative, as if his very stare could consume Ling Chong whole. All right. You have guts, kid, daring to seek an audience with Long Gu. Just wait, your misfortune is imminent. Ling Chong grunts through his struggles, his face quivering with rage, appearing increasingly menacing. At this moment, Junyu, witnessing the scene unfold, is stricken with fear, her complexion turning pale. She rushes over and clutches Qin Shou's arm, her eyes brimming with concern and dread. She understands all too well that Long Gu and his associates are ruthless. If Qin Shou follows them, it would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den, with dire consequences likely to ensue. Do not worry, sister-in-law. Take good care of Xiaoshi at home. I shall return shortly and will be fine. They lack the capability to harm me. Qin Shou reassures her, turning to offer comfort. After Qin Shou departs with Ling Chong, Junyu remains frozen in place for a considerable time, her heart racing with unease. After much deliberation, she resolves to follow them and assess the situation. Cautiously, she closes the door and stealthily trails behind them, her grip tightening around her phone, prepared to call for help at the slightest indication of trouble. She is resolute that nothing must happen to Qin Shou. Chapter 15. The beautiful campus flower in the internet CAF. Qin Shou's expression was stern as he closely followed the leopard-headed Zero Charge into a dilapidated internet CAF. Upon entering, a wave of noxious air, infused with a concoction of repugnant odors, assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a multitude of refuse decomposing and releasing their foul essence. The mingling scents of smoke, excrement, and sweat intertwined, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Concurrently, the relentless clattering of keyboards echoed like a cacophonous drumbeat, amplifying the discord within this murky environment. At the bar, an attendant slouched lazily, his head drooping as he fought off sleep, occasionally emitting faint, indistinct snores. "Where's Brother Long?" Zero Charge inquired impatiently, slamming his palm against the table with a resounding thud. "Brother Leopard is here. Brother Long has brought a woman and is currently in a private room, likely preoccupied with other matters." The attendant sluggishly lifted his head. A lascivious grin plastered across his face. At that moment, the door to the private room burst open, and a girl, appearing to be a student, stumbled out in a flurry of panic. She appeared to be around 18 years old, her eyes betraying a palpable fear. "Where do you think you're going? Come back." Almost immediately, a robust hand reached out from the room, seizing her slender arm and rendering her unable to escape. "Let me go? I only agreed to accompany you to the internet CAF, not to bed. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will call the police," the girl shouted, her voice quivering with desperation as she writhed in an attempt to free herself from the grip, her eyes darting around in a frantic search for help. Yet, the patrons in the CAF seemed enchanted by their games, their eyes fixated on the computer screens, fingers flying over the keyboards. Even if a murder were to unfold before them, they would likely remain oblivious, engrossed in the precarious state of their virtual battlegrounds. "Brother Long, you really can't manage this? You can't even handle a woman." Zero Charge laughed boisterously, striding forward with an air of indifference, his laughter dripping with mockery. "What are you waiting for? Help me catch this wretched woman." From the private room emerged a sleazy young man, also around 18. His hair a riot of colors resembling a moving palette. Dressed in outlandish attire and chewing gum, he emitted an irritating smacking sound. "I want to go home." The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, regret flooding her heart as she lamented how easily she had been deceived by Long Chuanqi. Her name was Chu Shiyun, the campus beauty of Jiangzhou University. Long Chuanqi had lured her here with the promise of a cat that could perform a backflip, and driven by curiosity, she had followed him. Little did she anticipate that upon arrival, this scoundrel would reveal his true intentions, plotting against her and offering a mere 1,000 yuan if she complied. Though Chu Shiyun hails from a humble background and leads a frugal life, she possesses her own principles and would never compromise her body for monetary gain. Suddenly, Qin Shou dashed forward, seizing Chu Shiyun's arm and pulling her close. "Is it you?" Upon her rescue, Chu Shiyun, still in shock, lifted her gaze and was taken aback to see Qin Shou. She recognized him, for he resided next door, their paths crossing frequently. However, she found Qin Shou's behavior quite peculiar, often engaging in actions that seemed utterly incomprehensible, akin to a madman. Strangely enough, despite his apparent destitution, the landlord's sister treated him with remarkable kindness, a fact that perplexed her greatly. "Kid, you..." Long Chuanqi was about to speak, but before he could finish, Qin Shou knocked him to the ground with a single punch. "Dare to strike Brother Long?" Leopard head Ling Chong's face drained of color as he immediately shouted for his underlings to charge. The group of ruffians lunged forward like feral dogs, claws bared. Yet, Qin Shou swiftly brought them down with ease. His gaze was piercing as he grasped Long Chuanqi's neck firmly. The frail neck appeared particularly feeble beneath Qin Shou's strong grip. A mere boy, yet so audacious to dare abduct a woman. Each of Qin Shou's words bore an unseen weight, pressing heavily on Long Chuanqi's heart. He understood that today, he must subdue Long Chuanqi completely, instilling fear in him and preventing any thoughts of revenge. Otherwise, if Long Chuanqi held a grudge, it could spell endless troubles for the kind-hearted Li Chengshi and Junyu. "Do you know who I am? How dare you harm me? Are you not afraid of the consequences?" Long Chuanqi's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide open, struggling to force a few words from his constricted throat. With a resounding thud, Qin Shou showed no mercy, exerting his strength and tossing Long Chuanqi to the ground as if he were a mere sack of trash. the moment Long Chuanqi's body hit the ground. A dull thud echoed, and he crumpled like a rag doll, curling up in pain. I do not care who you are in my presence. Wrongdoings must be met with appropriate retribution. Look at me, Qin Shou bellowed once more. At that moment, a peculiar green light flickered in his eyes. Soul of chaos. With a low utterance from Qin Shou, an invisible yet potent force of spiritual energy emanated from his gaze. This extraordinary spell could silently permeate the depths of a person's soul, exerting an indescribable influence. Long Chuanqi suddenly leaped to his feet, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, screaming in a frenzy. His eyes were wide with an overwhelming terror, his mouth mechanically uttering the word ghost repeatedly, as if he were confronted by the most horrific sight imaginable. Don't come closer. Help. Dad. Sister, save me. Long Chuanqi was completely engulfed in abject fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Soon, tears filled his eyes, and he burst into a cry that resonated with profound dread and helplessness. Reminiscent of a frightened child, Chu Shiyun was taken aback by this sudden scene, instinctively gripping Qin Shou's arm tightly. Just then, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a statuesque policewoman, her figure curvaceous and commanding, accompanied by several serious-looking officers. I am Rose, the captain of the 3rd investigation team. What is going on here? Rose's voice was cold and authoritative, her indifferent gaze sharp as a hawk's, swiftly scanning the crowd. When her eyes fell upon Qin Shou, a flicker of anger ignited within them. It's him. He asked the one who indiscriminately attacked. Leopard-head Ling Chong, sensing the precarious situation, pointed at Qin Shou like a theatrical clown, eager to shift the blame entirely onto him. With a swift motion, Rose delivered a sharp slap without even glancing at Ling Chong. I didn't ask you. Her voice was laced with disdain and impatience as she slightly turned her head, directing her gaze to Chu Shiyun. You speak. Rose's tone softened just a fraction. Chapter 16. The teasing of the Rose Inspector. It was the deceitful charms of the dragon legend that lured me here, and upon entry, it revealed its grotesque visage, intent on committing an act more beastly than any animal. Chu Shiyun's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes still reflecting the lingering terror, as if the mere recollection of that moment would plunge her back into a nightmare of fear. What is his role in this? Rose inquired, her brow slightly furrowed, her sharp gaze directed at Qin Shou. It was Qin Shou who arrived just in time to save me. Had it not been for him, I shudder to think of the dreadful consequences. Chu Shiyun hurriedly explained, her tone brimming with gratitude towards Qin Shou, fearful that Rose might misconstrue his actions. Assault is assault, and an attempted rape is an attempted rape. These are entirely distinct matters. Take them all away. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Rose's eyes. She held a particular disdain for idle ruffians, those who squander their days engaged in unlawful activities, and believed they ought to be imprisoned for reform. Vulgar woman. Is it truly necessary to target me for merely brushing against you the other day? Qin Shou retorted, his face contorted in displeasure. He found it intolerable to swallow his indignation. His previous encounters with Rose were not without history. Recalling their last bus ride, his anger flared. That day, the bus was particularly cramped, and he found himself pressed against Rose, the crowd jostling them like sardines in a can. In the ensuing commotion, Rose stumbled and fell directly into his embrace. Being a normal man, he could not help but experience a natural reaction at such a moment of physical contact. Yet, who could have anticipated that Rose would indiscriminately label him as a lecherous bus pervert, dragging him to the police station and subjecting him to a full week of detention? Every time he ruminated on that incident, his ire surged anew. To him, Rose was nothing short of an unreasonable shrew. How dare you call me a shrew? Humph. You shan't escape this time. Take them all away. Rose's face turned ashen with rage, her eyes wide with fury, resembling an enraged lioness. With a powerful sweep of her hand, she signaled her subordinates to escort everyone to the police vehicle. Officer, Qin Shou is a good man. Why are you apprehending him? At that moment, Junyu rushed over, her expression one of confusion and concern. She had witnessed the overwhelming numbers against Qin Shou and feared he would suffer unjustly, prompting her to call the police, only to find that they intended to take Qin Shou as well. He has assaulted someone. According to legal statutes, he must serve time. Rose huffed, her tone as frigid as the icy grip of winter. Once again, Qin Shou had fallen into her clutches, and this time, she was determined to ensure he experienced the full brunt of her wrath. The mere thought of their last encounter on the bus ignited her fury, and had it merely been a case of ordinary crowding, she would not have been so relentless and unreasonable. However, at that moment, had it not been for the modesty of her dress acting as a shield, her innocence would have been snatched away by Qin Shou, leaving her with a lingering resentment towards him. In the police station, Qin Shou was confined to a small, dark room. The atmosphere within was stifling. The light dimmed and yellowed as Rose directed a bright lamp squarely at Qin Shou, compelling him to narrow his eyes against the intensity of the illumination. "Your name?" she demanded. "Don't you know it? Just say it. Stop wasting time." Rose glared fiercely at Qin Shou. "Qin Shou," he reluctantly uttered, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. "Humph, a true beast," Rose muttered under her breath, pinning down his name with a force that seemed to echo her disdain for him. "Gender," she continued coldly. "Have you not experienced it?" Qin Shou's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he taunted her deliberately. "What did you say?" Rose's demeanor shifted, her emotions erupting like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She leapt up, eyes wide with fury, pressing Qin Shou forcefully against the wall, causing a resounding thud to reverberate through the confined space. "You scoundrel, today I shall teach you a lesson." Yet, Qin Shou was quick to react, executing a deft countermove that turned the tables, pinning Rose against the wall instead. To prevent her from retaliating, he pressed his body firmly against hers, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and charged. "Listen, woman, do not provoke me. It would be unwise for you," Qin Shou warned in a low voice, leaning closer to her ear. "Let me go?" Rose cried, a mix of embarrassment and rage flooding her senses as she struggled fiercely, her feet pushing against the ground and her hands attempting to pry free from his grasp. Alas, Qin Shou's strength was overwhelming, making her efforts futile, akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. In the midst of this chaotic struggle, driven by an inexplicable impulse, Qin Shou delivered a sharp slap to Rose's curvaceous backside, the sound ringing out piercingly in the silence of the small room. Rose froze, utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that Qin Shou would audaciously strike her in the police station. Her mind blanked, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment and fury. My apologies. I couldn't help myself." Qin Shou seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his action, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he released her. "You bastard." Rose regained her composure and swung a fist at him, her eyes ablaze with indignation. But Qin Shou, ever quick on his feet, effortlessly caught her fist. Undeterred, Rose attempted to kick him again, only for Qin Shou to step forward swiftly, causing her leg to rest upon his shoulder. At that moment, the two figures were enveloped in an exceedingly ambiguous posture, their bodies entwined closely, as the light cast intertwining shadows upon them, rendering the scene even more enchanting. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the door of the small dark room creaked open, revealing a woman clad in an OL uniform, who entered with graceful strides. Her long, slender legs were tightly encased in black stockings, and with each step, the fabric whispered softly against her skirt. As she made her entrance, a subtle yet captivating fragrance wafted through the air, alleviating the previously tense and awkward atmosphere. "I shall see who dares to bully my brother, Long Kairu." Her face contorted with fury, Long Kairu's voice resonated with the authority of someone in power. Although Long Chuanqi was her father's illegitimate son, he remained her half-brother, and she would not permit anyone to mistreat him. The moment Long Kairu lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Qin Shou and Chong Wei entangled together, her face instantly flushing crimson, filled with astonishment and embarrassment. "My apologies for the intrusion." Long Kairu hastily averted her eyes, quickly retreating from the room, utterly taken aback by Chang Wei's unexpected behavior in the police station, which was truly astonishing. "It's all your fault." Flustered and angry, Chang Wei delivered a sharp kick to Qin Shou before darting out like a startled rabbit. Chapter 17. The oppressive voice of the neighboring sister-in-law. When Chang Wei emerged from the dimly lit room, she felt an array of peculiar gazes piercing into her back. Her colleagues wore strange expressions, their eyes mingling curiosity, bewilderment, and a hint of barely concealed mockery, as if silently interrogating her about what had just transpired. "Captain Chang Wei, could it be that the one who harmed my brother is your boyfriend?" Long Jiru inquired with a playful smirk, her tone laced with amusement. "Absolutely not. It was all a misunderstanding. He is nothing but a scoundrel," Chang Wei retorted, her teeth clenched in anger, each word deliberate and forceful, as if she bore an irreconcilable grudge against Qin Shou. Her fists were tightly clenched, the knuckles turning pale from the strain, revealing the fury that threatened to erupt within her. "Sister, you must stand up for me." At that moment, Long Chuanqi crouched nearby, his face a portrait of grievance. Just then, Qin Shou intentionally cleared his throat and sauntered out of the room, hands tucked casually into his pockets, feigning nonchalance while his gaze swept over the crowd. Long Chuanqi, upon seeing Qin Shou, involuntarily began to tremble violently, as if confronted by something extraordinarily terrifying. It was a fear that penetrated deep into his soul, rendering him nearly incapable of standing, his legs weak and threatening to buckle beneath him. "It's you." At the sight of Qin Shou, Long Jiru's expression soured instantaneously, akin to having tasted something repugnant. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief and ire, as she could scarcely fathom that the one who had harmed her brother was indeed Qin Shou. It struck her that fate had conspired to place them in each other's paths once more. "Ah, is this not my fiancée? What a delightful coincidence." Qin Shou stood before Long Jiru, gently lifting her chin with his finger. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. "Get away from me." Long Jiru pushed Qin Shou's hand aside. Although she was indeed his fiancée, as she had not yet signed the annulment papers, the situation now entangled with Lu Ling Long. Signing would unleash catastrophic consequences on the Long family. Lu Ling Long, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Thus, Long Jiru opted to delay her relationship with Qin Shou for the time being. "Nothing much. I shall take my leave." Qin Shou stretched languidly, seizing the hand of Chu Shiyun as he prepared to depart. "Ah, just a moment." As Qin Shou turned to leave, he paused, casting a glance back at Long Jiru. "You damaged my bed. You must compensate me tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall take up residence at your home." With that, he left her with a dashing silhouette, exiting swiftly. "Wait, did I actually let him go?" Realizing the situation, Xiang Wei dashed after him, only to find that Qin Shou had already disappeared without a trace. "Sister, is he truly my brother-in-law?" Long Chuanqi timidly queried from the side, for the one he feared most was Long Jiru. And now he had to contend with Qin Shou as well. Though Long Jiru is reluctant to admit it, the truth remains undeniable. She has been compelled to share a bed with Qin Shou on 2 occasions, the first involving 7 instances, leaving her body still aching. Upon exiting the police station, Junyu was squatting at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Shou emerge, she rushed over and flung herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaoqin, it's such a relief that you're all right." "Sister-in-law, I'm fine." Qin Shou hastily pushed Junyu away, aware that such an embrace could invite gossip. "Shall I take my leave then?" queried Chu Shiyun quietly from the side. Though she was not well acquainted with Qin Shou, she felt immense gratitude for his rescue. Qin Shou nodded casually. Rescuing Chu Shiyun was merely a trifling act for him. He was neither a philandering playboy nor was he inclined to pursue romantic entanglements. His sole focus lay in cultivation, striving to reach the foundation establishment stage. His master had mentioned that those proficient at this stage could soar through the skies on swords, a dream he yearned to fulfill. After Chu Shiyun departed, Qin Shou returned to the inn with Junyu. She promptly prepared a room for him. "Xiaoqin, you'll sleep here tonight. If anything comes up, just call for me. I shall attend to Xiaoshi." Junyu smiled gently before closing the door behind her. Lying on the bed, Qin Shou shut his eyes and began to cultivate, but without the assistance of herbs, his progress was agonizingly slow, practically stagnant. The spiritual energy in the air was alarmingly sparse. Rather than advancing, merely maintaining his current level felt like a blessing. However, in the dead of night, muffled sounds from the adjacent room broke the silence. "Darling, what are you doing? Xiaoqin is next door. Can we postpone this?" At this hour, Qin Shou had likely succumbed to slumber. Yet she felt dizzy and requested help to extract the alcohol from her system. "Oh, you naughty man," Junyu playfully scolded, though she still gathered her hair up. Qin Shou, listening to the commotion next door, felt utterly exasperated. His current lack of cultivation prowess prevented him from achieving a tranquil mind. He wondered if Junyu was being deliberate, as her voice was quite loud, showing no intent to muffle her actions. Consequently, sleep eluded him, and he dared not continue his cultivation for fear of losing control. Fortunately, the disturbance lasted no more than 10 minutes. The following day, Qin Shou departed early. When Junyu arrived, she found the room empty, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. However, their inn could resume operations, with Qin Shou providing protection. Trouble was unlikely to find them again. Upon returning to his own residence, he discovered the bed had been replaced with a new one, though it was not extravagant, merely a sturdy wooden frame. "That woman." Qin Shou shook his head, realizing Long Jiru must have done this intentionally. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to the bed itself, so he rearranged the bedding. At the Long group, Long Jiru sat in her office, her face adorned with delight. Qin Shou had taken advantage while feigning innocence. She was eager to see how he would fare sleeping tonight. Yet, unbeknownst to Long Jiru, this bed would soon exact a painful toll upon her. Qin Shou prepared to close the door, first consuming the medicinal herbs given to him by Lu Ling Long. At that moment, Chu Shiyun, carrying her backpack, passed by his entrance and glanced inside. "Good morning, Qin Shou." She greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Morning," Qin Shou replied casually. Qin Shou." Chu Shiyan hesitated, fidgeting as she attempted to articulate her thoughts. "What is the matter?" Qin Shou asked, confusion etched on his face. "I just wanted to request that when you bring women back at night, could you please keep the noise down? The soundproofing here is quite poor, and it disturbs my sleep." Chu Shiyan's cheeks flushed crimson. She had been struggling to sleep well these past few days, having expected Qin Shou to quiet down within 10 minutes, but the noise persisted throughout the night. "All right. I'll be more mindful. My apologies," Qin Shou said, scratching his head awkwardly. Chu Shiyan, with her little backpack, skipped off to school. Qin Shou shut the door and immediately used a pressure cooker to refine the herbs into a black elixir. He was still in the learning phase of alchemy, so the quality wasn't particularly high, and he lacked an alchemical furnace. Even though the black elixir was inferior, it was still more effective than consuming the herbs directly. After ingesting the black elixir, he aimed to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement, yet he underestimated the spiritual energy required for the subsequent realms. The vast quantity of herbs only provided a slight elevation in his cultivation. A considerable distance remained before he could reach the 6th level of qi refinement. Isn't this rather costly? Qin Shou calculated that to achieve the foundation establishment stage, he would need at least several hundred billion. Chapter 18. The Fall of the Beautiful CEO. Off to buy herbal medicine again. Qin Shou gently caressed the card in his pocket, which contained a staggering sum of 100 million in cash. With this fortune, he might just succeed in transcending to the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, the woman's condition seemed poised to deteriorate at any moment. A slight smile graced Qin Shou's lips as he tidied his home, preparing for the arrival of guests. If Long Jirua were to procure a diminutive and sordid little bed for him, he would ensure that she reaped the consequences of her actions. In the hospital, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie silence preceding a tempest. Long Jirua lay quietly upon the hospital bed, her heart monitor, which should have been beating in a steady rhythm, now displayed an alarmingly slow pulse, as if it might cease at any moment. Each feeble thrum tugged at the hearts of all present. How could this be? She had been perfectly fine when she left, so why had she suddenly collapsed? Long Bat Ian paced anxiously in the ward, his hands incessantly rubbing together, utterly bewildered. How could his daughter, who had been so vivacious just moments ago, now appear on the brink of death? When she was discovered, she had been clinging to the last vestiges of life. And this sudden turn of events had even thrown him, a man accustomed to the fiercest of storms, into disarray. Master Long, it seems your precious daughter may not last much longer. Several doctors stood trembling nearby, scarcely daring to breathe, acutely aware of Long Baishan's stature and temperament. Faced with such a dire condition, their impotence filled them with despair and trepidation. Where's Dr. Hua? She must come at once. Long Badian bellowed, placing all his hopes on Dr. Hua, yearning for her miraculous skills to save his daughter's life. Long Jirua is already gravely ill. I may not be able to save her. Dr. Hua entered the room with hurried steps, her expression shifting to one of solemnity and resignation upon seeing the frail Long Jirua on the bed. With her medical expertise, she recognized the severity of the situation and felt equally powerless. However, I can extend her life for a few more days. What happens thereafter is left to fate. With a heavy sigh, she spoke with palpable regret, fully aware that this might only be a temporary reprieve for Long Jirua. With no other options available, she proceeded to retrieve her silver needles, demonstrating her mastery of acupuncture as she focused intently on prolonging Long Jirua's life. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to accumulate on Dr. Hua's forehead, her delicate features glistening with sweat that trickled down her cheeks and dampened her collar. Yet, she paid no mind to her discomfort, remaining steadfast in her efforts. At last, after considerable exertion, her life-sustaining technique was complete. With a soft sigh, Long Jirua slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clouded with confusion. What has happened to me? She inquired weakly, her voice barely audible, like the whisper of a gnat. My daughter. Long Baishan's heart surged with mixed emotions of joy and sorrow upon seeing her awaken, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Was his daughter truly on the verge of departing from him? This thought incessantly spiraled within him, inflicting immeasurable agony. Divine Physician Hua, you must devise a solution. She is my only daughter. Long Batian implored, his countenance betraying the desperation of a father concerned for his daughter's life, rather than the formidable patriarch he once embodied. While he had many sons, in his heart, it was his daughter who held the utmost significance. None of his sons brought him peace. Their mere presence incited ire. To save Long Jirua's life, seek out the man who rescued Long Lao that day. He may possess the means. Divine Physician Hua stated earnestly. Recalling the miraculous medical skills exhibited by Qin Shou, perhaps he alone could salvage Long Jirua. Qin Shou? Long Jirua's brow furrowed at the mention of his name. Memories surfacing of his repeated assertions regarding her illness, coupled with his audacious claims that she would one day seek his aid. Could he truly possess the remedy for her plight? I shall find him. Long Jirua resolved, struggling to rise from her sickbed, her steps unsteady and her body frail. Yet her gaze radiated determination. I will summon him. If he refuses to come, I shall have him executed. Long Batian declared fiercely, willing to resort to any means for the sake of his daughter. Father, you mustn't. Long Jirua swiftly interjected, recognizing that although her time with Qin Shou was brief, she had gleaned enough insight into his temperament. Any coercive approach would likely backfire. Only her personal visit might hold a glimmer of hope. I shall accompany you. Divine Physician Hua offered, primarily motivated by her desire to ascertain whether Qin Shou truly possessed the requisite prowess. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Qin Shou's dilapidated rental abode, the door ajar as if welcoming their arrival. Let Long Jirua enter alone, came Qin Shou's voice from within. Does he know I am coming? Long Jirua pondered, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Long Batian, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. Should Qin Shou dare to harm his daughter, you would fight to the last breath. Young Lao, it will soon be your turn, Long Batian instructed the elder beside him. Understood. Young Lao nodded, a master of initial dark energy, now prepared to take action. Divine Physician Hua remained silent, convinced of Qin Shou's extraordinary capabilities. As Long Jirua stepped inside, she discovered that Qin Shou had already poured her a cup of tea. Do you know something? She inquired, sitting across from him. Her gaze complex as it scrutinized the man before her. I have stated that there will come a time when you seek my assistance. And I will not beat around the bush. I can cure your ailment. However, Qin Shou did not elaborate further. Lifting the teacup to his lips and sipping gently. Why should I trust you? Long Jirua retorted, anger simmering within her. After all, she had shared many intimate moments with Qin Shou. You have no choice. Clean yourself and then lie down. Qin Shou commanded Long Jirua. Very well. Long Jirua assumed that Qin Shou was to provide her with medical treatment. Thus, she meticulously cleansed herself and reclined on a bed as unyielding as iron, completely unclothed. Regret soon washed over her as she pondered why she had not procured a more comfortable bed for Qin Shou. As she awaited his arrival, Qin Shou suddenly pounced upon her, and 2 hours later, Long Jirua glared at him with rage. She had believed that his request for her to disrobe was for the purpose of healing, only to discover that it was for an entirely different endeavor. The hardness of the bed made her feel as though her very spine might fracture. Put on your clothes. Healing requires careful deliberation. Qin Shou tossed her garments, then made his way to the living room. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, startling Long Jirua, who instinctively curled up beneath the covers. Long Batian and Elder Yang stormed in, and upon seeing his daughter in such a state, Long Batian was immediately enveloped in fury. Elder Yang, eliminate him. Right away. Elder Yang cracked his neck and approached Qin Shou step by step. Chapter 19. A flat price of 1 billion. Young man. You truly possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard, daring to lay hands on a woman of the Long family. Pray, do enlighten me on how you intend to meet your demise. The venerable Elder Yang emanated an aura of chilling ferocity, distinctive to ancient martial artists, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. With each step he took, the once sturdy floor beneath him seemed unable to withstand the strain, cracking open with a resounding snap. Qin Shou's voice trembled uncontrollably, his breath growing rapid and chaotic, his chest heaving as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. Oh, are you frightened now? Elder Yang's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze laced with contempt. My floor. Qin Shou, suddenly ignited by fury, bellowed in wrath. He whipped around, his eyes wide as saucers, glaring fiercely at Long Jirua. You shall compensate for this. Me? Long Jirua, taken aback, pointed to herself, her expression a portrait of bewilderment, as if she had just heard an utterly preposterous tale, her eyes brimming with innocence. Elder Yang, perhaps we should let this slide? This was truly my voluntary act. Long Jirua glanced at Elder Yang with genuine concern, fearing that he might strike Qin Shou with undue severity, possibly causing him grave harm. Moreover, she reasoned that since her demise was imminent, she might as well indulge a little. Thus, reluctantly acquiescing, she agreed to Qin Shou's demands. Daughter, You must be deceived by him. No matter who supports this rascal from behind, he shall not leave here alive today. Long Batian was wholly consumed by rage. No one could harm his treasured daughter. Bang! Elder Yang appeared incensed by Long Batian's words, or perhaps he sought to instill fear in Qin Shou. As he delivered a powerful kick to the floor, the force was astounding. With a thunderous crash, the tiles shattered, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shou felt an unbearable ache, as if it were not the floor that had exploded, but rather his heart. You old fool, strike me if you must. But do not destroy my home. Those tiles were purchased with my hard-earned money. Do you understand how arduous it is to earn a living? Money is hard to come by, and life can be quite harsh. Do you comprehend? Consumed by rage, Qin Shou let out a furious roar and hurled a punch towards Elder Yang. Fueled by his pent-up fury, the blow was astonishingly swift. Elder Yang barely perceived the shadow that darted before him. Before he could react, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. In that instant, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gulp. Long Jiruo swallowed hard. Fully aware of Elder Yang's formidable strength, his punch could shatter even the hardest stone, yet he was now sent reeling by a single strike from Qin Shou. This revelation left her utterly astonished. Reflecting on the moments shared with Qin Shou, she understood why he could endure a whole night of intimate encounters without showing any signs of fatigue. It was always she who surrendered first. Yet her pride prevented her from uttering pleas for mercy. Instead, she gritted her teeth and persevered, often culminating in a state of unconsciousness. Dragon Batian was equally speechless. His mouth agape, stumbling over his words as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. He began to doubt whether he was caught in a dream. After all, Old Yang was a master of the initial stage of dark energy, a prominent figure in the entirety of Jiangzhou. Who in the region had not heard of Old Yang's name? In the realm of ancient martial arts, the hierarchy of realms is stringently defined: external energy, dark energy, transformation energy, master, and nirvana. Each realm is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. It is said that above these realms exist legendary innate-level supermasters. Yet such beings remain as distant as myths. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the eyes of the esteemed physician Hua as he observed Qin Shou with keen interest, contemplating the fact that this individual was indeed a formidable ancient martial artist. The ability to effortlessly dispatch Old Yang, who was merely an initial dark energy practitioner, suggested that Qin Shou must possess at least mid-stage dark energy strength. In an instant, Qin Shou appeared beside Old Yang like a specter, delivering a forceful kick to the latter's abdomen. This strike seemed to embody the might of 1,000 pounds. Causing Old Yang to feel as if his insides were being violently churned, his features contorted in agony. Repair the floor. Qin Shou gritted his teeth, conveying an unmistakable threat that if Old Yang refused, he would not hesitate to take his life. I'll fix it right away, Old Yang exclaimed. His face as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with fear and panic. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. This young man was far too terrifying. The speed and strength of Qin Shou's earlier punch had left him no time to mount any effective defense. In that moment, he felt the chilling breath of death closing in, and in his daze, he even envisioned his long-deceased great-grandmother. Thus, the scene shifted, revealing Old Yang crouched on the ground, surrounded by cement and new tiles, diligently repairing the damage. Occasionally, he would Long Jiruo glared at Qin Shou, perceiving him as nothing more than a beast, which made his name all the more fitting. Just moments ago, he had been enveloped in her delicate form, yet now he turned his back on her. Even though her family, the Longs, were the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, procuring 10 billion was no trivial task. Cure her, or provide the necessary herbs. Qin Shou remained resolute, focused solely on enhancing his own prowess. Very well. If it means healing my daughter, I would not hesitate to deplete my entire fortune. Long Batian clenched his teeth in agreement. You are disrupting the market. Dr. Hua approached, pouting in displeasure. Qin Shou turned to Dr. Hua, his expression calm as he inquired, Can you cure Long Jiruo's ailment? Dr. Hua shook his head in resignation, candidly admitting, I cannot. Then that settles it, Qin Shou replied nonchalantly. He then pivoted to face Long Jiruo, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Put on your clothes and come with me. Healing requires us to go to a special place. Chapter 20. Your ancestral tomb has exploded. A single word escaped from the delicate lips of Long Jiruo, who pouted slightly. Her previously aloof demeanor akin to a flower on a high peak vanishing in an instant before Qin Shou. Shortly thereafter, Long Batian and his companions gradually exited the room. In the blink of an eye, the vast chamber was left with only Qin Shou and Long Jiru, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. Qin Shou stood there quietly, exhibiting no intention of departing. With a hint of irritation, Long Jiru remarked, "I need to get dressed. What are you doing here?" Qin Shou, with an expression of feigned innocence, retorted, "You dress as you wish. This is my home, and I can be wherever I please. Besides, is there any part of you that I have not seen?" His tone was rife with playful mockery and a sense of nonchalance. After saying this, Qin Shou boldly sat at the edge of the bed, his fervent gaze magnetically drawn to Long Jiru, unwavering and undistracted. It must be noted that Long Jiru typically exuded an icy demeanor, keeping others at arm's length. Yet, her figure was extraordinarily graceful, and her features were exquisitely crafted, resembling a masterwork of artistry, truly perfect. It is no wonder she was heralded as the most beautiful woman in Jiazhou. Such a title was indeed well-deserved. Curiously, after each encounter with Long Jiru, her body seemed to possess a remarkable self-restorative quality, as if nothing had transpired at all. Fittingly named. Long Jiru shot a glare at Qin Shou, finding him utterly shameless. She deemed it unnecessary for a woman to be seen dressing. And to prevent Qin Shou from sneaking a glance, she pulled her clothes into the covers, awkwardly putting them on. Moments later, Long Jiru reverted to her cold, authoritative persona, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. "Does healing truly necessitate a change of location?" she queried, her skepticism evident. "Take me to your ancestral tomb." "Your ancestral tomb has exploded." "It truly has." Long Jiru waved her small fist, exasperated by the conversations with Qin Shou that consistently left her irate. "Are we really going?" Long Jiru asked, uncertain. "Of course. Let us go." Qin Shou insisted, forcibly wrapping his arm around Long Jiru's shoulders as they made their way out. "You." Qin Shou pointed at old Yang. "You won't leave until you fix the floor tiles." Yes. I assure you, I will complete the task." Old Yang nodded vigorously as he returned to the room, continuing to mend the floor tiles, even repairing the old cracks. "Young Master Qin, is there anything else you require me to prepare?" Long Baishan's demeanor towards Qin Shou had transformed entirely. A master of ancient martial arts commands respect wherever he goes. For such individuals are rare, capable of taking lives with ease. "To your ancestral tomb, based on my calculations, there must be an issue with it." When Qin Shou spoke with expertise, he seemed to transform into a different person. "Very well, I shall lead you to see it." Long Batian promptly led several individuals to the ancestral tomb of the Long family, situated in the picturesque Qingqiu of Jiangzhou, nestled against the mountains and adjacent to water. The scenery was breathtaking. "This is indeed the ancestral resting place of my family," Long Batian proclaimed, gesturing toward a lavishly constructed tomb entirely encased in concrete, with a gravestone towering at least 2 meters high. After his declaration, he and Long Jiru offered a slight bow toward the tomb. Qin Shou nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently retrieving a compass to commence his calculations around the vicinity. Dr. Hua observed with great interest, internally speculating, could it be that Feng Shui truly possesses the power to heal? Is this genuine? Long Jiru tilted her head, perceiving Qin Shou as somewhat of a charlatan. In this age of science, it was challenging to inspire belief. "Stop," Qin Shou commanded, halting approximately 10 meters from the tomb. "Excavate this area. There is something beneath. Go." Long Batian instructed several bodyguards to advance and begin digging. Before long, they unearthed a deep pit, yet found nothing of significance. Just as the group was about to concede defeat, one of the bodyguards struck something soft and bloody. "Master, come quickly." "What is this?" the guards exclaimed in shock, immediately summoning Long Batian. Curiosity piqued, Long Batian approached, only to discover an exceedingly bizarre object resembling a human head, covered in hair. Both Dr. Hua and Long Jiru were visibly terrified, their faces drained of color. However, Qin Shou, unfazed by the scene, reached down to retrieve the item. This is not a human head, but rather a human head mushroom, an exceedingly nourishing entity that absorbs the fortunes of others to thrive. If left undisturbed for several centuries, it may even attain sentience. Qin Shou carefully stored the human head mushroom, recognizing its potential to aid in his cultivation. "Is this all that needs to be done, young master?" Long Batian inquired from the side. "No. The human head mushroom merely absorbs the Long family's fortune, but it does not spell your utter ruin. Had I not intervened, at least 2 members of your family would have perished." Qin Shou's gaze swept over the entire Feng Shui arrangement, noting the impressive construction of the Long family tomb, which elucidated their status as the wealthiest family in Jiangzhou. After stowing away the compass, he produced a bagua mirror, calculated a specific direction, and placed the mirror on the ground to absorb sunlight. Remarkably, the sunlight refracted and illuminated the distant Qin Shou mountain. That mountain harbors an issue, Qin Shou declared. I shall have the mountain blown up immediately. Long Batian responded without hesitation. Do not act impulsively. Detonating the mountain will only disrupt the Feng Shui and exacerbate the consequences. Remain here while Long Jiru accompanies me, Qin Shou instructed. Why must it be me? Long Jiru retorted with reluctance, unwilling to be alone with Qin Shou, uncertain of his intentions. If my conjecture is accurate, that mountain conceals a pivotal entity. Only by consuming it can your ailment be remedied. Too many people will frighten it away, Qin Shou explained as he stowed the Bagua mirror and waved his hand, transforming several copper coins into a shimmering sword of wealth. This display of skill further deepened Long Batian's admiration for Qin Shou. The esteemed divine physician's eyes sparkled with admiration for Qin Shou. She suddenly found herself wanting to learn from him. It can run too? Long Jiruo felt tears welling up. She was reluctant to go. Despite her outward appearance of confidence, resembling a domineering CEO, she was, in truth, quite timid. Let us go. Qin Shou grasped Long Jiruo's collar, forcefully dragging her away. Long Jiruo looked to her father for help, but the father who usually indulged her now turned a blind eye. They entered Qin Shou Mountain, a desolate hill yet untouched by development, deemed devoid of any commercial value. Moreover, Qin Shou Mountain belonged to the Long family, and others had no right to exploit it. What if there are ghosts? Long Jiruo clutched the hem of Qin Shou's clothing, her face etched with frost, though her heart raced with fear. She wished to maintain her distance from Qin Shou, yet her trepidation compelled her to hold on to a piece of his garment. Chapter 21. The iceberg CEO was scared to tears ghost. Qin Shou suddenly let out a piercing scream. Oh my! Long Jiruo was taken aback by the unexpected shout, her entire body shivering as if struck by electricity. Instinctively, she leapt into Qin Shou's embrace, resembling a startled bird. Her arms clung tightly around him, trembling uncontrollably, akin to a leaf precariously swaying in the autumn breeze. Haha, the formidable president of the Long Group, yet so timid? How embarrassing. Qin Shou chuckled triumphantly, his expression rife with mockery. Long Jiruo finally realized she had been the subject of Qin Shou's jest, her face flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she quickly extricated herself from his grasp. I merely twisted my ankle earlier. I am fine now. She feigned composure, striving to salvage her dignity. There's a snake behind you, Qin Shou said with a grave demeanor. Are you still trying to scare me? Long Jiruo scoffed, her tone laced with disbelief. I am not joking. If there truly is a snake, just turn around and see. Qin Shou sighed, spreading his hands in an attempt to convince her of his words. I want to look. Let it bite me. Long Jiruo retorted defiantly. No sooner had she spoken than an excruciating pain shot through her rear, causing her to gasp sharply. Instinctively, she turned to see a small, emerald green snake viciously biting her, its triangular head flicking its tongue menacingly, a truly frightful sight. What? Long Jiruo burst into tears. For she harbored two greatest fears, the eerie specter of ghosts and these spine-chilling serpents. Get lost. Qin Shou, witnessing her distress, swiftly raised his foot and kicked the snake away, only to realize that Long Jiruo's complexion had begun to darken, indicating that the creature was venomous. Help me. Long Jiruo cried, breathless, her voice filled with despair and helplessness. Lie down. I will suck out the poison, Qin Shou urgently instructed her. Oh. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Jiruo promptly obeyed, reasoning that she and Qin Shou had shared numerous intimate moments before, thus this was of little concern. Moreover, with her life at stake, there was no room for hesitation. She was no timid woman. Before long, with Qin Shou's efforts, the venom was gradually extracted from Long Jiruo's body. However, Qin Shou's lips swelled up like sausages, rendering him a comical sight. As Long Jiruo pulled up her pants and raised her head to see Qin Shou in this state, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, her smile blooming like flowers in spring, radiantly beautiful. How lovely. This was the first time Qin Shou had witnessed Long Jiruo smile, and he found himself mesmerized. At that moment, she was nothing short of celestial beauty. However, after the laughter subsided, Dragon Princess Ruo donned a frigid mask, reverting to her former icy demeanor. Do not expect my gratitude. Consider it as if you have merely indulged in my compensation, she stated coldly, her gaze once again radiating her usual haughtiness. Qin Shou sat cross-legged, channeling the 5 elements technique, and soon, his sausage-like lips returned to their normal state. This is, Dragon Princess Ruo blinked in astonishment, finding the occurrence utterly miraculous. Yet, realizing that Qin Shou was a master of ancient martial arts, she felt reassured. In truth, your smile is quite charming, Qin Shou remarked, his mind lingering on the image of Dragon Princess Ruo smiling. Do you truly enjoy my laughter? She suddenly gazed at him with deep affection. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded, finding her smile captivating. Humph, since you like it, I shall refrain from smiling. Dragon Princess Ruo declared triumphantly, feeling she had gained the upper hand. How childish. Qin Shou shook his head, noting this immature facet of her character. Dragon Princess Ruo walked briskly, yet upon considering the depth of the forest surrounding them, she slowed her pace. Meanwhile, Qin Shou held a compass, observing the needle as he advanced step by step. It should be nearby. Qin Shou surveyed his surroundings, his eyes emanating a golden light as he began to scan the ambient spiritual energy. Indeed, beneath a stone, he detected a flicker of crimson light. Lie down. Lure it out, he instructed Dragon Princess Ruo. Huh? Me? Lure? Lure what? She hesitated, contemplating her escape. Qin Shou seemed exceedingly unreliable. If you wish to survive, obediently comply. If that creature escapes, even the Grand Luo Golden Immortal cannot save you. Reluctantly, Dragon Princess Ruo chose to place her trust in Qin Shou for once and laid down upon the ground. In Qin Shou's eyes, as Dragon Princess Ruo reclined, the red malevolent energy emanating from her began to disperse into the surroundings. Suddenly, a small head emerged from a distant rock, gradually approaching Dragon Princess Ruo. She sensed something drawing closer to her, yet was unable to see it. The creature hesitated momentarily before leaping forth, landing on Dragon Princess Ruo's chest with its tiny feet. Only then did she discern its identity. It was a diminutive red figure, reminiscent of the ginseng fruit from television dramas, with two tiny eyes darting about. Whoa! A tear trickled down Dragon Princess Ruo's cheek. Could this be a spirit from the underworld? Urgent as a law command. Seal. Qin Shou suddenly sprang forth, his golden sword disintegrating into countless pieces, encapsulating the small red figure. The petite red figure sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, but was ensnared by an invisible force. Either perish or lose a leg. Qin Shou's voice was devoid of emotion as he pronounced this decree. The small red figure comprehended that the individual before it was a master of unfathomable prowess, rendering it utterly powerless to resist. Gritting its teeth, a flicker of determination and resignation crossed its eyes. Caught between life and death, it ultimately chose to acquiesce. He extended his slender arm and, with all his might, forcefully tore off one of his own legs. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shou approached calmly, reaching out to take the leg that the little red figure had discarded. After confirming its authenticity, he slowly sheathed the mysterious golden sword imbued with an enigmatic aura. At that moment, the little red figure seemed to have received a pardon. Seizing the opportunity to swiftly burrow into the ground, its movements akin to an eel slipping into mud, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Long Jiru, standing nearby, had already fainted from fright. Qin Shou gazed at the unconscious Long Jiru and then placed the little red figure's leg into his mouth, gently chewing it. The leg seemed to contain a unique energy, gradually dissolving in his mouth. He then crouched down, gently prying open Long Jiru's tightly shut mouth, and through a mouth-to-mouth method, fed her the chewed substance. Blood ginseng restrains malevolent energy. One leg is sufficient. Qin Shou patiently awaited Long Jiru's awakening. And there was a reason behind his need for only one leg of the little red figure. Creatures like blood ginseng, nurtured by nature, take countless years to mature, a process fraught with hardship. For cultivators, casually killing them is a grave taboo that violates the laws of heaven and earth. As long as they are not brought to the brink of death, it won't be long before, due to the blood ginseng's formidable vitality, its leg will regenerate. Before long, Long Jiru's tightly closed eyes gradually fluttered open, and her previously pale face began to regain a semblance of color. She felt as though a surge of overwhelming power had been infused into her body, a seemingly endless vigor. Bewildered, she looked around and murmured, "What just happened? I think I saw a ghost." "You must still be under the effects of the snake venom, experiencing hallucinations. Come, let me help you draw it out," Qin Shou replied, gently turning Long Jiru over and leaning down to concentrate on extracting the residual snake venom from her. "Is that so?" Long Jiru cradled her chin in her hands, her eyes filled with confusion, offering no resistance as Qin Shou removed her pants. Perhaps it really was just a hallucination, for in her understanding, how could there truly be ghosts in this world? After a while, Qin Shou stood up, pursing his lips. "Why do I taste something strange in my mouth? Did you do something inappropriate to me while I was unconscious?" Long Jiru eyed Qin Shou suspiciously, as indeed there was an odd taste lingering in her mouth that led her to question. I fed you blood ginseng, and now your ailment has been cured. Qin Shou explained. Blood ginseng? Don't lie to me. How could there possibly be blood ginseng on Qin Shou Mountain? Long Jiru utterly disbelieved Qin Shou's words, her tone rife with skepticism. It is blood ginseng. Qin Shou couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated at Long Jiru's misunderstanding, before turning to leave. Hey, wait for me. Don't leave me alone. Qin Shou. Long Jiru finally realized what was happening, hurriedly pulling up her pants and scampering after him in a flurry. Chapter 22. The art of Feng Shui. Transfer. Qin Shou and Long Jiru descended the winding mountain path at a leisurely pace. Below, Long Batian, who had been anxiously awaiting their return, quickly spotted their figures and hastened towards them with an urgent expression. Qin Shou, what transpired? The external factors have been resolved. Now we must address the internal and external elements. Qin Shou's gaze firmly settled upon the Long family ancestral grave. At that moment, the grave exuded an eerie green aura, starkly contrasting with the surrounding fresh air, as if a mysterious and malevolent force was subtly emanating from within. Internal factors? What do you mean, Qin Shou? Are you suggesting that there is something within the grave? Long Batian felt a wave of ominous premonition wash over him. Detonate the grave. Qin Shou's words were succinct and resolute. Absolutely not. Blowing up the ancestral grave is blasphemous. I must discuss this with my father. Long Batian's face betrayed his inner turmoil. He found himself unable to act independently, for the ancestral grave held profound significance for the Long family, embodying their honor and legacy. He feared that Qin Shou's method might be unreliable, should they rashly destroy the grave and disrupt the Feng Shui that had been passed down through generations. It could lead to irreparable disaster for the entire Long family. Without delay, Long Batian contacted his father to report the situation. Meanwhile, Long Jiru hurried over to the esteemed physician. Hua, please examine me. Is my health restored? Long Jiru furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of unease, and deemed it necessary to verify her condition with the experienced healer. Oh, Hua's eyes sharpened with focus as he reached out, firmly grasping Long Jiru's wrist, and began to take her pulse meticulously. You have actually recovered? What did he do to you? A look of profound astonishment washed over Hua's face, his previously beautiful features now etched with disbelief. It was known that Long Jiru had been afflicted with a terminal illness notoriously difficult to cure. Yet she had seemingly healed in such a brief span, surpassing his medical understanding. Qin Shou said he fed me blood ginseng. Long Jiru exhaled gently, relieved that her ailment had been cured. She cast a covert glance at Qin Shou, who appeared somewhat unreliable yet possessed a measure of genuine skill. Hey, Qin Shou, stop. What are you intending to do? Long Jiru's periphery caught sight of Qin Shou's unusual actions as he strode purposefully towards the ancestral grave, causing her heart to leap in alarm. She immediately raised her voice in protest. I have no time to waste. Open. Qin Shou raised his palm abruptly and struck the grave with great force. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the rumble of thunder, as the grave was violently blasted apart, debris flying and dust swirling about. Long Batian and Long Jiru hurriedly approached upon hearing the commotion. A nauseating stench assaulted their senses, making it nearly impossible to breathe. What on earth is that? Why does it smell so foul? Long Batian hastily covered his nose with his hand. His brow furrowed in discomfort as he cautiously peered into the grave that had been blasted open. Inside, the coffin lay in a state of utter decay, as if it had endured the ravages of time. A peculiar green liquid, exuding an eerie sheen, continuously oozed from the crevices of the coffin, resembling the essence of some malevolent entity. This is corpse fluid, Qin Shou remarked gravely. Upon hearing this, Long Jiru and the divine physician, Hua, turned ashen, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a specter. Open. Qin Shou pressed his palms firmly against the decayed coffin, slowly pushing it open. Accompanied by a series of grating creaks that sent shivers down their spines, the coffin finally yielded, releasing an even more pungent stench of rot. As the onlookers focused their gaze, a chilling sight awaited them within the coffin. Alongside a disturbingly pale skeleton lay a corpse, astonishingly clad in modern attire. An incongruity that starkly contrasted with the ancient, decaying atmosphere of the ancestral grave. Who is this? How did they die in my family's ancestral tomb? Long Batian's eyes widened in shock and confusion. He could not fathom why a corpse of unknown origin, dressed in contemporary clothing, would be found in his family's burial site. A situation replete with inexplicable strangeness. This is a Feng Shui transfer technique. Someone seeks to usurp the Long family's fortune by burying their ancestor in our grave. Qin Shou elucidated, then shifted the conversation. Recently, has there been any family competing with you for business and succeeding? Yes. Long Jiruo responded swiftly, as she had been managing the Long Group. It's the Li family. They have been poaching many clients from the Long Group recently. Her eyes revealed unmistakable dissatisfaction and fury as she spoke of the Li family. The recent misfortunes in the Long Group's business had been a source of pent-up frustration for her, and at that moment, it felt as if she had finally found an outlet for her anger. That confirms it. This person must be from the Li family and has only recently passed. Qin Shou continued, carefully turning the corpse over. The features of the deceased had begun to decompose, the flesh taking on a nauseating pale hue, releasing foul odors, yet some faintly discernible facial characteristics allowed for identification. It is the late elder Li. I attended his funeral. Long Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief. He vividly recalled the scenes from elder Li's funeral, now confronted with the shocking revelation of the elder's corpse appearing in his ancestral grave, the implications of which were unmistakable. As this realization dawned, Long Baishan's fist clenched involuntarily, the veins on the back of his hands bulging with tension. He struggled to suppress the rage surging within him. Yearning to confront the Li family for clarity, Long Jiruo, gathering her courage, cautiously approached step by step. Her slender fingers, reminiscent of tender green shoots, trembled slightly as they gently grasped Qin Shou's arm. Could she retaliate? Long Jiru raised her head, her eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions, anger, resentment, and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. A faint smirk graced Qin Shou's lips, tinged with a hint of irreverence and mockery, as he reached out to delicately lift her chin. Locking his gaze onto her eyes, and slowly inquired, "To what extent do you wish to go?" "The Li family seeks to annihilate my Long family. It is unworthy of a gentleman to leave this grudge unavenged. I shall destroy the Li family." In that moment, Long Jiru's eyes blazed with fierce fury, her posture regal, emanating a unique aura that unmistakably revealed her formidable presence, transforming her from the previously delicate figure into a woman of strength that can be easily arranged. A mysterious smile danced upon Qin Shou's face. "Bury the body at the spot where we found the severed head. Within a week, I assure you, the Li family will be brought to ruin." His tone was infused with confidence, as though every thread of fate was woven into his design. "And what of our Long family's Feng Shui?" Long Bat-Ian cast a worried glance at Qin Shou, his primary concern still the matter of their family's fortune. "The Feng Shui of your Long family is unaffected. Simply cleanse the premises and replace it with a new coffin," Qin Shou replied with a calm demeanor, turning slightly as he ambled away at a leisurely pace, his silhouette growing increasingly enigmatic in the dim light. Long Jiru chose to remain behind, tasked with managing a series of subsequent affairs. Meanwhile, Long Bat-Ian promptly reported the situation in detail to his father, Long Jianshan, over the phone. "What a formidable family the Lis are. It seems I have been overly courteous to them previously." Long Jianshan's voice on the other end was low and frigid, a glimmer of chilling malice flashing in his eyes. The Long family had risen to affluence in Jiangzhou, weathering countless storms, and had amassed profound depth and influence. They were not easily provoked, and the Li family's actions had undoubtedly awakened this slumbering giant. Chapter 23. Spending money like water after much hesitation. The esteemed Dr. Hua finally resolved to take decisive action and swiftly pursued Qin Shou. "Allow me to drive you." With that, Dr. Hua settled into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and gently departed, escorting Qin Shou back to the city. Throughout the journey, her gaze seemed irresistibly drawn to the figure seated in the passenger seat. Glancing at him intermittently, her eyes brimming with uncontainable curiosity. "You wish to inquire how I cured Long Jiru, do you not?" Qin Shou, as if reading her thoughts, spoke first. "Indeed." Dr. Hua fervently nodded, her head bobbing rapidly like a garlic pounder. "There exists a plant known as blood ginseng. Consuming it can dispel the malevolent energy within one's body," Qin Shou replied nonchalantly. "Is blood ginseng truly a real plant?" Dr. Hua questioned, her expression one of bewilderment as she rapidly recalled her limited knowledge of it. She had only ever heard her grandfather mention it in his descriptions. Blood ginseng was a miraculous entity, paramount in both the cultivation of ancient martial artists and in the healing arts. Alas, it seemed merely a figment of legend. Her understanding of contemporary herbal materials revealed no trace of such a botanical wonder. "The world is vast, teeming with wonders," Qin Shou remarked with an air of indifference. Reclining comfortably with his feet propped on the car's storage compartment, hands resting blissfully beneath his head. "And is your Feng Shui technique genuine? Can it truly bring ruin to the Li family?" Dr. Hua probed further. "Certainly. Do you believe I am a charlatan?" Qin Shou replied with a gentle smile, confidence radiating from him as though he held all the reins of fate. He was well aware that it would not be long before the Li family faced a series of misfortunes. Dr. Hua's eyes flickered as she contemplated her next steps. She resolved to remain in Jiangzhou to await the outcome. If what Qin Shou claimed were indeed true, she would humbly seek him out as a mentor to learn this extraordinary skill. Where shall I take you? Dr. Hua asked, snapping back to the present. To Duobao Pavilion. I wish to procure some herbs. Qin Shou stated without hesitation. Duobao Pavilion? Upon hearing the name, Dr. Hua's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile, the upward curve hinting at some hidden meaning. She then deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding Qin Shou toward their destination. Upon arriving at the entrance of Duobao Pavilion, Yang Tai spotted Qin Shou immediately, his expression transforming as if he had encountered a long-lost father, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah, young Master Qin, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your return. I have news regarding the Tian Ning grass, but the seller is unwilling to part with it. As he spoke, Yang Tai's gaze inadvertently swept to Dr. Hua, causing him to momentarily freeze, uncertain if he was mistaken. He quickly rubbed his eyes, striving to confirm his sight. Just as he was about to speak, he was halted by a cold, warning gaze from the renowned healer, Hua. Yang Tai promptly averted his eyes, understanding that there must be a reason behind it, and thus adopted a more respectful demeanor towards Qin Shou, bowing lower. In whose possession is the Tian Ning grass? Qin Shou inquired calmly and directly, for his sole concern was the Tian Ning grass, which was also a vital ingredient for concocting the foundation establishment pill. In the hands of the Li family, specifically Li Dekang. Yang Tai replied while ushering the two into the room, serving tea and pouring water like a mere servant. The Li family, you say? A cryptic smile appeared on Qin Shou's face. It wouldn't be long before the Li family would fall, and the Long family would surely devour them. At that time, the Tian Ning grass would likewise fall into his grasp. Given his current display of power and his relationship with Long Jirua, the Long family would undoubtedly look to him for guidance. They wished to break free from the control of the four great families, and only he could assist them. Here are the other herbs you requested, but Yang Tai hesitated, having spent a considerable amount of money to gather these herbs, fearing that Qin Shou might not possess sufficient funds. Money is not an issue, Qin Shou replied, lifting the teacup and taking a delicate sip. Very well, 110 million. Yang Tai stated a price. Pfft. Qin Shou spat out his tea. He had only 100 million, and now Yang Tai demanded 110 million from him. Here's the inventory list. Please take a look, young Master Qin. Yang Tai handed the list to Qin Shou. Qin Shou glanced at it, his gaze landing upon the Millennium Ganoderma, and not to mention the Xianbingzhu fruit. This was an exceptionally rare fruit, typically found in the Arctic or Antarctic regions. Before establishing his foundation, he needed to consume the Shisui pill to refine his body. And both of these herbs were essential for that. 100 million then. Qin Shou began to negotiate, as that was all he had. This. Yang Tai looked up at Hua, knowing that if she nodded, he would acquiesce. As the treasure pavilion was a property of the Hua family, and he was merely managing it, Hua slowly nodded, indicating her approval. After all, it was merely 10 million. A small favor for Qin Shou. Deal. When Qin Shou saw that only a few hundred remained in his account, he felt utterly dismayed. Money comes swiftly, but vanishes even faster. The crux of the matter was that, not only did he lack the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, but he also had not yet gathered all the herbs necessary for the Shisui pill, which would require a substantial amount of money, a veritable bottomless pit. His head ached. Qin Shou rubbed his forehead. Why do you require so many rare herbs? Hua inquired curiously, as these herbs were exceedingly precious and essential for ancient martial artist cultivation. Have you forgotten? I am also an ancient martial artist. Qin Shou replied nonchalantly, refraining from disclosing that he was a cultivator, as it appeared that he was the only cultivator left on the entire planet. Ah, indeed, Hua chuckled, having overlooked this fact, and moreover, he was a remarkably formidable ancient martial artist. Qin Shou's strength is at least at the mid-stage of the dark energy realm, a commendable achievement among the younger generation. With that, he departed from the treasure pavilion, carrying the herbs. Dr. Hua accompanied Qin Shou to his rental accommodation, where the sight that greeted them was utterly dismal, hardly befitting a billionaire's residence. After Dr. Hua left, Qin Shou placed the herbs beneath his bed, pondering whether they might be stolen. He gazed at the few herbs before him, lamenting the absence of a spatial ring. Even a storage bag would suffice. The herbs here held a minimum value of 200 million. Little Shou, do you miss your mother? Look at the delicious treats I brought you. Lu Linglong entered, laden with bags and bundles. You're quite bothersome, you know? Qin Shou observed Lu Linglong, his joy not as profound as anticipated. Her cunning nature suggested she was fully aware of the truth behind the Qin family's downfall, and it was entirely possible she had a hand in it. Don't be angry, little Shou Shou. Would you like me to bring that woman from the Long family over to cheer you up? Lu Linglong set her things down and lunged forward, embracing Qin Shou tightly. Chapter 24. The cold CEO finds the bed too hard. Move aside. With a look of disdain, Qin Shou tossed Lu Linglong onto the bed, immediately distancing himself from her. I must inform you, Lu Linglong, until the truth is revealed. I wish for you to maintain your distance from me. Do not expect me to acknowledge you. Qin Shou gazed at Lu Linglong coldly, as if she were a complete stranger. Your words wound me deeply, dear mother. Yet, I have faith that one day you will come to understand my intentions. Lu Linglong replied, rising to enter the kitchen, where she began to prepare a meal for Qin Shou. Once the dishes were ready, Qin Shou did not refuse. He genuinely enjoyed the meals Lu Linglong prepared, a fondness that had lingered since childhood. It was a fact that during his youth, he had required her embrace to fall asleep. Denying any affection for her would be a falsehood. As they sat together for dinner, Lu Linglong glanced up at Qin Shou. Little Shou Shou, your Feng Shui skills are remarkable. The Lu family's losses have been completely recovered, and the Wang family has suffered greatly. With her chin resting on her hand, she regarded him with curiosity, having previously believed that Feng Shui practitioners were mere charlatans. And what of it? Qin Shou responded nonchalantly, exhibiting no surprise regarding such matters, as he held confidence in his own abilities. By the way, I heard you defeated a master of the Long family's hidden strength? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, he was the son of that man, and his talents were indeed formidable. Indeed, Qin Shou replied tersely. No wonder you require such an abundance of herbs. However, in the pursuit of martial arts, one must avoid recklessness. Relying on medicine to enhance one's prowess ultimately leads to a hollow foundation, unsuitable for sustained growth. Lu Linglong seemed quite knowledgeable about martial disciplines. I merely wish to comprehend the realms of martial arts, Qin Shou stated. As he found himself utterly ignorant of ancient warriors and uncertain of his own strength against formidable foes. Martial arts are categorized into the realms of Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, Grandmaster, Nirvana, and the superior realm of Xiantian. The master you vanquished from the Long family was merely at the initial stage of Njin. Lu Linglong continued. Your ability to defeat an initial Njin master suggests that your strength lies at the pinnacle of mid Njin. Is that so? Qin Shou pondered, confusion evident in his expression. Currently, he was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and had no idea where he stood in relation to ancient warriors. Only encounters with opponents of equal caliber could provide clarity. The last time he defeated that old man from the Long family, he had not even exerted himself. And yet his adversary had fallen. If there is anything you do not understand, or if you require materials, Mother can assist you. You must recognize that the Lu family is among the foremost powers in Jiangzhou. Lu Linglong declared, her pride evident. The strength of the Lu family was not to be underestimated, even among the 4 great families. Although she was not the head of the Lu family, her words carried more weight than those of the family leader. That will not be necessary. Qin Shou declined Lu Linglong's offer. As he had never favored being indebted to others, he preferred to rely on his own hands to earn his livelihood. Very well. However, I must caution you. Avoid using your identity card for any transactions, lest others discover your lineage as the child of Qin Ming. The enemies of the Qin family may seek vengeance upon you again. Lu Linglong concluded her instructions, casting a lingering glance at Qin Shou before rising to depart. Her sole endeavor was to safeguard Qin Shou, ensuring that news of him did not disseminate throughout Jiangzhou. Enemies of the Qin family, perhaps? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qin Shou's eyes. He was no longer the naive child of yore, but a formidable cultivator. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile for the time being, biding his time until he could achieve the foundation establishment stage. At that point, revealing his true identity would not be a matter of urgency. According to his estimations, once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a master of the realm, or so he believed. Qin Shou sat cross-legged on the bed, diligently striving to break through to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. In. Long Ji Rua waved her hands, calling out loudly to a group of workers clad in uniforms, who were laboriously maneuvering a brand new bed into the room. Hey, what are you doing? Upon hearing the cacophony, Qin Shou promptly stepped outside with haste. I shall recompense you with a splendid bed. Long Ji shot a displeased glare at Qin Shou, recalling the discomfort of sleeping on his unforgiving bed, which still left her with a lingering ache in her back. A wave of frustration washed over her. Are you compensating me for my bed, or merely seeking your own comfort? Qin Shou raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, silence. Long Jiru's expression suddenly turned cold, her gaze emanating a warning. After all, there were still numerous workers present. Qin Shou's words were rather indiscreet. Soon, under the diligent efforts of the workers, the new bed was placed steadily in position, while the old bed was ruthlessly discarded. The workers gradually departed one by one. However, Long Jiru showed no intention of leaving, remaining firmly rooted in her spot. Come, let us test the new bed and see if it is to our liking. A mischievous smile danced upon Qin Shou's face as he spoke, extending his arm to embrace Long Jiru's shoulders, feigning a movement towards the bed. Get away. Long Ji seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hastily pushing Qin Shou's hand away with great force, her face contorted in disdain. I did not come here to share a bed with you. My grandfather wishes to see you. The dragon princess retorted with irritation, your grandfather wishes to see me. What concern is that of mine? Am I compelled to go? Qin Shouman sat casually on the bed, nonchalantly speaking while absent-mindedly picking his nose. His carefree demeanor was enough to infuriate Long Jiru, whose face turned crimson with anger as she could not help but stomp her foot. What would it take to change this situation? She found herself in an inextricable situation, for her grandfather had issued a stern command that she must invite Qin Shou over, or else she would face dire consequences. You have two options. Either you provide me with 100 million, or I shall grant you 100 million. Qin Shou chuckled softly. Even a fool would know how to choose. Naturally, you should give me 100 million. Long Jiru blurted out without a moment's thought. Yet as soon as the words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. What do you mean by 100 million? Long Ji-Rua felt an unsettling premonition rising within her. What do you think? Qin Shou cast a meaningful glance at Long Jiru, a mischievous smile lingering on his face. Beast. Long Jiru instantly grasped the implication, unable to suppress a curse, her eyes ablaze with anger and disdain. No one can threaten Long Jiru. If you choose not to go, it is your loss. Countless individuals would eagerly vie for the favor of the Long family. And now such an excellent opportunity lies before you, yet you fail to appreciate it. You are destined to live a life of meager existence. Long Jiru's chest heaved with rage as she vented her frustrations in a rapid-fire manner, akin to a barrage of cannon fire. Since you disagree, I implore you to leave. Qin Shou, growing somewhat impatient, extended his hand to push Long Jiru out, as his mind was preoccupied with his forthcoming training. You think I will depart simply because you tell me to? I refuse to leave. Long Jiru deftly evaded Qin Shou's hand and plopped down onto the bed, adopting a petulant demeanor. Chapter 25. The Power of Feng Shui. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do not test my patience. Do you dare to provoke me? Qin Shou spoke with a malevolent smirk, his demeanor reminiscent of a rogue as he reached out with the intent to strip Long Jiru of her garments. Long Jiru's face was icy, her eyes ablaze with anger and humiliation, fixed intently upon Qin Shou, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, Qin Shou halted his advances, the arrogance on his face shifting to a semblance of regret, realizing his previous actions were indeed excessive. He then adopted a facade of nonchalance, grinning broadly as he said, I was merely jesting. Look at how tense you are. How about this? Grant me a smile, and I shall graciously accompany you to see your grandfather. What do you say? With that, he gently wiped away the tear that lingered at the corner of her eye. His touch tender. Perhaps taken aback by Qin Shou's abrupt transformation, or perhaps weary of their entanglement, Long Jiru eventually managed a smile. One that blossomed like a plum flower in the depths of winter, fleeting yet profoundly enchanting. Go if you wish, Long Jiru muttered softly, her heart laden with exasperation at Qin Shou's capriciousness. Simply beautiful. Qin Shou's eyes widened in astonishment, completely captivated by Long Jiru's smile. In that moment, she radiated an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being, every movement exuding an irresistible charm. Let us depart. Today, I shall accompany you to your noble pursuits. Qin Shou swiftly pulled Long Jiru to her feet, intertwining their arms, their closeness unmistakably intimate. Long Jiru glanced at him, her heart silently lamenting the audacity of his boldness. She had no desire to stoop to his level of trickery, for if she did, she feared she might very well perish from his antics. As Long Jiru drove them towards an unfamiliar destination, a thought crossed Qin Shou's mind. This does not seem to lead to the long residence. He regarded her suspiciously, wondering if she intended to betray him. A glint of mischief flickered in Long Jiru's eyes. Indeed, this was not the route to her home, but rather to the Li family estate. Tonight, Master Li Kongkong was hosting a banquet, and according to her sources, he intended to confess his feelings for her. Thus, she had enlisted Qin Shou's company. His prowess in ancient martial arts ensured her safety from any potential underhanded schemes. "Ah, you wicked woman!" Qin Shou exclaimed, leaning closer to Long Jiru, astonished that this ice queen had the audacity to play such tricks on him. "Do not come so close. I still need to drive." Long Jiru's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she pushed him away with one hand. As they swiftly arrived at the Li residence, Long Jiru suddenly realized a rather significant issue. Qin Shou was clad in a gray Taoist robe. However, they had already reached their destination, and there was no time for Qin Shou to change. "Do not speak later." Long Jiru was concerned about Qin Shou embarrassing her, as the attendees of the banquet were all prominent figures from Jiangzhou. "Ah, is that not Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, Long Jiru? Who would have thought you had such tastes?" An ostentatiously made-up woman approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm, her gaze tinged with disdain. "Li Jie, your silence does not render you mute." Long Jiru retorted coldly. Li Jie was also a member of the Li family and had always taken pleasure in opposing her, envious of her superior beauty, particularly since Li Jie harbored affections for Wang Jian, who favored Long Jiru instead. "Long Jiru, with so many exceptional men vying for your attention, you chose a mere Taoist?" "Aha." Li Jie's voice rang out loudly, deliberately drawing the attention of those nearby. Whispers erupted around them. Indeed, how could the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou be with a Taoist? Look at his disheveled appearance. Does she intend to lower herself? Humph. Long Jiru was no fragile woman. Having brought Qin Shou along, she refused to be concerned about others' ridicule. "Qin Shou, let us proceed inside." She linked her arm with his, striding into the grand hall of the Li residence like a proud peacock. "Humph." Li Jie also scoffed, resolved to make Long Jiru's evening miserable. "Ah, Long Jiru, your presence truly elevates the Li family's status." A man approached, this being Li Kongkong. "Li Kongkong, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Qin Shou," Long Jiru proclaimed, affectionately holding Qin Shou's arm, projecting an image of intimacy. "Boyfriend?" Li Kongkong furrowed his brow. He had never heard of Long Jiru having a partner. Yet, he dismissed his curiosity, for the evening was orchestrated to undermine Long Jiru, and he intended to drug her and deliver her to the bed of young Master Wang Jian. "Qin Shou, would you like to have this?" Long Jiru feigned great concern for Qin Shou, offering him delectable morsels and even attempting to feed him personally. Meanwhile, on the second floor stood Wang Jian, his expression dark. "How dare a mere Taoist compete for a woman with me? He is truly oblivious to his own peril." Yet, the thought of soon engaging in intimate acts with Long Jiru brought a smile to his face. Witnessing Long Jiru's haughty demeanor, Li Kongkong's irritation flared, prompting him to forcibly drag Li Jie to a corner. "Brother, please don't. There are so many people. What if we are discovered?" "Fear not. There is no one here," Li Kongkong insisted, pressing Li Jie against the wall, before proceeding to act in a manner unbecoming of Qin Shou. After approximately 10 minutes, Long Jiru raised a glass of red wine, gently clinking it with Qin Shou's. Yet Qin Shou remained silent, merely a bystander at the feast. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the distance, as a frantic servant rushed over, pointing behind him as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. "Dead! There are dead bodies." The mere mention of death startled everyone present. However, some of the bolder souls ventured forth to investigate, only to discover that the deceased were none other than Li Jie and Li Kongkong. Their garments were disheveled, and they had been engaged in a compromising act when a stone slab fell upon them, resulting in their immediate demise. Li Kongkong and Li Jie are dead. Long Jiru abruptly stood up, her mind racing with thoughts of how Li Kongkong might confront her that very day, only to be taken aback by the unexpected news of his death. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she cast a sharp glance at Qin Shou. She recalled his ominous words: should the Feng Shui of old Master Li be disturbed, fatalities would ensue within the Li family. Long Jiru understood that this was not a time for inquiries. She remained silent, yet her mind was a tumultuous storm of confusion. If this were indeed true, Qin Shou would be utterly terrifying. Chapter 26. The overbearing Qin Shou upon hearing the unexpected demise of Li Kongkong and Li Jie. Wang Jian on the second floor discreetly departed, fully aware that capturing Long Jiru this evening was an impossibility. Shortly thereafter, Li Dekang arrived with his entourage. The moment he laid eyes on the lifeless bodies of his son and daughter, despair engulfed him. They were his only offspring, and their deaths were shrouded in disgrace. The effort to suppress the news was futile, as many had witnessed the tragic event. How could the stone slab have fallen? Li Dekang gazed upward at the slab. Lost in contemplation, the coincidence was rather striking. Moreover, the Li family's business had plummeted in recent days. This is the retribution for attempting to ensnare the Long family. Long Jiru observed Li Dachang's distress with a sense of satisfaction. The Li family's attempt to utilize Feng Shui against the Long family was a fitting consequence. Let us depart. Long Jiru urged Qin Shou. Her eagerness to inquire whether it was mere coincidence or the influence of Feng Shui was palpable. Such matters were steeped in mystique, making them difficult for others to accept. Li Dekang noted Long Jiru's hasty retreat and furrowed his brow. When his gaze fell upon Qin Shou, clad in a Taoist robe, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Neglecting the remains of his children, he rushed to the Li family's backyard. Before a modest structure, the anguished cries and wails of women echoed from within. Li Dekang dared not intrude. Waiting for the cacophony to subside before speaking. Qingsong Taoist, my son and daughter have perished. I suspect foul play by the Long family. Your children have died? A chilling gust swept through as a sinister elder materialized, draped in a long robe, while within the room, two exquisite women were tormented beyond recognition. Please, Qingsong Taoist. Help me. Li Dekang knelt, for Qingsong Taoist represented his last glimmer of hope. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seems your father's remains have been disturbed. You should investigate. Very well. Li Dekang promptly set out to investigate. Indeed. It was revealed that the Long family had visited the ancestral grave and procured a new coffin mere days prior. This was evidently retribution from the Long family against the Li clan. Li Dachang's eyes blazed with fury. With the loss of his children, he was now a solitary elder, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Qingsong Taoist, do you possess a viable plan? Bring Long Jiru to me, and I shall eradicate the Long family for you. If subterfuge is unfeasible, then I shall employ direct force against them. Qingsong Taoist's expression was one of cunning. As the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, he yearned to indulge in Long Jiru as well. Very well, I shall see to it. Li Dekang clenched his teeth, realizing that as long as he provided Qingsong Taoist with a woman, the old rascal would stop at nothing. However, Li Dekang's elation was premature. No sooner had he stepped outside with his subordinates than they were struck down by an out-of-control truck. Upon learning of Li Dachang's demise, Qingsong Taoist furrowed his brow in concern. Behind the Long family lies an extraordinary figure. I must acquire his knowledge of Feng Shui. The gleam of greed shone in Taoist Qingsong's eyes as he transformed into a shadow, swiftly vanishing into the night. Long Jiru surely knows who it is. Qin Shou, what on earth is happening? Long Jiru inquired curiously on the way back. Not enough. If all goes as expected, Li Dekang will also meet his demise. Qin Shou replied nonchalantly, this is the Feng Shui of extermination. There can be no survivors from the Li family's direct lineage. Li Dekang will die too? Long Jiru was taken aback. Isn't this a bit too ruthless? Aren't you seeking revenge? If so, total annihilation is necessary. Otherwise, it risks leaving future troubles. Qin Shou was indifferent to the deaths of a few members of the Li family, deeming it their own doing. But Long Jiru remained skeptical. Is it truly possible to cause unexpected deaths merely by relocating a corpse? Do you genuinely believe it is as simple as relocating a body? The intricacies are profound. Qin Shou shook his head. While it may seem straightforward to me, for others, even moving the body of the Li family patriarch to the same location would not yield such results. He left behind a Feng Shui formation in the tomb. All elements must work in harmony, for it is this synergy that creates a lethal Feng Shui. At that moment, Long Jiru received a call from her father. Daughter, the entire Li family of 3 has perished, including Li Dekang. What? Wasn't Li Dekang perfectly fine just moments ago? How could he suddenly die? Long Jiru exclaimed, astonished. Validating Qin Shou's earlier assertion, Li Dekang was struck by a vehicle as he stepped outside. Is Qin Shou with you? Long Batian wished to inquire of Qin Shou, wondering if the art of Feng Shui truly held such power. He is. Long Jiru glanced at Qin Shou and then handed the phone to him. Your daughter won't be returning home to sleep tonight, so that is that. Qin Shou concluded, promptly ending the call with Long Jiru's father. Long Jiru was infuriated. When did she ever say she wouldn't return tonight? On the other end of the line, Long Batian was dumbfounded. Had his daughter truly been taken away? Was she the one who despised men the most? How had she succumbed to Qin Shou? Qin Shou, I will not be sharing a bed with you tonight. I am not your tool. Although we are engaged, we are not married. Long Jiru parked the car to the side. Does that imply you wish to marry me? Qin Shou gazed at Long Jiru with a mischievous smile. Impossible. How could I ever marry someone like you? Long Jiru scoffed, disdain etched upon her face. She loathed men and intended to remain single for life. Aside from being somewhat handsome, possessing martial skills, and having a grasp of Feng Shui, what else do you have to offer? Long Jiru's voice dwindled at the end, her confidence waning. Upon reflection, Qin Shou wasn't he so bad. But alas, he lacked wealth and power, merely a wretched Taoist. It is incorrect. Qin Shou's mother is Lu Linglong from the Lu family, whose influence surpasses that of the Long family. Long Jiru suddenly appeared to be struck, uttering not a word, for she would not easily accept a man unless Qin Shou were willing to be devoted solely to her. Long Jiru's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, her crimson lips were captured by a fervent kiss from Qin Shou. In that moment, her mind went blank, yet recalling her own pride. She gently bit her jade-like teeth. However, Qin Shou showed no intention of withdrawing. Long Jiru, struggling against the overwhelming softness that enveloped her, endeavored to push Qin Shou away. Does it not hurt? You cause me pain, so I shall return the favor. Qin Shou transformed into a devil, pinning Long Jiru against the car seat. No, I have told you it cannot be. Long Jiru struggled with all her might, yet, before long, without her realizing it, her arms encircled Qin Shou's neck. Chapter 27. The melting iceberg. As the vehicle swayed, it was fortunate that there were few passers-by nearby. Otherwise, Long Jiru would undoubtedly become the talk of the town. The president of the Long Corporation caught in a compromising situation by the roadside with a Taoist priest. After the encounter, Long Jiru found herself reclining in the back seat. Having been seated in the driver's position just moments before, perplexed as to how she had ended up there. I told you it was unacceptable. Why did you insist on coercing me? Long Jiru, incensed, delivered a sharp kick to Qin Shou. This man was utterly disobedient, far too domineering. This is akin to assault. Do you not fear that I shall report you? Report me? Qin Shou leaned in, their noses nearly touching. You did not voice such intentions when you were the one taking the initiative earlier. Silence. Do not utter another word. If you do, I shall truly become furious. Long Jiru puffed her cheeks in indignation, her mind racing with anxiety as she recalled the absence of any precautionary measures taken during their encounter. Hurry and fetch me some medicine. Quickly. Pushing Qin Shou towards the door, memories of her previous trip to the pharmacy surfaced. And she felt a pang of discomfort at the recollection of the attendant's gaze. Fear not. I have undergone a vasectomy. Qin Shou grinned, revealing his identity as a cultivator. Burdened with a peculiar affliction that rendered procreation impossible. His master had known countless women throughout his life, yet had left this world without a single child. Ah, indeed. You are a Taoist. Long Jiru surprisingly accepted Qin Shou's assertion. Are you staying over tonight? As Qin Shou toyed with her hair, she noticed a delightful fragrance about him. Not one of perfume, but rather an alluring natural scent. Absolutely not. Long Jiru vehemently declined. You were the one who compelled me. This was not of my own volition. Right? I did compel you, and should I not have my way, I shall. Qin Shou began. Yet his words were abruptly silenced by Long Jiru's fingers pressed against his lips. Do not continue. This is the only time, and it shall be the last. I have yet to express my thoughts. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. I refuse to listen. Long Jiru shook her head, covering her ears. Fully aware that she could not escape this night. Even if I agree to sleep at your place, you must not lay a finger on me, or I will never acknowledge you again. Long Jiru felt as though she owed Qin Shou a debt from a past life. Having only known him for a few days, yet having shared a bed with him on numerous occasions. Put your clothes on first. Qin Shou handed her a garment. And Long Jiru rolled her eyes at the thought that this man could still show concern for her. However, she felt utterly drained, lacking the energy to move. Yet, she dared not let Qin Shou assist her with dressing, so she shyly began to put on the clothes herself. By the way, when you consume the Li family's assets tomorrow, do not forget to help me procure the Tianning grass. Qin Shou reminded her. Oh, Long Jiru instantly perked up, realizing that Qin Shou also had needs from her. Our Long family is not at your beck and call. We cannot simply deliver our treasures at your command, can we? Then what would you have me do? Qin Shou's fingers gently glided across Long Jiru's face. Get away. Long Ji warned as she pried open Qin Shou's hand. I caution you, should you attempt to take advantage of me again, do you believe I would not bite you to death? As they conversed, Long Jiru drove Qin Shou to the rented apartment. She picked up her bag and entered the house with him. Long Jiru intended to take a shower and retire for the night. However, upon entering, she discovered a woman lying on her newly purchased bed. Qin Shou, you scoundrel. As the corners of Long Ji's eyes turned crimson, she swiftly turned and fled outside. With her presence, Qin Shou had the audacity to harbor a mistress within the confines of his abode. She resolved that henceforth she would establish a clear boundary with Qin Shou. Come back to me. Qin Shou swiftly pulled Long Jirua back, realizing that this matter was too complicated to explain. If he wished to pursue Long Jirua further, it would prove challenging. This is my landlord, Lui Wedang. I have no relationship with her whatsoever. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Long Ji, covering her ears, sank to the ground in tears. Each time, she engaged with Qin Shou with a reluctant yet acquiescent spirit, for deep down, she had already embraced his presence in her life. After all, she was bound by a marriage contract with Qin Shou, and her family approved of their union. However, she could not bear the thought of Qin Shou being intimate with other women. Long, are you Qin Shou's girlfriend? Wudong slowly rose from her bed, a flicker of jealousy passing through her eyes. She was still a step too late. Mr. L? As Long Ji raised her head, her eyes brimmed with tears. I apologize. Long, you may have misunderstood. I am here to collect the rent. Qin Shou has owed me more than half a year's rent without payment. Wudong reluctantly explained that she could not possibly disclose that she had been waiting for Qin Shou's return today, prepared to offer herself entirely, having even made ample preparations for safety, both internally and externally. Despite her belief in her own merits, she felt utterly inferior in the presence of Long Jirua, whose beauty was simply unparalleled. As for the price of this house, I shall purchase it. Upon wiping away her tears, Long Ji realized it was merely a misunderstanding. In light of this revelation, she decided to purchase Qin Shou's residence. However, it is not for sale. Lu Ro firmly declined, stating that if she were to sell the house to Long Jiru, any possibility for her and Qin Shou would be irrevocably lost. Since she would not sell, she suggested that he could leave. Tomorrow, I shall deliver the rent to your company. Qin Shou is my boyfriend, and I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing him in the future. Long Jirua has already begun to proclaim her sovereignty over Qin Shou. Until she signs the letter of annulment, Qin Shou remains her betrothed. Although Qin Shou has already signed, as long as she refrains from signing, the annulment will not take effect. Very well. Wudong glanced at Qin Shou and swiftly departed. When did I become your boyfriend? Qin Shou embraced Long Jirua from behind, leaning in to breathe a warm whisper into her ear. Who? You are certainly not my boyfriend. Long Jiru hastily pushed Qin Shou away. She herself was unaware of the reason for her reaction. Nevertheless, upon seeing a woman in Qin Shou's bed, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. A sharp tongue but a tender heart. Qin Shou embraced Long Jirua and forcefully threw her onto the bed. As Long Jirua let out a scream and attempted to rise, she was promptly restrained beneath Qin Shou. Subsequently, an indeterminate amount of time passed, during which Long Jirua lay on the bed like a lifeless fish, her body convulsing incessantly. Fortunately, she had replaced the bed with one that was both large and soft. Otherwise, her body would surely have succumbed to the strain. You, scoundrel. Long Jirua weakly struck Qin Shou, her gesture resembling a mere massage. Hush. Qin Shou signaled for her to remain silent, sensing the approach of another. Don't scare me. Long Jirua pulled the blanket over her head, feeling vulnerable in her state of undress. Creak. The door outside was stealthily opened, followed by the sound of slow footsteps approaching, each step deliberate and measured. As the footsteps drew nearer, Long Jirua felt an even greater urge to hide. Meanwhile, Qin Shou feigned sleep, awaiting the intruder's arrival. Such a fine woman, to be so cruelly treated, it truly is a pity. Taoist Qing Song stood at the head of the bed, observing the garments strewn on the floor with an expression of regret. Are you the one behind the Li family? Qin Shou slowly rose from the bed. Oh, you're not asleep, young man, Taoist Qing Song remarked, his face betraying no hint of concern. Having made his move, he had no intention of leaving any witnesses. Chapter 28. The beautiful school flower encounters a ghost. Is it you who seeks to frame the Li family? Dragon Jirua emerged from her cocoon of blankets, her small eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Taoist Qing Song. Since you have uncovered my intentions, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Indeed, it is I. Now, tell me, who is the geomancer behind your dragon family? With a swift motion, Taoist Qing Song lunged forward, attempting to seize Dragon Jirua. Bang! Qin Shou delivered a powerful kick, sending Taoist Qing Song sprawling. How is this possible? Taoist Qing Song gasped, clutching his chest in agony. He was a mid-stage adept, and now his heart meridian lay shattered. The strength of this youth is truly formidable. I am the geomancer behind the dragon family, Qin Shou declared, stepping forward and decisively snapping Taoist Qing Song's neck. He had never shown mercy to his foes. Dragon Jiruo watched in astonishment as the usually irreverent Qin Shou dispatched his opponent with the ease of slaughtering a chicken, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Qin Shou, you have killed? In her mind, taking a life was an exceedingly grave matter, one that would lead to imprisonment. If no one discovers it, then what consequence is there? Qin Shou dragged Taoist Qing Song's lifeless body to the rooftop and employed bone-dissolving powder. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace behind. This chilling spectacle did not escape Dragon Jiruo's gaze. Clad in her nightwear, she stood behind Qin Shou, shivering at the sight of his grisly handiwork. Clearly realizing that this was not his first act of murder. Are you not afraid? Qin Shou turned to face Dragon Jiruo, perplexed that she exhibited no fear at witnessing his ruthless actions. You would not harm me, so why should I be afraid? Dragon Jiruo's response was crystal clear. She was no fragile woman. Given that their adversaries had come to kill them, it was only natural to retaliate. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Li family to seek the Tianning grass. Dragon Jiruo appeared to have an epiphany, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Qin Shou approached her, gently lifting her chin. Bend over. All right. Dragon Jiruo unexpectedly became exceedingly compliant, turning around and resting her hands on the balcony railing. Qin Shou embraced her from behind. Dragon Jiruo furrowed her brow, her silver teeth clenched, before turning to initiate a kiss with Qin Shou. Upon reflection, she realized that Qin Shou was exceptionally outstanding, the most remarkable man she had ever encountered. Since she would inevitably marry one day, why not choose him? Having already engaged intimately with Qin Shou, she could not bear the thought of sharing him with another. As the saying goes, if one cannot resist, it is better to passively enjoy. In the wind's embrace, Dragon Jiruo clung tightly to Qin Shou, her legs entwined around him. Qin Shou, can you promise me that I shall be your only woman? I cannot accept sharing you with others. Qin Shou gently ruffled Dragon Jiruo's hair. If I were to say that you are merely a tool for my desires, would you be angered? Angered? When you no longer want me, just let me know, and I will quietly vanish, never to entangle you again. As Long Jiruo wrapped her arms around Qin Shou's neck, a profound transformation swept over her heart, leaving her gaze increasingly dreamy, as if she wished to surrender herself entirely to him. Shall we return to the bed? It's a bit chilly here, Long Jiruo shyly suggested, her previously aloof demeanor melting away in Qin Shou's presence. Certainly, Qin Shou replied, carrying Long Jiruo back to their rented room, where they spent yet another night entwined in passion. Meanwhile, the school beauty next door found herself in a dire predicament. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Qin Shou. Yet she had classes to attend the next day. The incessant sounds from the adjacent room left her flushed with heat, prompting her to consider whether she, too, should find a boyfriend. The following morning, Qin Shou awoke to find Long Jiruo clad in his Taoist robe, preparing breakfast for him in the kitchen. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile graced Qin Shou's face. Conquering the icy so was a straightforward endeavor requiring sheer dominance. At this moment, it seemed Long Jiruo could hardly fathom life without him. You're awake? Time for breakfast, she announced, placing the food on the table before coming to his bedside and planting a kiss on his forehead. What should you call me? Qin Shou inquired as he drew her into his embrace. Qin Shou? You are Qin Shou. Long Jiruo bit her lip defiantly, unwilling to resort to endearing terms. Ah. It appears the lesson from last night was insufficient, Qin Shou declared, tossing the Taoist robe from her body to the floor. Let go of me, Long Jiruo screamed, realizing she wore nothing beneath, now exposed before him. Yet her resistance was feeble, and she was swiftly subdued once more by Qin Shou. In the early morning light, Long Jiruo lay in bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, aware that she needed to go to work today, especially with the impending tasks related to subduing the Li family. Will you scream? Qin Shou threatened as he leaned over her once again. I, Long Jiruo, have never feared threats, she retorted through gritted teeth, striving to maintain her last shred of defiance. Very well, Long Jiruo, you are indeed formidable. But how long can you hold out? A mischievous glint sparkled in Qin Shou's eyes as he began to tease her. You. Long Jiruo was taken aback, feeling as though 1,000 ants were crawling over her skin. I was wrong. Husband, please, I beg you spare me, she nearly cried, unable to endure such torment. As a woman, she found it impossible to withstand his tantalizing advances. In a sudden twist, Long Jiruo flipped over, pinning Qin Shou beneath her, and they both released a sigh of contentment. After finishing their meal, Long Ji-rua stumbled away, realizing that if she lingered any longer, she might collapse. Meanwhile, Qin Shou remained seated on the bed, beginning to refine herbs for cultivation. Aside from the herbs meant for alchemical purposes, he consumed the remainder. His cultivation successfully broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement, elevating his strength once more. However, to advance to the 7th level, he would require a substantial quantity of herbs. First, he needed to consume a body-cleansing pill to rid his body of impurities. Had the day already turned to dusk, Qin Shou decided to take a stroll and earn some money, coincidentally colliding with Chu Shiyun, who was returning from school. Chu Shiyun appeared utterly distraught, failing to greet Qin Shou as she prepared to retreat to her room for some rest. However, Qin Shou seized her by the arm. What are you doing?" Chu Shiyun exclaimed, startled, fearing that Qin Shou harbored ulterior motives. "Did something happen at school?" Qin Shou queried, placing his fingers on her pulse, which felt alarmingly weak. A consequence of her fright. "What? No, let go of me." Chu Shiyun struggled, unaware of why she felt particularly feeble today, likely due to a restless night. "Calm down." Qin Shou pressed his fingers against her forehead, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her mind. This unexpected act startled Chu Shiyun, causing her to momentarily forget everything. Images of her school life flooded her thoughts, prompting her to burst into tears. "It's all right. It's over now. Everything is in the past," Qin Shou reassured her, enveloping her in his embrace. "Qin Shou." Long Jiru approached, holding a celestial herb, and upon witnessing the scene, her anger ignited. "Don't say a word." Qin Shou glared at Long Jiru. "Oh." Long Jiru pouted, squatting beside them with the celestial herb, resembling a wronged little wife. Chapter 29. Exorcising Spirits at Jiangzhou University. I encountered a ghost. Chu Shiyun's voice trembled, imbued with profound fear. The recently restored memories surged within her like a tumultuous tide, leaving her utterly drained of strength, collapsing helplessly into Qin Shou's embrace, her body quaking uncontrollably. "It is not a ghost, but rather an evil spirit." A magnetic field formed for some inexplicable reason. Qin Shou gently elucidated to Chu Shiyun, soothing her frayed nerves. "Is there truly a ghost?" At this, Long Jiru shuddered, her timid nature making her particularly susceptible to such ethereal and chilling notions. "Take me to your university." Qin Shou's expression turned grave, fully aware of the peril posed by the evil spirit. If left unaddressed, it would inevitably inflict harm upon those nearby. Chu Shiyun was a prime example. She had already been afflicted by the dark force, and if the situation persisted, she would soon succumb to grave illness. "Do we really have to go?" Fear flickered in Chu Shiyun's eyes. Just the thought of that terrifying scene at the university made her shiver, as if those horrific images were replaying before her. "Remember, there are no ghosts in this world. What you perceive is merely a magnetic field formed by the Feng Shui," Qin Shou declared resolutely, though a trace of doubt lingered in his heart. After all, as a cultivator, he understood the world to be shrouded in mystery, and the existence of spirits was not entirely implausible. However, from the perspective of Feng Shui, it could be rationalized as merely a magnetic phenomenon. But the university is currently closed. Not just anyone can enter. Chu Shiyun's anxiety had eased somewhat, her fear lessening. Yet the notion of entering Jiangzhou University at night remained daunting. "You should make a phone call." Qin Shou directed his gaze toward Long Jiru. As the president of the Long Corporation, her status and capabilities would surely allow her to navigate this minor obstacle with ease. After listening intently, Long Jiru grasped the situation's intricacies. It appeared that Jiangzhou University was haunted, and Qin Shou intended to vanquish this supposed ghost, essentially the evil spirit. "I am a board member of Jiangzhou University. It's merely a phone call away," Long Jiru declared confidently, rising to her feet. The panic that had once marred her expression vanished, replaced by the poise and self-assuredness typical of a president. "A board member?" Chu Shiyun glanced at Long Jiru, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never anticipated that this woman, who spent so much time in Qin Shou's company, held such a prominent position. In comparison, she felt diminutive, akin to a speck of dust. A hint of jealousy stirred within her, and she inwardly lamented the fortune of being born into such a prestigious lineage. "Come." Long Jiru extended her hand, gently pulling Qin Shou toward the room. "What is it?" Qin Shou inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Please fetch me a robe. For today, I shall be your assistant." With a playful smile gracing the corners of Long Jiru's lips, she pondered the adage of adapting to one's circumstances. Marrying a chicken means following the chicken. Marrying a dog means following the dog. Having chosen to be with Qin Shou, she resolved to acclimate herself to his profession. Despite the trepidation that lingered in her heart, Shiyun summoned the courage to embrace this new endeavor. Are you not most fearful of ghosts? Are you certain? Qin Shou gazed at Long Jiruo with profound concern, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the malevolent forces at play. In essence, the evil spirits bore no fundamental difference from ghosts, and he feared that Long Jiruo might not withstand the overwhelming dread and peril. Long Jiruo opened her mouth, yet hesitated as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue. I must go? Long Jiruo made a resolve. She must ascertain whether there truly exist such entities as ghosts in this world. Very well. You shall make the arrangements. Let us proceed to confront this matter at once. Qin Shou bestowed upon Long Jiru a robe of his own, equipping himself with the golden sword, the Bagua mirror, and the compass. To vanquish malevolent spirits, one requires the assistance of mystical artifacts. And this is for you. The dragon princess gently handed the celestial herb to Qin Shou. Thank you, she expressed with gratitude. Qin Shou gently placed a kiss upon Long Jiruo's cheek, subsequently setting the Tian Ning grass beneath the bed, with the human-headed mushroom nestled amongst it. Qin Shou, the dragoness roared in fury. You placed the human-headed mushroom beneath the bed? Reflecting on last night, when I spent the entire evening atop a mushroom, I can't help but feel a chill running down my spine. How could one be so timid, yet still attempt to banish spirits? Are you truly untroubled? Qin Shou cast a disdainful glance at Long Jiru. Who is afraid? If you wish to go, then go. Subsequently, Long Jiru drove with Qin Shou and Chu Shiyun to Jiangzhou University. Jiangzhou University stands as the premier institution in Jiangzhou, holding a commendable position nationally, attracting top students from across the country. The president of Jiangzhou University had long awaited their arrival. President, upon catching sight of her principal, Chu Shiyun's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, and once more, she found herself enviously contemplating Long Jiruo. They were both women. Why was it that Long Jiruo was bestowed with everything from the moment of her birth? No matter how hard she toiled throughout her life, she could never attain the heights that Long Jiruo had reached. The more she pondered, the more discontent brewed within her, causing a shadow of resentment to momentarily cloud her gaze. Oh dear, Mr. Long, what brings you to dress in such a manner today? Principal Li, upon spotting Long Jiruo, hurriedly approached with a respectful nod and a bow. Upon seeing Long Jiruo adorned in a Taoist robe, he was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the illustrious president of the Long Group had an affinity for the ways of a Taoist. Long Jiruo gestured towards Qin Shou, addressing Principal Li. This is my fiancé. He is going to the school to exorcise spirits. Are there really ghosts in the school? Principal Li furrowed his brow, pondering that regardless of the truth, if this matter were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the school. Mr. Long, is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? How could there possibly be ghosts in a school? Indeed, they reside in building number 10 at the back of the school. Chu Shiyun hurriedly replied, asserting that she was not the only one who had witnessed it. Her classmates had seen it as well. Chu Shiyun, you usually perform well in your studies. How could you believe in such things? I will have to give you a reprimand. Principal Li wore a grim expression. Building 10 was deemed a hazardous structure and had long since fallen into disrepair. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us venture inside and ascertain the truth. Long Jiruo, losing her patience, displayed her annoyance. Noticing her irritation, Principal Li dared not take it lightly. He cast a warning glance at Chu Shiyun and promptly led the way. As they approached Building 10, which was seldom frequented, an ominous aura enveloped the place. The surrounding darkness cast an unsettling silence, leaving a chilling sensation as though countless eyes lurked within the shadows, watching their every move. Just as they cautiously advanced, an abrupt, piercing scream from a woman shattered the stillness, reverberating through the night and inducing an eerie dread. Principal Li's already taut nerves were jolted by the cry, sending a wave of inexplicable terror coursing through him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could there truly be ghosts lurking here? Nevertheless, as the headmaster of the institution, he steeled himself against his fear and bravely approached the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, his anger surged. It turned out to be a couple engaged in an illicit rendezvous within the school premises. Fuming, he confronted them. Which class do you belong to? Although the school had not explicitly forbidden romantic relationships, such behavior in this environment was undeniably detrimental to propriety. Strangely, the couple seemed unperturbed by Principal Li's furious inquiry. The woman, as if a marionette, mechanically moved up and down on the man, entirely disregarding his presence. Alarmed, Qin Shou's face drained of color as he sensed something amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pulled Principal Li back. At that critical moment, the woman, who had been draped over the man, slowly lifted her head. Blood dripped from her mouth, and in the dim light, her visage appeared grotesquely terrifying. Chapter 30. The Malevolent School Bell with a sudden jolt of terror. Principal Li felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Beside him, Chu Shiyun and Long Jiru were equally horrified, instinctively embracing each other as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A piercing scream escaped their lips, echoing through the eerie surroundings and amplifying the ominous atmosphere. Ghost. A ghost. Principal Li's voice, shivering with intense dread, became high-pitched, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a rattling sound. Amid the chaos, Qin Shou maintained a grave expression. He understood the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he bit into his own fingertip, crimson blood oozing forth. Swiftly, he pressed his bloodied finger onto the woman's forehead, shouting, "By the law of urgency, I command you, be restrained." As his command echoed, an extraordinary event unfolded. The woman let out a horrific scream as a thick, ink-like black mist erupted from her body, swirling in the air as if alive before dissipating like a wisp of smoke. Without the support of the dark energy, the woman fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, devoid of breath. Nearby, the man had already succumbed to the bizarre woman's bite. His lifeless body sprawled on the floor, the scene utterly tragic. "Call the police. A person has died," Qin Shou said with a stern expression, turning to Long Jiru. He then slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes gravely fixed on building number 10. Even before approaching building number 10, he had keenly sensed the unusually dense malevolence surrounding the area, far beyond that of an ordinary place. It was evident that the recent malevolence was of significant origin. Before long, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced the air as Officer Rose and her team hurried to the scene. Upon seeing the two grotesquely mangled bodies on the ground, even this seasoned investigator was taken aback, her complexion paling. What on earth happened? Rose furrowed her brow, scanning the faces of those present. With a brave attempt to suppress her fear, Long Jiru stammered as she recounted the events to Rose. "Ghost? What nonsense!" Rose scoffed, shaking her head in disbelief. Her expression was one of skepticism. In her view, the existence of ghosts was an impossibility, and everything should be explicable through science and logic. "This must be a homicide." Rose observed the scene meticulously while analyzing the situation. "Humans mimicking ghosts to commit murder is something I've encountered frequently. Perhaps someone has deliberately created this terrifying ambience to obscure our investigation." She clenched her fists resolutely, seemingly convinced that this was a case of human design, determined to unveil the truth behind it all. Empty-headed but voluptuous, Qin Shou, with a resigned expression, shook his head. If matters were truly as simple as they appeared, it would be most fortunate. Yet, reality seldom unfolds in such a manner. Who dares to call someone chesty yet dim-witted? Rose's eyes widened in indignation, her bosom heaving with agitation. Though she was acutely aware of her ample figure, never before had anyone had the audacity to utter such humiliating words before her. "Since you are so convinced that ghosts do not exist, would you dare to accompany me and explore this further?" Qin Shou raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing into Rose's with a hint of provocation. "What is there to fear?" Rose retorted, lifting her elegant neck defiantly, her eyes filled with resolve and disdain. In her belief, the notion of ghosts was utterly preposterous. "You shall come with me." As she spoke, Qin Shou swiftly grasped Long Jiru's arm, his grip firm as if to prevent her from slipping away. "Huh? I think I shall refrain from joining you." Long Jiru trembled at the unexpected gesture, her complexion paling instantly. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have consented to accompany Qin Shou to this school. How delightful it would have been to remain at home, comfortably sleeping. Why did she choose to partake in this unsettling affair? Truly, she lamented her decision. "Fear not. I shall protect you," Rose declared, thumping her chest with a tone brimming with bravado and confidence, turning to Long Jiru with a solemn promise. In a swift motion, she retrieved a handgun from her pocket, expertly chambering a round with a click. Should a killer indeed lurk within these walls, she vowed to bring them to justice, ensuring they paid for their misdeeds. "Am I still to go?" Chu Shiyun's expression grew peculiar, her voice unconsciously tinged with a somber note. "Of course, we must go. Where did you discover the ghost? Let us there." Qin Shou's lips curled into a slight smile, imbued with an inexplicable mirth. "Very well. I shall lead the way." Surprisingly, Chu Shiyun exhibited no fear at all, but rather took the initiative to guide them forward. "I shall wait here for you." Principal Li, his face pale with terror, trembled slightly, resolutely refusing to follow. He was genuinely afraid, wishing only to find a crevice to hide within amidst the eerie atmosphere. Apart from Rose, Two stern-faced investigators silently trailed behind the group, their hands firmly resting on their holstered weapons, ever vigilant. As Chu Shiyun led the way, the surroundings grew increasingly sinister. There was not a glimmer of light ahead, only an oppressive darkness, as if a monstrous beast lay in wait with its gaping maw. Rose's heart raced, a palpable tension creeping into her being. It is just ahead, in a room within the basement. Nearly there. Chu Shiyun's voice echoed through the darkness, seemingly drifting from afar, intensifying the already suffocating atmosphere. As Rose illuminated the darkness with her flashlight, a piercing scream escaped her lips, causing Long Jirua to shudder in fright. "What's wrong? Did you see something?" she inquired, concern lacing her voice. "It's nothing, just lightening the mood." Rose stifled a giggle behind her hand. Long Jirua, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to silence Rose, especially amidst such a tense moment. Cautiously, the group advanced under the flickering beam of the flashlight, their footsteps echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the corridor, resonating like a solemn drumbeat in their hearts. Before long, they arrived at the basement. A damp, decaying odor pervaded the air, and the mottled stains on the walls appeared to morph into monstrous, clawing figures under the feeble light. As they traversed the space, Chu Shiyun abruptly halted, her silhouette appearing strikingly fragile in the gloom, as if the very air around her had solidified. "This is the place." Her voice carried an inexplicable eeriness, reverberating through the basement. "We came here to play, but they all died. All died." The last words dwindled to a whisper, echoing as if from the depths of a sinister abyss. In an instant, Chu Shiyun erupted into a maniacal laughter, sharp and frenzied, reverberating through the confined basement like the screech of a night owl. It sent chills down the spines of those present, a cold wave surging from their feet to their hearts. Rose tightened her grip on the gun, her gaze fixed warily on Chu Shiyun, a flicker of confusion and tension evident in her eyes. Long Jirua, trembling uncontrollably, clutched the hem of Rose's garment. "Chu Shiyun, are you all right?" Rose ventured cautiously. At that moment, her eyes caught sight of several corpses not far off. They were mangled and unrecognizable, their features obscured in a grotesque display of carnage. Chapter 31. The corpses in the wall. The crowd leaned in closely to examine the lifeless bodies, each clad in neatly arranged school uniforms, distinct in style, unmistakably the attire of students from this institution. These uniforms bore varying degrees of bloodstains and grime, starkly illuminated in the dimly lit basement, as if silently narrating the tragic fates these students had endured in life. The compass in Qin Shou's hand trembled violently, emitting a faint clicking sound, as if tugged by an invisible, formidable force. Ultimately, the needle steadfastly pointed towards Chu Shiyun, appearing as though it were pinned in place. Qin Shou's expression turned grave in an instant, and he shouted, "Be cautious, Chu Shiyun is possessed by a malevolent spirit." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Qin Shou sprang forward, positioning himself protectively in front of several individuals. With a deft motion, an ancient-looking money sword appeared in his grasp, its blade glimmering with an otherworldly sheen in the feeble light. A chilling, discordant sound erupted from Chu Shiyun's mouth, sharp and bizarre, reminiscent of a rusty saw grinding against metal, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. "Her mind has been compromised by dark forces," Qin Shou exclaimed, closing his eyes tightly as he recited incantations at a rapid pace, rendering his words unintelligible to those around him. He then began to rhythmically dance around Chu Shiyun, his movements peculiar and eerie as he waved the money sword with fervor, resembling a shaman in the throes of a trance. Observing this, Rose felt an involuntary frown form on her brow, silently questioning the reliability of his actions. Is he truly competent? He seems to be merely putting on a show. Do not speak. He is already casting his spell. Long Jirua interjected earnestly, her gaze reflecting unwavering faith in Qin Shou. Though she, like Rose, perceived nothing, an inexplicable conviction in Qin Shou's abilities resided deep within her. "Out!" Qin Shou bellowed, seizing the moment to strike Chu Shiyun decisively. "Are you certain he is not taking advantage of the situation?" Rose murmured, increasingly perplexed by Qin Shou's seemingly absurd actions. At that very moment, Chu Shiyun's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, her body going limp. Quick as lightning, Qin Shou caught her and gently entrusted her to Long Jirua, instructing, "Take good care of her." With that, Qin Shou retrieved the compass once more, commencing a thorough search of the basement. The needle continued to quiver subtly, as if guiding him toward some revelation. Meanwhile, Rose, observing the chaotic and uncanny tableau before her, realized that events had spiraled beyond her control. After all, with so many lives lost, this was no longer a matter that a mere captain of a search team could manage. Thus, She swiftly produced her communication device. Calling for reinforcements. Over here, Qin Shou suddenly shouted. He arrived at a wall, only to find it shrouded in an ominous black aura. The tendrils of darkness writhing upon the surface as if they possessed a life of their own, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. This was no ordinary malevolence. Qin Shou's expression grew increasingly grim, fully aware that he was facing a considerable predicament. With a swift motion, he transformed his golden sword into a myriad of copper coins, which embedded themselves into the wall like hidden projectiles, forming an invisible seal to prevent the malevolent entity lurking within from emerging. Having completed this task, Qin Shou hastened to Rose's side and, with a serious demeanor, instructed, investigate whether there have been any missing female students in recent years. This is crucial. Why should I listen to you? Rose pouted, visibly displeased. She was a distinguished investigator, while Qin Shou appeared to be merely an ordinary Taoist priest. Furthermore, everything Qin Shou had done thus far seemed to her like mere superstition. He spoke of ghosts, yet she had yet to witness any specter. And even if something were amiss, she believed it was likely of human origin. In her perception, the existence of ghosts was an unfathomable notion. Qin Shou shook his head in exasperation, secretly fuming. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Rose, thinking to himself, this woman is remarkably foolish. Clinging to her misconceptions even in the face of such dire circumstances, it is truly a hindrance. As each person harbored their own thoughts, the previously unconscious Chu Shiyun slowly opened her eyes, confusion evident in her gaze. Weakly, she turned her head, surveying the strange and eerie environment around her. The fetid odor and dim light of the basement momentarily disoriented her. Where am I? Chu Shiyun's voice trembled, filled with uncertainty and dread. Her gaze wandered, and when it fell upon the cold corpses on the ground, her pupils dilated in horror, the color draining from her face. She could not suppress a scream, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. The lifeless bodies belonged to her classmates. Just a short while ago, they had come here together, brimming with excitement for an adventure. And now they lay beyond the veil of life, leaving her as the sole survivor. Overcome with despair, Chu Shiyun's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Observing this, Qin Shou quickly approached, crouching beside her, and gently yet earnestly inquired, I ask you, has your school experienced any missing female students? The fact that so many had perished, yet Chu Shiyun remained unharmed, indicated a significant connection between her and the other victims. Through her sobs, Chu Shiyun struggled to control her cries, choking out her response, yes, my deskmate, her name is Wan Yiyun. We were very close, but she suddenly vanished a year ago. Oh, I know of this case. I personally handled it. Wan Yiyun's disappearance was quite peculiar, with no traces left behind. Rose exclaimed, as if a memory had been triggered, slapping her forehead in realization. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Shou cast a disdainful glance at Rose, pondering the troubling lack of intellect exhibited by this woman. How could she withhold such critical information until now? Is it my fault? Moreover, what relevance does this matter hold for Wan Yiyun? Rose, slightly perplexed, recalled that Wan Yiyun's body had never been recovered. Whispers suggested that she had eloped with a certain young man. Wan Yiyun's parents frequently visited the police station seeking updates, and she had conducted her own inquiries for a time, yet uncovered no substantial evidence. Ultimately, the investigation reached a standstill. If my conjecture holds true, Wan Yiyun's remains lie concealed within this very wall. Qin Shou indicated the wall he had sealed. What? Are you implying that a corpse resides within this wall? Long Ji was taken aback. If that were the case, it would indeed signify a homicide, and the perpetrator could very well be someone from the school. Chapter 32. The demon among us. Qin Shou pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze imbued with a resolute determination. Faced with the skepticism of the crowd, he refrained from further explanation. Instead, he slightly crouched, gathering strength in his body, and with a sudden, thunderous shout, he channeled all his power into his right fist. Like a cannonball, it surged towards the wall. With a resounding crash, a massive fissure erupted in the wall, sending dust and debris flying. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, peering into the crevice of the wall. To their shock, strands of black hair emerged from within, adorned with a delicate floral card. Despite being tainted by dust, its former charm was still evident. Indeed, there lay a body. Long Jiro and Chang Wei froze, their eyes filled with disbelief, utterly unprepared for Qin Shou's prediction to materialize. It was Chu Shiyun's gaze was instantly captured by that familiar floral card. She let out a heart-wrenching cry, disregarding everything as she dashed toward the wall. The card was an invaluable memory for her, as it was the very birthday gift she had meticulously chosen for Wang Yun. The scene of her purchasing that card played vividly in her mind, filled with the joy of anticipating Wang Yun's surprise upon receiving it. Yet now, confronted with such a horrifying scene, how could she not be utterly devastated? With trembling hands, she reached out to touch the card, as though that simple act could bring her beloved friend back into her embrace. Qin Shou slowly turned to face the wall he had shattered, revealing Wang Yun's corpse. His expression grew grave and focused, as if he were locking eyes with an imperceptible presence. Every grievance has its origin, and you may depart now. As for your suffering, I have come to understand it. With that, he stood silently, eyes gently closed, murmuring incantations as an enigmatic aura enveloped him. At that moment, the air around them seemed to thicken. The basement plunged into silence, broken only by the tense breaths of the onlookers. Long Jiruo, Chang Wei, and Chu Shiyun exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with confusion and fear. Following Qin Shou's gaze, they could only see the dilapidated wall and the faint outline of the corpse. Utterly unaware of what he was addressing, Chang Wei could not suppress a whisper. What is this guy up to now? Is he trying to be mysterious again? Despite her skepticism about Qin Shou's actions, the eerie atmosphere compelled her to lower her voice, fearful of disturbing something unknown. Long Jiruo clutched Chang Wei's arm tightly, her voice trembling. He can't really see something we cannot, can he? Terror etched her face, her eyes betraying a profound dread of the unknown. Meanwhile, Chu Shiyun remained immersed in her grief for her lost friend, instinctively lifting her swollen eyes to glance at Qin Shou before bowing her head again, sobbing softly. Go summon Principal Li. Qin Shou's expression was grave, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Long Jiru, speaking with an undeniable authority. His eyes seemed to penetrate the very essence of truth, sending a jolt of apprehension through Long Jiru's heart. Could it be? A chilling thought flashed through her mind as she surmised the astonishing truth concealed behind Qin Shou's actions. With little time for contemplation, she hastily retrieved her phone. Trembling as she dialed Principal Li's number, succinctly outlining the situation before anxiously awaiting his arrival. Before long, Principal Li hurried into the basement. At that moment, his complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, his forehead beaded with a profusion of sweat, glimmering ominously in the dim light. His steps were somewhat erratic, as if each footfall echoed his own heartbeat. Principal Li, do you recognize the corpse within the wall? Qin Shou's penetrating gaze bore into Principal Li's eyes. How could I possibly know? Principal Li's voice quavered slightly, a fleeting glimmer of panic crossed his eyes as he attempted to evade Qin Shou's piercing scrutiny, his gaze shifting restlessly. But she told me that you violated her. Qin Shou articulated each word with deliberate weight, his voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The atmosphere in the basement plummeted to a freezing point, with everyone acutely sensing the palpable tension and oppression. Humph. Principal Li inhaled deeply, striving for composure. To him, this brash youth appeared merely to be engaging in theatrics, attempting to probe his resolve. He steadied himself, feigning calmness as he declared, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. I have no connection with the girl in the wall. However, I am deeply saddened by this and will cooperate fully with your investigation. As he spoke, he dabbed at the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his internal turmoil. Despite Principal Li's outward attempts at maintaining composure, the keen observers, especially Qin Shou, discerned his unease. Soul search. Qin Shou shouted, a surge of spiritual energy penetrating Principal Li's mind. Memories of the past flooded Qin Shou's consciousness. With a sudden gasp, Qin Shou expelled a mouthful of blood. The strain of forcibly employing soul search at the 6th level of Qi refinement had overwhelmed him. You are a beast. Qin Shou could no longer restrain himself, delivering a kick that sent Principal Li sprawling to the ground. Why did you strike me? Chang Wei immediately positioned herself before Qin Shou, insisting that no matter the circumstances, he had no right to resort to violence. Qin Shou sighed helplessly, a sound laden with profound weight and sorrow. When Wang Yin had just entered her freshman year, this duplicitous Principal Li had, wielding his authority, coerced the young and innocent Wang Yun. Subsequently, the situation escalated as various means were employed to threaten Wang Yun, compelling her to serve as a clandestine lover. Whenever Wang Yun displayed even the slightest resistance or dissent, Principal Li would menacingly brandish her graduation certificate to coerce her, driving her into a corner. What? The revelation struck those present like a thunderbolt, their faces instantly draining of color, eyes filled with shock and indignation. Long Jiruo and Xiang Wei widened their eyes in disbelief. unable to fathom that such abhorrent acts could transpire within the confines of a campus. "You are slandering us." Principal Lee, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, suddenly shrieked, his face contorting in a grotesque display of terror and rage. He could never admit to these crimes. Acknowledging them would mean the instant collapse of his reputation and status, followed by the severe repercussions of the law. Yes, I wondered why everything seemed so peculiar before. Chu Shiyun trembled with anger, her eyes ablaze with fury. Principal Lee frequently summoned Wan Yiyun to his office, always claiming it was due to her difficult family circumstances that warranted special attention. In retrospect, those so-called special considerations were merely his vile pretexts. The more Chu Shiyun spoke, the more agitated she became, tears welling in her eyes, tears of rage for her friend's plight and loathing for Principal Lee's malevolence. Wan Yiyun had become nothing more than a vessel for Principal Lee's vile impulses. Qin Shou clenched his fists, his eyes betraying unmasked disgust and outrage. Wan Yiyun, after enduring this relentless torment, finally mustered the courage to put an end to the twisted relationship. However, the inhuman Principal Lee, this beast, cruelly took her life to conceal his secret, hiding her lifeless body within the walls, attempting to forever obscure his heinous deeds. Every word from Qin Shou struck like a blade, piercing through Principal Lee's hypocritical facade. Chapter 33. Evidence of the Dragon Princess's matchmaking. Do not speak recklessly about matters without evidence. Principal Lee bellowed, his face flushed and voice hoarse, resembling a cornered beast. "I am the principal of Jiangzhou University. If you dare to slander me, I shall ensure you face the harshest consequences." He waved his arms, eyes glinting with menace and intimidation, attempting to leverage his status and authority to coerce the assembly. "Is that so? Do you presume I cannot procure evidence?" Qin Shou's lips curled into a slight smirk, imbued with disdain and derision for Principal Lee. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a small flower from Wan Yiyun's attire, gently opening it to unveil a pinhole camera concealed within. This was a precautionary measure devised by Wan Yiyun, yet unexpectedly. "Your insatiable ambition led you to commit such heinous acts." "What?" Principal Lee felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. His complexion turned ashen, filled with despair and terror, muttering incessantly, "It's over. Everything is over." In that instant, all his arrogance evaporated, leaving only profound despondency and hopelessness in its wake. "Did you truly murder Wan Yiyun? You deceived me into believing that she had eloped with some boy, you wretched beast." Rose trembled with rage, unable to contain her fury any longer, and delivered several forceful kicks to the prostrate Principal Lee. Each kick resonated with her indignation toward his malevolence and her sorrow for Wan Yiyun's tragic fate. Meanwhile, Chu Shiyun was weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Wan Yiyun had been her closest confidant, and they had shared countless cherished moments together. How could she endure the heartbreak of such a devastating outcome? Qin Shou silently stowed away the sword of wealth on the wall, gently embracing Long Jiru as they made their way outside. His task was accomplished. The remaining matters would be left to the police, who would ensure justice for Wan Yiyun through the law. Before long, the police arrived promptly at the scene, escorting the dazed Principal Lee away. Wan Yiyun's parents, upon learning the tragic news of their daughter, were engulfed in heart-wrenching sorrow, unable to fathom that their cherished child had suffered such unimaginable plight within the campus. Upon discovering that the perpetrator of Wan Yiyun's demise was none other than the seemingly respectable PRI, the fact that she has persevered until now is nothing short of miraculous. The horror and revulsion she experienced throughout the day surged within her mind like a relentless tide, finally culminating in an overwhelming eruption at this very moment. After expelling the contents of her stomach, Long Jiru appeared utterly drained, as if all her strength had been siphoned away, making it difficult for her to even stand. Qin Shou, with tender concern, gently lifted her into his arms, cautiously making his way towards the car. "How do you know all this? Can you truly communicate with spirits?" Long Jiru weakly wrapped her arms around Qin Shou's neck, her face a canvas of curiosity. Her eyes shimmered with a mixture of confusion and inquiry, as if he were shrouded in a mysterious veil that beckoned her to delve deeper. "In my view, those strange occurrences are merely remnants of lingering resentment left behind after death. It is only when one encounters a peculiar magnetic field that these grievances seem to be activated, giving them the chance to wreak havoc and endanger others," Qin Shou patiently explained to Long Jiru. "You are indeed the most capable." Long Jiru's petite head nestled gently against Qin Shou's warm embrace, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, over the course of their time together, She found her affection for Qin Shou blossoming like the melting snow of early spring, slowly flowing, increasingly abundant, and profoundly deepening. Tonight, shall we return home to sleep? Or would you prefer to stay with me? Qin Shou's lips curled into a gentle smile, laced with a hint of indulgence. As he playfully brushed his fingers across the delicate tip of Long Jiru's nose, his touch so gentle as if fearing to cause her any discomfort. Let's go back home. Long Jiru's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she instinctively averted her gaze from Qin Shou. Deep down, she yearned to stay with him, to fall asleep by his side and inhale his essence, yet a deep-seated pride acted as an invisible barrier, preventing her from uttering the words to stay with him. Even before Qin Shou, she found it impossible to entirely relinquish her pride, as if it were her final bastion. All right, home it is. Qin Shou replied with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He then took Long Jiru's hand and led her to his rented apartment. But I clearly said I wanted to go home, Long Jiru remarked with a slight frown, her brow furrowing in confusion as she beheld the apartment before her. This is home now. From now on, this will be your home. Qin Shou chuckled, a mischievous glint in his smile. Humph. I won't talk to you. Long Jiru feigned anger, her cheeks puffing slightly. She had not anticipated that Qin Shou would engage her in a playful word game, leaving her both exasperated and amused. Just then, Long Jiru's phone rang suddenly, and upon checking, she saw it was her father calling. Long Jiru, get back here immediately. Her father, Long Batian, bellowed from the other end, his voice resonating with such fury that it felt as if it could shatter the phone screen. My father is calling. I can't stay with you tonight, she exclaimed with a playful giggle. As Long Jiru stifled a giggle behind her hand, she resembled a mischievous little girl. She swiftly planted a kiss on Qin Shou's cheek and, like an agile fawn, turned on her heel and dashed away. Upon her hurried return home, Long Jiru immediately spotted her father, Long Batian, standing in the center of the living room with a face full of fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Father, what is the matter? A hint of displeasure crept onto Long Jiru's face. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself resisting the separation from Qin Shou at that moment, a feeling that startled her. What could possibly be the matter? You are the eldest daughter of the Long family, the esteemed president of the Long group. And yet look at you now, spending every day in the company of a destitute Taoist, even gifting him the invaluable Tianning grass worth over 100 million. How can you justify such actions? Long Batian's face flushed crimson with anger as he placed his hands on his hips, his voice booming with reproach. His eyes filled with disappointment. Father, I will not allow you to speak ill of Qin Shou. He is an exceptionally remarkable man, and I love him. We have been betrothed since childhood. Marrying him is but a natural course of events. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from meddling. At the slightest hint of her father's disparagement towards Qin Shou, Long Jiru's brows knitted in defiance, and she regained her regal demeanor, her voice unwavering and powerful, as if declaring to the world her unwavering support and defense of Qin Shou. She understood well that her happiness must be fought for, and no one could impede her pursuit. Do you think I am unaware of Qin Shou's merits? Yet for the sake of the Long family, you cannot be with him. The more exceptional he is, the swifter his demise will be. Long Batian's expression darkened, and he sighed heavily, his eyes filled with concern. If news of Qin Shou's survival reached the capital, with that person's methods, Qin Shou would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate. That man would never allow Qin Shou to escape unscathed. He had to consider the safety of the entire Long family. Chapter 34, the true culprit behind the annihilation of the Qin family who could possibly wish harm upon Qin Shou? Long Jiru's heart raced with urgency as she fixed her gaze upon her father, Long Batian, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern and desperation. She silently vowed to find a way to aid Qin Shou in escaping his perilous situation. Many years prior, the Qin family had suffered a tragic demise, and the mastermind behind this atrocity still lived. Long Batian spoke slowly, his expression grave as if bearing an immense burden. Residing in the capital, he was a figure of significant influence within its highest circles. As he continued, Long Batian shook his head in resignation. The individual in question possessed unfathomable power, towering like a majestic mountain, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Before such a person, no matter how exceptional Qin Shou might be, he would merely appear as an insignificant insect, easily crushed. To mitigate any potential risks, you should marry Wang Jian. After much contemplation, Long Batian resolved to arrange a marriage for Long Jiru. By marrying, she would naturally sever ties with Qin Shou, perhaps alleviating some troubles for both the Long family and Qin Shou. Wang Jian? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of hesitation crossed Long Jiru's eyes. Wang Jian was her senior from university, excelling in both academics and personal conduct. Furthermore, he hailed from the esteemed Wang family, one of the four great clans. She recalled her school days, when he captivated countless hearts with his charm, and she herself had harbored a secret infatuation for him. I too support this union. As for Qin Shou, let it be. Just then, Long Jiangwo emerged from the side. Previously, he had not fully grasped the implications of their situation, but now, for the survival and prosperity of the Long family, they had to make a painful decision to distance themselves from Qin Shou. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements for the engagement banquet tomorrow. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly to avoid further complications. Without hesitation, Long Bat-Ian set about organizing the details, acutely aware that delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. The following day, the morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a gentle light across the room. Qin Shou lay in bed, still in a state of grogginess, his sleepy eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. Suddenly, he beheld the familiar figure of Lu Linglong, and an overwhelming sense of aversion surged within him. What are you doing here again? You are not welcome. Little Shou, don't be so cold. If you treat me this way, it will truly hurt my feelings. Lu Linglong pouted playfully, adorned in an exquisite qipao, as she glided gracefully to the foot of Qin Shou's bed and seated herself. Today, I bring you a piece of very important news. Your wife has run off with someone else. At that moment, Qin Shou, clad only in his pajamas with the blanket carelessly draped over him, found himself at a loss, bewildered by the suddenness of both the news and Lu Linglong's presence. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have a wife. Qin Shou stealthily tucked his clothes into the quilt, for he wore nothing beneath. Now, are you feeling shy? Weren't you the one proclaiming your desire to marry me? Besides, I have seen every part of you. Lu Linglong chuckled. In the past, she would hold Qin Shou while he lay bare in her embrace, oblivious to any sense of modesty. Moreover, Qin Shou had always been exceptionally gifted, and now, after many years, she found herself curious about what he had become. Get away. Qin Shou's expression turned as frigid as ice, his eyes revealing unmasked disdain and fury. Oh, truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a kind heart. Lu Linglong feigned grievance, pouting slightly, yet her gaze sparkled with mischief. I came here with good intentions to inform you that Wang Jian has gone to propose to Long Jiru. If you continue to dawdle, your wife will undoubtedly become someone else's. Upon delivering this message, Lu Linglong seemed to achieve her aim, rising with a sense of triumph, swaying her slender waist and departing the room with a light step. Long Jiru is to become engaged to that beast, Wang Jian. At this revelation, a chilling glint flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, akin to a sudden spark of cold light in the darkness, instilling fear. In his heart, Long Jiru had long been an irreplaceable and indivisible part of his life, his personal possession, not to be coveted or shared by anyone else. Logically, the Long family should not consider marrying Long Jiru to Wang Jian. Qin Shou furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. They were well aware of my abilities and the nature of my relationship with Long Jiru. Why, then, would they make such a decision? His mind was a tumult of thoughts, racing through a myriad of possibilities, when suddenly an idea illuminated his eyes. Could this be intricately tied to the massacre of the Qin family? Did the Long family know the true identity of the perpetrator from that fateful day? Or perhaps, Qin Shou's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle. Was the Long family complicit in that heinous massacre? Once this thought took root in his mind, it spread like wildfire, fueling his conviction that there must be unspeakable secrets lurking behind this affair. Without hesitation, Qin Shou resolved to visit the Long family for clarity. He understood that he must uncover the true mastermind behind this, or he would forever remain shackled by hatred and unable to genuinely protect those he cherished. Thus, he swiftly donned his attire, adjusted his appearance, and strode out of the room with purpose. As he stepped outside, he spotted Lu Linglong seated in a black sedan. Get in, I'll take you there. There are matters I believe you need to be briefed on, Lu Linglong called, leaning out of the window with an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shou stepped forward, opened the car door, and swiftly settled into the back seat. The Long family was indeed aware of the true circumstances surrounding the annihilation of the Qin family. As the vehicle gently began to move, Lu Linglong, her focus unwavering on the road, spoke in a measured tone. They truly dared not provoke that individual, which is why they devised the plan to marry off Long Jirua, thereby delineating their boundaries with you. Do you know who he is? Qin Shou inquired eagerly upon hearing this. Indeed, Lu Linglong replied with a slight nod, yet her tone shifted to one of grave concern. However, I shall not divulge this information. My only wish is for you to survive day by day. The apprehension in Lu Linglong's gaze revealed her genuine fear that Qin Shou might recklessly endanger his life. That man is utterly terrifying. He is akin to a demon from hell, cold-blooded and merciless, beyond your current capacity to contend with. Chapter 35. The indiscretion with the stepmother in the opulent and spacious hall of the Long family. The air was suffused with a delicate hint of sandalwood. Long Batian and Wang Xiaoxing, the head of the Wang family, sat comfortably on a vintage sofa crafted from Wang Wallywood, engaged in animated conversation. They occasionally raised their glasses to toast and burst into hearty laughter, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Seated closely beside Long Zhihua was Wang Jian, who incessantly sought topics of conversation, his gaze brimming with flattery. Clad in a tailored suit, and with his hair slicked back to perfection, he nonetheless failed to capture Long Zhihua's affections. Long Zhihua tilted her head slightly, casting a penetrating glance at Wang Jian. For reasons unknown, the fondness she once harbored for him had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of aversion. Her thoughts were consumed by the image of Qin Shou, a man who, despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, always provided her with a sense of security at critical moments. Zhihua is truly a celestial beauty, endowed with a remarkable business acumen. My son would be most fortunate to marry her. Wang Xiaoxing chuckled, genuinely pleased with the prospect of his future daughter-in-law. Long Zhihua not only possessed striking looks, but also considerable talent in commerce. Then shall we finalize this arrangement? Long Batian's eyes gleamed with urgency. The Wang family held some influence in the capital. A union with them would safeguard the Long family from potential threats, even if certain hidden matters were to come to light in the future. Zhihua, why are you silent? Are you dissatisfied with me? Wang Jian, sensing her reticence, maintained a cheerful facade, yet unease began to gnaw at him. No, you are quite commendable, but my heart now belongs to another man. Long Zhihua could no longer suppress her feelings, meeting Wang Jian's gaze with determination. She felt it necessary to disclose the truth. Is it that Taoist from the other day? Wang Jian's heart tightened, immediately conjuring the image of the enigmatic Qin Shou, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. Indeed, his name is Qin Shou, and we have been intimate more than once. Long Zhihua declared boldly, her posture straightening and her gaze unwavering, unashamed of her revelation. In her view, she was not a fickle-hearted person. With her heart fully occupied by Qin Shou, how could she possibly agree to an engagement with another man? She had already resolved in her heart to be with Qin Shou, even if it meant severing ties with the Long family and eloping with him. Long Batian's countenance darkened instantly upon hearing her words, almost causing the teacup in his hand to slip. He rose abruptly, glaring at Long Zhihua, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are jeopardizing the Long family." To him, familial interests superseded all else, and Long Zhihua's declaration had undoubtedly shattered the family's plans for an advantageous union, potentially incurring the wrath of the Wang family. Wang Xiaoxing's expression soured as well. He had never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Wang Jian was trembling with rage, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Long Zhihua as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Long Zhihua, do not come to regret this." He had never envisioned that his eagerly awaited fiancée would brazenly proclaim her entanglement with another man before the assembly. "My woman shall be cherished by me alone." A clear voice resonated from outside. Qin Shou entered with a confident stride, clad in a well-tailored suit. His once unruly hair was now neatly arranged, accentuating his chiseled features, making him appear extraordinarily handsome, as if he had stepped out of the pages of a fashion magazine. How handsome! A fleeting glimmer of infatuation sparkled in Long Zhihua's eyes as she fixated on Qin Shou. At that moment, he was undeniably the prince on a white steed in her heart, capable of shielding her from storms and resolving all dilemmas. Qin Shou, you must be aware of your standing. Should your identity be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Long Batian's expression darkened as he rose slowly, attempting to intimidate Qin Shou with an authoritative tone, compelling him to retreat. "Uncle, I understand your concerns. Yet I can assure you that regardless of who that individual may be, I shall personally eliminate him." Qin Shou's countenance was resolute. He displayed no fear in the face of Long Batian's veiled threats, instead asserting his stance with unwavering firmness. If only matters were that simple. Long Batian shook his head in resignation. The intricacies of the situation were vast, with hidden forces at play that were far more complex than Qin Shou could imagine. "I am willing to sever ties with the Long family and soar with Qin Shou." Long Zhihua stepped forward without hesitation, grasping Qin Shou's hand tightly, her face radiating determination. She was resolute. For the sake of being with Qin Shou, she was prepared to forsake her family. What? Long Batian appeared struck, his complexion pale. He could not fathom what had transpired in such a short span that transformed his daughter's intense aversion to Qin Shou into such profound affection. Wang Jian's expression darkened further, as if he could weep from anger. He, a scion of the Wang family, had always believed that he could attain anything he desired. Now, witnessing the intimacy between Long Jirua and Qin Shou ignited a fierce jealousy within him. Long Batian, I expect an explanation. The dignity of the Wang family cannot be compromised. Wang Shaoxing snorted coldly, his tone rife with fury and dissatisfaction. The Wang family held a prominent position in Jiangzhou, and now, with Long Jirua openly rejecting her engagement to Wang Jin while claiming an affair with another, the family's reputation was tarnished. Patriarch Wang, Qin Shou's identity is unique. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. If you feel uncomfortable, you may seek retribution against him. Long Batian's expression was one of helplessness. He had no desire for matters to escalate to such an unmanageable state, yet it seemed there was no better solution at hand. Do you think I fear him? He is merely a foul Taoist. Does he truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate him? Wang Shaoxing shot a fierce glare at Qin Shou, and then, accompanied by Wang Jian, turned to leave, already contemplating how to teach Qin Shou a painful lesson. However, Qin Shou, unfazed, calmly turned around. Since Wang Shaoxing was intent on making his life difficult, he would not remain passive. I possess something of great interest. A sly smile crept onto Qin Shou's lips as a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. He leisurely unlocked his phone, and the screen soon illuminated with a revealing video, showcasing Wang Jian engaged in an inappropriate encounter with his stepmother. A scene that was utterly disgraceful and laid bare before all. Oh. Long Ji's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly turned away in disgust. She felt fortunate not to be associated with someone as duplicitous as Wang Jian, while simultaneously reflecting on the stark contrast between him and Qin Shou in every conceivable aspect. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Shaoxing's expression soured dramatically. First, he was taken aback, and then his shock morphed into fury. He could scarcely believe that his son had committed such a scandalous act, which had now been captured by Qin Shou. Wang Jian, on the other hand, was engulfed in shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground, too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. Chapter 36. The initial display of strength. Qin Shou. How dare you secretly photograph me? We shall see. This matter will not end here. Wang Jian's face flushed crimson. His eyes filled with resentment as he directed this fierce remark towards Qin Shou before hastily departing. Overwhelmed with humiliation and fury, he longed to escape the place that had stripped him of his dignity, vowing silently to make Qin Shou pay a heavy price for today's affront. Wang Shaoxing's gaze also flickered with a cold glint of murderous intent. The exposure of their family's disgrace had utterly tarnished the Wang family's reputation in Jiangzhou. He glared menacingly at the members of the Long family, saying vehemently, "You, a mere Long family, dare to oppose the Wang family? Very well indeed." With that, he left a final harsh remark and turned away, his pride wounded. In his heart, he considered the Wang family as one of the four great clans, while the Long family was merely a dog under their command. Now, their audacity to defy him demanded a severe reckoning. "Father, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself. And I will also hand over the Long group." Long Jiru, resolute, clung to Qin Shou's arm, fully aware that her decision might bring trouble to her family, and thus wished to avoid implicating them. "I will take a gamble." Long Batian clenched his teeth, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. This daughter was his most cherished, and now that matters had escalated to this point, he could not bear to watch her depart. Nor did he wish for the Long family to be plunged into despair. "Qin Shou, reveal to me the identity of your master." He understood the arduous nature of ancient martial arts cultivation. Qin Shou, at such a young age, had achieved an astonishing level of skill, undoubtedly supported by a formidable figure behind him. "My master has passed away," Qin Shou replied calmly and truthfully. "Passed away?" Long Batian was momentarily taken aback, despair flashing in his eyes. He had hoped that Qin Shou's powerful master could provide crucial assistance to the Long family in their time of need. Now, it seemed that hope had been dashed. Was the Long family truly destined for annihilation amidst this turmoil? "Is heaven intent on destroying my Long family?" Long Batian muttered, his face etched with bitterness. "What if this is an opportunity?" Qin Shou smiled gently, his expression imbued with confidence and composure. In his view, reviving a family was not an insurmountable task. "By the way, you possess knowledge of Feng Shui. Could you possibly have a means to elevate the Long family further?" Long Batian grasped at this last thread of hope, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. He had heard of Qin Shou's expertise in Feng Shui. Perhaps it could alter the Long family's fate. Certainly. Prepare some items, and I shall arrange your Long family as Feng Shui to create a wealth-accumulating site. In due course, it will be difficult for your Long family not to prosper, Qin Shou declared with unabashed self-assurance. He was well-versed in the art of Feng Shui, knowing that a well-designed layout could bring immense wealth and fortune to a family. However, without high-level martial practitioners, mere wealth would ultimately remain an illusion. Long Batian spoke with concern, stating that in a world where strength reigns supreme, lacking formidable martial prowess renders any wealth merely a target for envy, incapable of ensuring the family's stability. What of high-level warriors? What am I then? Qin Shou remarked, his aura abruptly flickering and vanishing, and in that fleeting moment, Long Batian felt a palpable sense of existential threat, as if engulfed in an abyss of infinite darkness. Subsequently, with a mere wave of his hand, Qin Shou severed a tree standing 10 meters away at its midpoint. The release of inner strength. What is your true power? Long Batian gazed at Qin Shou in astonishment, filled with both reverence and curiosity. He had never encountered such a potent and enigmatic aura, which redefined his perception of Qin Shou's capabilities. I am uncertain. I have yet to meet an opponent who compels me to exert my full strength, Qin Shou replied candidly. His power was steadily escalating, and throughout his journey, he had indeed not encountered anyone worthy of his utmost effort. Very well, I shall take a gamble. The victor is king, the vanquished mere dust. I will ensure the dragon family thrives under my stewardship. Long Batian clenched his fists, determined to fully support Qin Shou's ascension. In that case, I require 100 million, Qin Shou remarked, absent-mindedly picking his nose, as he needed substantial funds to procure herbs to advance to the later stages of qi refinement. Money alone won't solve your problems. I can directly procure the herbs for your enhancement. Provide me with a list. Long Batian resolved to aid Qin Shou in augmenting his strength. Agreed. Qin Shou took out paper and pen, listing several medicinal materials, including those for strength enhancement, body tempering pills, and foundation building pills. This. Long Batian's eyes widened at the extensive list of rare treasures. Even the dragon family would feel the financial strain. Collecting everything would likely require at least 1 billion, if not more. If you gather the herbs, I assure you, the dragon family will not suffer. You will earn even more, Qin Shou declared, embracing Long Zhiruo as they departed. Why don't you just move into the dragon family estate? The rented accommodation is so poor it leaves my back aching, Long Zhiruo said with a bitter expression. Were it not for Qin Shou, she would never consider sleeping in such a dismal place. A dog does not disdain a poor home. That seemingly dilapidated place is actually a spirit ground. Qin Shou chuckled, for his residence indeed aided his cultivation. After Long Zhiruo left, Elder Yang stepped forward. Master, do you truly intend to support Qin Shou? How do you assess his strength? Long Batian inquired of Elder Yang. Immeasurable. His strength likely already approaches that of a master. Such a young master is a rarity in this world. Given time, achieving innate mastery is not beyond the realm of possibility. Elder Yang's evaluation of Qin Shou was exceedingly high. There was not a single master-level expert in the entirety of Jiangzhou, let alone one of the transformation level. A youthful master. A glimmer of hope flickered in Long Batian's eyes. This was the opportunity for the dragon family to rise. If that man learned of such an exceptional child, he would surely hesitate to eliminate him. Suddenly, Lu Linglong entered from outside. Upon seeing Lu Linglong, Long Batian's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension. I am preparing to head to Kyoto and take that person along. As for Qin Shou, I entrust his care to you, the head of the Long family, Lu Linglong said, slightly cupping her fists in respect. You are too modest, Miss Lu. Since our Long family has chosen Qin Shou, we shall stand by him through thick and thin, Long Batian hastily replied. Excellent. Lu Linglong turned to leave, determined to rush to Kyoto and ensure she could hold that man back, thus providing Qin Shou the opportunity to grow in strength. Master, that woman is quite dangerous. Elder Yang beside him swallowed hard, sensing that Lu Linglong's prowess was formidable. If Lu Linglong were truly inept, she would not have survived to this day. Long Batian shook his head, hoping that Lu Linglong could indeed delay matters, granting Qin Shou the time he needed to develop. Chapter 37. Qin Shou captivated by the exceptional woman hand in hand. Qin Shou and Long Zhiru leisurely stroll along the path leading back to their rented apartment. The vibrant neon lights of Jiangzhou illuminate the night, a stark contrast to the tranquility within their hearts amidst the bustling city. Having navigated the turmoil with the Wang family, They yearn solely for the comfort of their modest yet cozy abode, seeking a fleeting moment of peace. Upon opening the door to their apartment, the soft glow of the interior lights greets them. However, their attention is immediately drawn to a conspicuous card and a note resting on the table. Qin Shou pauses, exchanging a glance with Long Jiru before approaching the table with deliberate steps. He gently picks up the note, and the familiar handwriting captures his gaze. Little Shou Mama will be leaving Jiangzhou for a while. This card contains 2 billion, your pocket money. Forever loving you. Mama, a flicker of complex emotions dances in Qin Shou's eyes. What scheme is this woman concocting now? 2 billion. Is that not excessive? Long Jiru gasps in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. To her, this amount is astronomical. Even for a family like the Longs, 2 billion is no trifling sum. I will not be using this money, Qin Shou asserts, tucking the card into his pocket. Long Jiru rolls her eyes, laughter bubbling forth when she sees the affectionate nickname Little Shou Shou. Haha, is that your childhood name? How adorably charming. Do not call me that, Qin Shou exclaims, playfully pinching Long Jiru's lips. Though he harbors no fondness for Lu Ling Long, he acknowledges that only she is permitted to use such a name. How stingy. Long Jiru pouts, a hint of jealousy in her voice, feeling overshadowed by Lu Ling Long. Our situation is rather complicated. Qin Shou wishes to steer clear of any further discussion regarding Lu Ling Long. Having already offended the Wang family, he resolves to eliminate the threat entirely. Do not act impulsively. The Wang family's power should not be underestimated. I have heard they are an offshoot of the Wang family from the capital, and Wang Xiaoxing has a brother, the foremost expert in Jiangzhou. Their strength is unfathomable. Long Jiru warns, concerned that Qin Shou might invite trouble. After all, the Wang family, as one of the 4 prominent families, is not easily eradicated. Even if they desired it, the state would not permit such actions, and it would attract the attention of mysterious organizations. Destroying a family does not necessarily require force. Have you forgotten the fate of the Li family? A sinister smile appears on Qin Shou's face. If he were to ignore the Wang family, they would assuredly seek revenge. It is better to strike first. Are you planning to use Feng Shui techniques? Long Jiru inquires eagerly. If the downfall of the Li family was merely a coincidence, the ability to dismantle the Wang family through Feng Shui would elevate Qin Shou to a realm akin to that of the divine. At that moment, Long Jiru's phone rings unexpectedly. She glances at the caller ID, her brows furrowing slightly. There's an issue at the company. I must attend to it. After speaking, she swiftly picked up her exquisite little handbag and hurriedly departed, her high heels striking the ground with a crisp sound. Qin Shou paid little mind to the matter, and after Long Ji left, he leisurely settled onto the sofa. Before long, the front door was gently unlocked from the outside, producing a subtle click. LV Uro cautiously peeked in, resembling a wary little cat as she stepped inside. Your girlfriend isn't home, is she? LV Uro's voice, laced with a hint of flirtation, echoed in the room, her gaze fixed on Qin Shou with an unusual intensity. Landlady, is there something you need? Qin Shou felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he met LV Uro's unwavering stare, akin to being targeted by a hungry wolf, as if he might be devoured at any moment. Seeing that Long Ji was indeed absent, LV Uro's audacity surged. She took a few steps forward and boldly sat down on Qin Shou's lap, her movements strikingly natural and daring. She then wrapped her arms around his neck, her demeanor overly affectionate. Is it that I cannot visit you without a reason? Or have you forgotten your old love in favor of a new one? LV Uro teased, deliberately brushing against him, as if to provoke something within him. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, her expression brimming with mischief and flirtation. Brother, you're not being honest. Sister can be quite persuasive with a sultry glance. She leaned towards Qin Shou's lips, her warm breath caressing his face. Landlady, please don't do this. I have a girlfriend, and she would be angry if she knew, Qin Shou exclaimed in alarm, hastily pushing LV Uro away. As a practitioner of the Tao, he strictly adhered to the precept of avoiding entanglements with women, viewing it as a steadfast commitment to his path. You must be feeling quite tormented as well, right? LV Uro did not relent. Instead, she pressed closer, her actions growing bolder. One hand slid down the crisp fabric of Qin Shou's suit, akin to a nimble serpent, stealthily making its way beneath. Suddenly, it seemed she had encountered something extraordinary as her other hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock, as though she had stumbled upon something terribly frightening. This. LV Uro's gaze became dazed and entranced, as if in that moment, Qin Shou was the sole focus of her attention, her eyes revealing a desire that suggested she wished to claim him at once. Stop. This isn't right. Qin Shou panicked, quickly removing her hand. Internally, he lamented. For the landlady's advances were undoubtedly testing his resolve, and he felt on the brink of succumbing. Sister Yu Ro, did you come today merely to take advantage of me? Qin Shou said with a hint of resignation. If this continued, he feared he might lose control, especially considering LV Yu Ro's exceptional beauty and enviable figure. If one were to describe her in a phrase, it would be a stunning woman of unparalleled grace. Could you not grant me this one request? Even a mere kiss would suffice to satisfy my longing. If you agree, I promise never to trouble you again. Lu Yu Ro, seemingly abandoning all restraint, stepped forward and embraced Qin Shou tightly, rubbing her softest form against his arm, her voice delicate enough to evoke tears. Just one little kiss, please? Lu Yu Ro continued to act coyly, her demeanor both pitiable and irresistibly alluring. Just a kiss? Qin Shou found himself wavering. A kiss hardly seemed a genuine betrayal, and in the face of Lu Yu Ro's fervent advances, the resolve he had maintained throughout his cultivation began to show signs of fracture. Then let us indulge in a proper kiss. With a gentle push, Lu Yu Ro toppled Qin Shou onto the bed and then positioned herself atop him, her fiery red lips pressing against his. Qin Shou was enveloped by a sweet fragrance, and instinctively, his arms encircled Lu Yu Ro's soft form. His actions were motivated solely by the desire to ensure that she would no longer pursue him. Chapter 38. Visiting the courtyard for Feng Shui, a sudden exclamation escaped from Lu Ro, reverberating through the room. She abruptly lifted her head, her facial muscles contorting uncontrollably, her body beginning to convulse violently, resembling an individual afflicted by epilepsy. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. After a moment, Lu Ro managed to regain her composure, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. In her flustered state, she instinctively buried her face within Qin Shou's clothing, seemingly seeking refuge from this awkward and humiliating moment. What was intended to be a mere kiss had ignited a long-suppressed flame within her soul, eliciting such an exaggerated reaction. Is this satisfactory now? Qin Shou sighed, sitting up from the bed, mentally conceding that perhaps he had done a good deed. After all, witnessing Lu Ro's earlier pleading expression had softened his heart. I still want a kiss. Lu Ro emerged from Qin Shou's garment, pouting like a little girl demanding candy. She was undoubtedly still yearning for more, having spent years in solitude without a man by her side. That brief moment of intimacy had cast ripples upon the tranquil surface of her life. Speak plainly about your intentions. Qin Shou regarded Lu Ro with keen insight. He was no fool. He had sensed from the outset that her behavior was peculiar, indicating that there was more beneath the surface. Moreover, a dark aura seemed to cling to her, and with his experience as a cultivator, he discerned that she had recently come into contact with someone tainted by malevolent energy. You see, my dear friend is in trouble. She has been in a daze lately, claiming that she mistook her husband for a ghost while sleeping. I wish for you to visit her. With no option left to conceal the truth, Lu Ro confessed. Will there be compensation? Qin Shou asked bluntly, indicating that money could facilitate any agreement. Of course, my friend is well off. Her husband is the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou, Lu Ro assured him, confident that such connections would persuade Qin Shou to comply. Very well, then let us proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shou nodded in agreement, recognizing not only the prospect of a significant income, but also his duty as a cultivator to address such sinister matters. He gestured for Lu Ro to step outside while he changed his attire. Just change. I won't look. Though Lu Ro uttered these words, her gaze remained fixed on Qin Shou, as if intent on peering into his very essence. As he slowly removed his shirt, his sculpted muscles emerged into the air. Lu Ro's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, and saliva escaping uncontrollably. Under some enchantment, she dashed forward, extending her small hand to gently caress Qin Shou's firm six-pack abs, her lips parting in a chorus of awe. Ah! Lu Ro felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body from her fingertips, her form yielding as she collapsed into Qin Shu's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze became dreamy as she murmured excitedly, If I were to share a bed with you, it would surely be exquisite. At that moment, she had wholly succumbed to Qin Shu's masculine charm. Having made up her mind, Lu Ro resolved to assist Qin Shu in changing his attire, her hands roving boldly and suggestively across his figure. Whatever, Qin Shu replied nonchalantly, perceiving the act merely as a change of clothing with no substantial implications. However, the scene stirred a tempest within him. Reason urged him to intervene immediately, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of reluctance. His lips quivered, wavering between silence and speech. This can't truly be considered infidelity, he reassured himself internally, his eyes betraying a conflict of struggle and confusion. A practitioner of the Tao ought to adhere strictly to the precepts, yet faced with Luru's bold and proactive demeanor, his resolve began to waver. As time passed in this tangled atmosphere, an hour later, Qin Shu donned a Taoist robe that should have exuded an ethereal grace. Yet it appeared somewhat disheveled in that moment. Upon concluding their encounter, Qin Shu exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful to have maintained his final boundaries without crossing into impropriety with the landlady. Luru then guided Qin Shu to a grand courtyard. The imposing walls of the courtyard emanated a sense of solemnity and mystery. She gently tapped on the door with elegance. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a stunning young woman. She was of similar age to Luru, clad only in a camisole that accentuated her graceful figure. However, her demeanor was less than vibrant, her eyes revealing fatigue and worry, the once bright gaze now dimmed. "Chunch, this is the master I told you about," Luru introduced with a smile, her eyes filled with trust and admiration for Qin Shu. "Please, come in," Mao Chunch responded, her skepticism stirred by Qin Shu's youthfulness. In her understanding, Feng Shui masters were typically elderly, silver-haired sages with a wealth of experience. Could this seemingly youthful man truly possess the ability to resolve her family's issues? Upon entering, the living room was adorned in luxurious elegance. A balding middle-aged man reclined on a spacious sofa, and upon seeing Qin Shu, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. "Luru, is this the Feng Shui master you hired?" Jiali questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Qin Shu, his tone layered with skepticism. To him, Qin Shu seemed merely a brash youth. What genuine skills could he possibly possess? Surely, Luru had been deceived without realizing it. "Vice Director Jia. Please trust me," Luru replied softly, lifting her chin slightly, her gaze radiating determination and confidence. She possessed unwavering faith in Qin Shu. In her heart, the abilities that Qin Shou had just demonstrated filled her with unwavering confidence. She firmly believed he could resolve Mao Chuanju's predicament. "Well then, tell me what issues my wife has," Jiali inquired of Qin Shou, his tone somewhat unfriendly, tinged with a condescending scrutiny. He was eager to see what this young man could articulate. If it turned out to be mere theatrics, he would not let it slide. Qin Shou took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping slowly around the room before finally resting on Mao Chuanju, as he began to examine her intently. "Call the police," Qin Shou uttered a perplexing statement. "Call the police? What is going on?" Luru asked, her expression one of confusion, her smooth forehead slightly furrowed. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the so-called issues of Feng Shui. How had the conversation suddenly turned to the need to alert the authorities? She simply could not fathom what Qin Shou was truly up to. Chapter 39, the basement of the courtyard. Upon hearing the words "report to the police," Jia Li's complexion instantly paled, swiftly replaced by a fleeting glimmer of malevolence in his eyes. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Shou and bellowed, "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here at once. You are not welcome." With that, he frantically retrieved his phone, hastily summoning the courtyard's security team, intent on using force to expel Qin Shou. "Report to the police, claiming there's a homicide." Qin Shou's expression turned grave as he spoke once more to Luru, his tone imbued with an unyielding certainty. "Ah, all right." Startled by Qin Shou's seriousness, Luru instinctively dialed the emergency number. Before long, the piercing sound of sirens cut through the air as Rose, leading her team, arrived in a flurry. Upon spotting Qin Shou again, she was taken aback, silently lamenting, "Why is it this brat again? Wherever Qin Shou is, trouble surely follows." With a resigned shake of her head, she steeled herself and approached. "Rose, this is not a place for the police. You should leave immediately." Jia Li's face turned a deep shade of anger as he pointed towards the exit, his voice booming with fury. Meanwhile, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd in the courtyard, whispers of speculation emerging. Could Jia Li have been placed under investigation? One individual conjectured softly. "That can't be. I haven't heard anything about it," another replied, confusion etched across their face. Various theories circulated among the gathering, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Rose approached Qin Shou, lowering her voice cautiously to inquire, "Have you discovered anything?" "Not yet," Qin Shou replied candidly. Rose's expression darkened, a sense of exasperation washing over her. She was summoned for nothing? She couldn't help but resent the situation. After all, Jia Li was the deputy mayor, and failing to uncover anything substantial could lead to her facing repercussions. "Don't fret. Maintain order here and ensure no one disturbs me." Qin Shou instructed calmly as he retrieved a compass from his pocket, infusing it with spiritual energy. Am I to act as your security? Rose muttered in dissatisfaction. Yet, due to her trust in Qin Shou, especially following the previous incident, she chose to have her team monitor the situation and uphold order. In her heart, she believed that if Qin Shou sensed a problem, then there undoubtedly was one, as some matters elude scientific explanation. With the compass in hand, Qin Shou advanced slowly, his demeanor focused. The needle of the compass spun wildly as if enchanted, emitting a soft clicking sound. Eventually, it steadied, pointing directly at Mao Chunju. I didn't it's not me. Mao Chunju gasped, startled by the sudden turn of events. Her face drained of color. She widened her eyes in terror and waved her hands frantically, her voice trembling. All eyes turned toward her, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie and tense. As each individual found themselves at a loss in the face of this unexpected development. At that moment, the compass needle unexpectedly changed direction without warning. Previously steady and pointing towards Mao Chunju, it now spun wildly before finally settling on a cabinet in the corner of the room. Qin Shou's expression hardened, and he hurried forward with the swiftness of a gale, approaching the cabinet in haste. What are you doing? My personal belongings are inside. Jia Li's face instantly darkened upon witnessing this, his eyes widening like a furious lion, eager to rush over and pull Qin Shou away. Mayor Jia, the Taoist is exorcising spirits. Please do not interfere, or I shall not hesitate to be impolite. Chang Wei responded swiftly, stepping in front of Jia Li with a firm stance. She had keenly sensed that Jia Li's extreme reaction hinted at something far more complex than it appeared. Jia Li's ex-wife and daughter had gone missing, publicly claimed to have eloped with a man, and out of pride, he had refrained from reporting it to the authorities. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. Mao Chunju interjected during the brief lull. You wretched woman, dare you betray me? Jia Li seethed with rage, raising a hand to strike Mao Chunju. You hit me again? Mao Chunju covered her face, her eyes brimming with resentment. She had long endured Jia Li's abuse. There is a corpse in the cabinet, Qin Shou stated flatly. At these words, Jia Li appeared as though struck by lightning, his complexion draining to a ghostly white. His body trembling uncontrollably with fear, his legs growing weak beneath him. At that moment, the cabinet was locked, its cold lock glimmering ominously in the dim light. Qin Shou extended his hand and, with a gentle squeeze, the seemingly sturdy lock shattered like fragile parchment, producing a crisp sound. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their hearts racing as if leaping to their throats, faces etched with anxiety and terror, dreading the sight of a ghastly corpse upon the cabinet's opening. The cabinet door creaked open slowly, producing a chilling sound that pierced the silence, reminiscent of a voice from the depths of hell, sending shivers down everyone's spine. However, upon the cabinet door fully opening, only a few tattered garments lay quietly at the bottom, their fabric worn and colors faded, as if ravaged by the passage of time. Could this be a misunderstanding? Chang Wei furrowed her brow, stepping forward with a look of confusion. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. She had hoped to uncover crucial evidence, only to find a mere collection of torn clothes. None of you will escape today. Those who dare to slander me shall face the full force of the law. After a brief moment of panic, Jia Li suddenly regained his confidence. His eyes widened, glaring menacingly at Qin Shou and Chang Wei, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What lies behind the cabinet? Qin Shou was not intimidated by Jia Li's bluster. Before the sound of his voice faded, he abruptly raised his arm, clenched his fist, and struck the cabinet with the ferocity of a tiger unleashed. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the sturdy cabinet splintered into pieces, wooden shards flying in all directions. As the cabinet crumbled, the onlookers were astonished to discover a concealed underground passage hidden behind it. The mouth of the passage loomed dark and foreboding, exuding an eerie aura, while a damp, musty odor wafted from within, sending shivers down their spines. Oh no! Upon witnessing this scene, Jia Li seemed to be drained of all strength, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. His face turned ashen, his gaze vacant, and the confidence he had moments ago vanished without a trace. In that moment, he resembled a defeated rooster, stripped of its former arrogance. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to utter something, yet he weakly closed his mouth. Qin Shou took the initiative, cautiously approaching the entrance of the passage, with Rose following closely behind. The passage was dimly lit, and they could only advance by feeling their way through the faint light. With each step they took, the sound of their heavy heartbeats resonated in the silence of the passage, strikingly clear. Meanwhile, Jia Li, seated on the ground, was filled with despair. Knowing that the secrets he had concealed for years were about to be fully unveiled, and what awaited him would be the severe repercussions of the law. Chapter 40. The truth of the basement, could there truly be a corpse? The voice of Rose trembled slightly as she instinctively reached out her small hand, gripping Qin Shou's arm tightly, as if this act could provide her with a semblance of security. In this moment, despite her role as a police officer, the chilling and enigmatic nature of the basement evoked an inescapable fear inherent to her femininity. Suddenly, Qin Shou let out an unexpected shout, the sound reverberating through the stillness of the basement, startlingly out of place. The abruptness of his exclamation sent Rose into a panic, her face paling as she screamed in response, her voice piercing the air. What are you doing? Qin Shou observed Rose's flustered state, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Are you teasing me? Only then did Rose realize she had been the subject of Qin Shou's prank. A mix of anger and frustration bubbling within her as she bit down on his arm, muttering, this guy is too wicked. Though she was typically courageous and resolute, the eerie environment provoked a lapse in her composure. In the basement, a chilling atmosphere wrapped around the two like invisible tendrils, the darkness concealing countless unknown dangers. Trembling, Rose hurriedly switched on the flashlight, its beam flickering in the dimness, illuminating an unexpected scene. The basement was entirely devoid of furnishings, save for an antiquated refrigerator standing solitary in the corner. A refrigerator? Rose's gaze was immediately drawn to it as she approached, instinctively placing her hand upon its surface. To her astonishment, a slight vibration coursed through the appliance, revealing that it was still operational, which led her to ponder, it implies something resides within. Stay back. Qin Shou, sensing a hint of danger, swiftly stepped forward and pulled Rose away with urgency. Just then, a haunting sound seemed to emanate from all directions, akin to someone weeping softly in the darkness or a piercing wail, raising the hairs on their necks. Soon after, a cloud of black mist began to seep from the depths of the basement, swirling like a mass of ink, rapidly expanding. What is this? Rose's voice quivered with palpable fear as she pressed tightly against Qin Shou, her eyes fixated on the ominous mist, her feet seemingly glued to the ground. This is malevolent energy. When a person dies with lingering resentment, it can manifest in special circumstances, becoming what you refer to as a ghost. Qin Shou explained gravely. With that, he swiftly retrieved a bagua mirror from his pocket, chanting an ancient and mystical incantation that echoed throughout the basement. Calm. With a powerful shout, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the mirror, resembling a sword that enveloped the black mist entirely. Speak of your grievances. I shall advocate for you. Qin Shou's expression turned serious as he approached the swirling mist, his steps deliberate and solemn as he posed his question. The dark mist writhed beneath the radiance, as if striving to convey a message. Suddenly, Qin Shou, as if awakened by an unseen force, widened his eyes in fury, clenched his fists tightly, and cursed, Beast, disperse. With a wave of his hand, the black mist vanished, and he approached the refrigerator, gently opening it to reveal two lifeless bodies resting within. The corpses were encrusted with frost, resembling two frozen beauties. Their eyes were wide open, having succumbed to the icy grip of death. There's a body in the fridge. Requesting backup, requesting backup. 2 corpses discovered. Please summon the forensic expert. Chang Wei shouted into the intercom urgently. Qin Shou waved his hand over the bodies, and astonishingly, the eyes of the deceased closed. This miraculous scene left Chang Wei utterly stunned, her eyes radiating admiration. She suddenly realized how strikingly handsome this man was, igniting a primal urge within her to bear his child. Come and see if you recognize them, Chang Wei said coldly, dragging Jia Li to the frigid corpses. Is this my wife and daughter? How could they be here? Jia Li's face displayed a blend of innocence and shock as he continued to feign ignorance. Jia Li, your charade is futile. I possess evidence. Qin Shou shook his head gently, his eyes filled with disdain. A person like Jia Li, he mused, deserved to die 100 times over to atone for his sins. Evidence? What evidence? Although Jia Li felt a surge of panic within, he maintained a facade of composure, attempting to cloak his inner terror. Let me recount your story first, Qin Shou said leisurely, pulling up a chair and sitting down, his gaze piercing into Jia Li. Your daughter must have been extraordinarily beautiful, correct? His voice echoed in the silence, imbued with an oppressive weight. Jiaru, my daughter, is indeed the belle of the school. Remarkably lovely. Mao Chunju interjected, her tone tinged with sorrow for Jiaru's plight. But after a drunken episode, Jia Li forced himself upon Jiaru. He robbed the girl of her most precious first time. Qin Shou's words detonated like a bombshell, shattering the stillness of the crowd. What? The expressions of all present shifted dramatically, their gazes turning to Jia Li, eyes ablaze with righteous fury, as if they longed to inflict 1,000 tortures upon this deranged beast. Such a transgression against moral integrity surpassed the limits of human tolerance. In the aftermath, Jiaru was engulfed in panic, uncertain of how to proceed, too frightened to confide in her mother. Her silence only emboldened Jiali, who, on occasion, would brazenly humiliate Jiaru before his wife. Qin Shou's voice was laden with sorrow as he lamented Jiaru's tragic fate. The thought of her despair and helplessness within such a twisted family stirred profound anger and grief in the hearts of all who learned of this harrowing tale. At long last, a revelation occurred. Jia Li, in a moment of depravity, violated his own daughter before the slumbering form of his wife. Yet, her maternal instincts stirred her from her stupor, and upon witnessing this grotesque scene, she erupted with fierce determination to protect her unfortunate daughter. Qin Shou continued to recount this abhorrent crime, each word akin to a sharpened blade, piercing the hearts of all present. In a tragic turn of events, Jia Li inadvertently took the life of his wife. Jiaru, witnessing her mother's horrific demise, was consumed by terror. She yearned to escape and alert the authorities to ensure this fiend faced due punishment. However, the deranged Jia Li would not permit her escape, ultimately strangling Jiaru to death. Qin Shou's voice quivered with rage. The evidence lay within Jiaru's body. She was with child, and the father was none other than Jia Li himself. Qin Shou declared emphatically. This irrefutable evidence laid bare Jia Li's transgressions before all, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. Upon hearing this damning proof, Jia Li's countenance turned ashen, his body trembling slightly, aware that his heinous deeds could no longer remain concealed, and that the law's most severe retribution awaited him. You truly deserve to die, Rose exclaimed, brandishing her firearm at Jia Li. The law shall bring him to justice. Qin Shou gently patted Rose's small head, and she immediately transformed into a docile little kitten. Chapter 41. Repairing the pipes next door. As for what comes next, I'll leave it in your capable hands. I must take my leave now. A subtle smile graced Qin Shou's lips, and a hint of affection sparkled in his eyes as he gently pinched Rose's cheek. This unexpected display of intimacy caused Rose to blush instantly. All right, she replied eagerly, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple, her gaze brimming with shyness, resembling a playful kitten in the throes of spring. Nearby, the officer, well acquainted with Rose's typically decisive demeanor, stood aghast, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Was this truly the same Rose, the fiery and assertive investigator he knew? Before long, the forensic report was released. The document clearly stated in black and white that the child in Jiaru's womb indeed belonged to Jia Li and was already 3 months along. Per Jiaru, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness, buried this secret deep within her heart, confiding in no one, not even the perpetrator, Jia Li, who remained oblivious. Soon, the case reached the courtroom. The atmosphere was solemn within the dignified hall, the judge's expression grave as his gavel struck down with authority. All rise. Jia Li is found guilty of intentional homicide, rape, and embezzlement, with multiple charges leading to a sentence of death, stripped of political rights for life. Immediate execution. Court is adjourned. With the judge's resounding declaration, this heinous case finally drew to a close, and Jia Li was set to face the heavy consequences of his vile actions. After the case concluded, Lvu Ro personally escorted Qin Shou back to his rented apartment. Upon arrival, a mischievous smile flickered across Lvu Ro's face. Consider this a favor owed to you. Shall I offer myself in return? Would you like some company tonight? She jested, feigning a leap toward Qin Shou. At that moment, however, she sensed a chilling aura approaching from behind. Startled, she turned to find Long Ji Rua standing there, her expression icy. Heh, Long Zong has arrived. I was merely jesting with Qin Shou. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. Lvu Ro's face flushed with embarrassment, akin to a thief caught in the act, as she hastily concocted an excuse and fled the scene. Have you been out solving cases again? Long Ji Rua inquired. Hands on her hips, her brows knitted in displeasure. She had heard the sensational rumors about the deputy mayor's heinous crimes against his wife and daughter, the latter of whom was now pregnant. The thought of missing such a dramatic event filled her with regret and escalating frustration. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded, considering it a good deed to bring Jia Li, the demon, to justice. Humph, I shan't speak to you. Long Ji Rua pouted as she stormed over to the bedside. Plopping down sulkily like a petulant child, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Qin Shou, observing Long Ji Rua's adorable yet vexed demeanor, chuckled helplessly. Why not return to the Long residence for the night? What? Upon hearing these words, Long Jiru was akin to a rabbit whose tail had just been stepped on. Instantly leaping to her feet, her eyes widened like copper bells, brimming with incredulity and fury. Ah, Qin Shou, how could you forget your old love for a new one? I must have been blind to have chosen you. Do you think I cherish you? Long Jiru trembled with rage, her words spilling forth like a rapid-fire barrage. After uttering her grievances, she stormed toward the door. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, she abruptly turned back. Her gaze was resolute, as if she had made a profound decision, and she declared loudly, I refuse to leave. I will not let those vixens have you. You are exclusively mine. With that, she clung to Qin Shou like a protective creature, her grip tight as if fearing he might be snatched away by someone else. In that moment, she shed the icy aloofness she had displayed before others, resembling instead a little girl terrified of losing her beloved possession. I speak the truth. I cannot afford to leak my vital energy, or it will adversely affect my cultivation. Qin Shou sighed resignedly as he regarded Long Jiru. He was acutely aware that his prolonged stagnation in the later stages of qi refinement was undoubtedly linked to his recent indulgences in romantic affairs. The path of cultivation was fraught with arduous challenges, where even the slightest negligence could become a significant impediment to progress. After listening to Qin Shou's explanation, Long Jiru's emotions softened slightly, though traces of grievance and dissatisfaction remained in her eyes. Always making excuses. What do you propose we do? Is this how it will be from now on? She pouted slightly, youthful and unwilling to embrace solitude, especially after having just tasted the joys of womanhood. Could Qin Shou truly begin to abstain from desire so soon? Gently stroking Long Jiru's hair, Qin Shou reassured her, once I break through to the next major realm, we can continue. For now, you should return to the Long family. This will allow me to focus on my cultivation. You wouldn't want to see me stagnate indefinitely, would you? Long Jiru fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding slowly. Though reluctant, she understood the significance of cultivation for Qin Shou and resolved to suppress her feelings momentarily. Silently supporting him. How long will it take? She casually inquired. To break through to the next major realm, I estimate about 3 years. Goodness. Long Jiru couldn't help but exclaim, 3 years of solitude? That's impossible. Then how about one last time tonight? Long Jiru implored, her expression pitiful. Aware of how addictive such matters could be. No, Qin Shou firmly replied, pressing her head down to prevent any further insistence. This is a crucial moment for my breakthrough. I cannot indulge in distractions. Long Jiru huffed, visibly displeased. She had been so proactive today, yet Qin Shou rejected her advances, which only fueled her frustration further. Live your life as you wish. Long Ji, in a fit of anger, hurled a pillow at Qin Shou's face and stormed out. As the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, she had taken the initiative to approach him, only to be met with rejection. At that moment, a stunning young matron appeared at Qin Shou's doorstep. Her graceful figure exuded the unique charm of mature femininity. Xiao Qin, could you do me a favor? Her gentle voice carried a hint of soft pleading. Qin Wan, you're back from your travels? A radiant smile instantly illuminated Qin Shou's face upon seeing her. The woman was Du Qin Wan, his neighbor. Her husband, Liang Yongqiang, was a diligent worker, laboring tirelessly for their family. Du Qin wanted great care of him, treating him as if he were her own brother. She often prepared delightful treats with care and warmly delivered them to Qin Shou's home. Grateful for her kindness, he would readily lend a hand whenever Du Qin Wan faced minor troubles in her life. For instance, when her drainage system became clogged and sewage overflowed, Qin Shou would roll up his sleeves without hesitation, unbothered by the mess, to help restore the flow. I'm back. My husband has gone to work and hasn't returned for days. The water pipe at home is broken. Could you help me fix it? Du Qin Wan, clad in a light blue dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, looked at him with earnestness. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Shou replied, Sister Qin Wan, of course. It's a trivial matter. Please don't worry. I will take a look right away. He then turned to fetch his repair tools and followed Du Qin Wan to her home. Upon entering, the sound of dripping water from the leaking pipe greeted them. With moisture spreading across the floor, Qin Shou adeptly crouched down, meticulously examining the damaged section of the pipe. While inspecting, he reassured Du Qin Wan, Sister Qin Wan. Rest assured, I will certainly fix it. It seems the joint is loose. Replacing a washer should do the trick. Du Qin Wan nodded slightly, her eyes filled with trust and gratitude. I truly appreciate your help, Xiao Qin. It's a blessing to have you whenever there's an issue at home. Sister Qin Wan, you're too kind. It's only natural for neighbors to assist one another. With that, Qin Shou focused intently on the repair work, his deft hands working to mend the broken pipe. Chapter 42. The sounds of the neighbors. A sudden gasp shattered the tranquility of the plumbing repairs. The pipe erupted uncontrollably, gushing forth torrents of water, resembling the force of a high-pressure hose, enveloping Qin Shou and Du Qin Wan in a dense curtain of water. akin to an unexpected shower. In an instant, both were drenched, their hair plastered against their faces, and their clothes clung tightly to their bodies. Du Qingwan's dress, having absorbed a considerable amount of water, became somewhat translucent, subtly outlining her graceful figure. Qin Shou couldn't help but let out a sigh, a flicker of helplessness and frustration crossing his eyes. He had been engrossed in his cultivation, aspiring to achieve greatness on this path, yet life seemed to orchestrate various unforeseen events at crucial moments. He was genuinely concerned about his ability to resist the temptation posed by Du Qingwan's figure. "Xiaoqin, don't look." After a moment of fluster, Du Qingwan suddenly realized the transparency of her dress, a deep blush creeping onto her cheeks, extending to her ears. In a panic, she hastily shielded her body with her hands, attempting to conceal the glimpses of her form. However, the unexpected situation left her flustered. And despite her desperate attempts to cover herself, a few awkward moments inevitably slipped through. Qin Shou, equally embarrassed, quickly turned his head away, stammering, "Qi-wan, I truly apologize. I didn't foresee the pipe behaving like this. Please change your clothes, and I will take care of this." Flushed with embarrassment, Du Qingwan wished to vanish into thin air. She hurriedly replied, "All right. Thank you, Xiaoqin." With that, she dashed into the bedroom. Standing still, Qin Shou took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure amidst the awkward atmosphere. He refocused his attention on the pipe, determined to repair it swiftly as a means of compensating for the earlier incident. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Du Qingwan struggled to calm her racing heart, the flush on her face lingering, just as she returned to her room, having removed the drenched garment. A flicker in her peripheral vision caught her eye, a small dark shadow darting across the wall. Upon closer inspection, she was horrified to find it was a cockroach, causing her to scream in terror. The sharpness of her cry sliced through the otherwise subdued air, echoing her palpable fear. Qin Shou, engrossed in his plumbing task, felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing her scream. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the water stains and tools in his hands, he rushed toward the bedroom. As Qin Shou flung open the bedroom door, he was met with the sight of Du Qingwan, entirely unclad, her face a mask of fear as she pointed at the cockroach on the wall. Upon noticing Qin Shou's abrupt entrance, she froze, her eyes reflecting not only fear of the creature, but also the humiliation of her exposed state. "It's nothing, just a little bug." As Qin Shou spoke, he hurriedly approached and swiftly crushed the cockroach. Only then did he belatedly realize that Du Qingwan was devoid of any clothing. In that instant, he felt his breath quicken involuntarily. Before him lay a beautiful yet fragile butterfly, exuding an irresistible allure. "Xiaoqin, please don't look." Du Qingwan finally regained her senses. Hastily curling up in the quilt, wishing she could completely hide herself, she was filled with regret, feeling that today had been a series of embarrassing moments that were utterly mortifying. "I'm so sorry, Qi-wan-jia." Qin Shou, awakening from his daze, felt his cheeks flush with warmth upon realizing his indiscretion and promptly turned away, hastily exiting the bedroom. After a considerable time, Du Qingwan emerged from her room. Having changed her clothes, her face slightly flushed, she glanced at Qin Shou with unease, stammering, "Xiaoqin, please don't tell my husband about this. I'm afraid he might overthink it." Her eyes were filled with concern and imploration. "Not a problem. The plumbing has been fixed, and there is nothing else. I'll take my leave now." Qin Shou replied hurriedly. Remaining any longer filled him with dread that he might act impulsively due to the earlier unexpected events and inadvertently compromise Du Qingwan. With that, he bid a swift farewell and almost fled the scene in distress. Once Qin Shou departed, Du Qingwan sat alone in the living room, her emotions tumultuous and unsettled. The night, dark as ink, quietly enveloped the world. Meanwhile, Qin Shou sat in his bedroom, eyes closed, his breathing gradually stabilizing as he slowly entered a meditative state. Just as he immersed himself in the realm of cultivation, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the adjacent room. It was the unmistakable sound of Du Qingwan's moans. This noise shattered the tranquility of the night, disrupting the hard-won serenity of Qin Shou's meditative focus. "Lower your voice, someone might hear." Du Qingwan's husband, Liang Yongjiang, urged in a hushed tone. "I'll do my best." Du Qingwan sighed in resignation. How could she not wish to control it? Yet, being of a sensitive constitution, such matters were indeed difficult to suppress. Listening to the sounds, Qin Shou felt his meditative rhythm shatter instantaneously, a surge of energy boiling within him, nearly pushing him toward a state of chaos. He was overwhelmed with frustration and helplessness, thinking, how can I possibly cultivate under these circumstances? However, before he could regain his composure, Du Qingwan suddenly cried out in terror, "Husband, don't scare me. Wake up." Her voice was laden with an overwhelming sense of fear and panic. Oh no, something is wrong. Qin Shou's heart tightened, disregarding his interrupted cultivation, and he abruptly opened his eyes, rising swiftly to rush next door. Upon reaching the door, he kicked it open without hesitation. The moment the door swung wide, a suffocating and eerie aura rushed toward him. There lay Liang Yongxiang, Du Qinwan's husband, his body shrouded in darkness as if soaked in ink, convulsing on the bed, his limbs thrashing uncontrollably in a horrifying manner. At this moment, Du Qinwan was utterly oblivious to her attire, consumed by tears that flowed like a torrential downpour, her entire being appearing as though she had lost her anchor, fragile and helpless. Observing Liang Yongxiang's condition, Qin Shou could not help but furrow his brows, a grave expression flickering across his gaze. Drawing upon his experience, he swiftly deduced that Liang Yongxiang was entangled with a malevolent force, now ensnared, his life rapidly waning, truly on the brink of demise. Shao Qin, please help me, save my husband, I beg you. I will do anything you ask, Du Qinwan implored, as if she had grasped the last lifeline amidst the darkness. There, she crawled towards Qin Shou, her hands clutching tightly onto his thigh, her eyes brimming with desperation and pleading. Qinwan, please put on some clothes first. As long as I am here, your husband will be safe. Qin Shou urgently averted his gaze, for Du Qinwan's figure was strikingly alluring. Chapter 43, A Life for a Life. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Du Qinwan awoke from her stupor and hurriedly rushed to dress. Qin Shou, meanwhile, swiftly approached Liang Yongxiang, his demeanor grave and focused. He extended his hand, gently tapping Liang Yongxiang's forehead, his fingertips seemingly imbued with a mysterious power. Subsequently, Qin Shou channeled the spiritual energy within him, which flowed like a rushing stream through his meridians, gathering rapidly at his fingertips before he decisively pressed it against Liang Yongxiang's chest. With that motion, Qin Shou uttered a firm command, repel the evil. In an instant, a dark mist erupted from Liang Yongxiang's forehead, as if it were being forcefully expelled by an overwhelming power, writhing and struggling, yet ultimately dissipating into nothingness, as if it had never existed. As the black fog vanished, Liang Yongxiang's previously furrowed brow began to relax, and he slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion as he gazed around, evidently still trying to comprehend the events that had just transpired. My dear, you have finally awakened, Du Qinwan exclaimed, having donned her clothing, racing over in a flurry and throwing herself into Liang Yongxiang's embrace, holding him tightly. Her eyes glistened with remnants of unshed tears, her voice a blend of relief and joy at his survival. Through the recounting of Du Qinwan and Qin Shou, Liang Yongxiang gradually grasped the sequence of events, his heart swelling with gratitude towards Qin Shou. Little Qin, your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Not so fast. Did you encounter any troubles during your travels? Or perhaps purchase something you should not have? Qin Shou inquired with a serious expression. It was no coincidence that Liang Yongxiang had been afflicted with such malevolent energy. He suspected that someone had deliberately orchestrated this, though he considered such tactics somewhat crude. They could prove lethal to unsuspecting individuals. No, Liang Yongxiang began to respond, but as the words formed on his lips, a sudden realization struck him, causing his complexion to pale. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly denied it. Brother Liang, this is no trivial matter. If you know anything, you must speak up, otherwise, you may still face dire consequences. Qin Shou's expression remained solemn. He was not trying to frighten Liang Yongxiang. The individual capable of such malevolence undoubtedly harbored deep-seated animosity towards him and could strike again. My love, please share whatever is troubling you. I truly cannot bear the thought of losing you, Du Qinwan implored, grasping Liang Yongxiang's hand and shaking it earnestly, urging him to come to a decision. Liang Yongxiang hesitated, his heart torn. He feared that revealing the truth would be too much for Du Qinwan to bear, as it was a disgraceful past that could potentially disrupt their previously tranquil life. During the trip, I solicited a prostitute. Liang Yongxiang finally summoned the courage to unveil the secret he had hidden within. What? Du Qinwan was struck by this bombshell revelation, her entire being seemingly frozen in place, the color draining from her face, leaving her pallid with shock. She could never have imagined that the husband she loved wholeheartedly would betray her in such a despicable manner. How could you do this? Du Qinwan's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with disappointment and fury as she fixed her gaze on Liang Yongxiang, the man before her suddenly feeling utterly foreign. I never judged you for your poverty, willingly residing in this dilapidated rental with you, showering you with care and attention. Yet you chose to betray me. Tears streamed down Du Qinwan's cheeks once more, each droplet heavy with her sorrow and despair. "Dear wife, I am so sorry. I merely made a mistake that any man could make. Please forgive me." Liang Yongqiang, witnessing Du Qingwan's heartache, was overwhelmed with remorse. He suddenly knelt before her, grasping the hem of her garment tightly, his eyes filled with pleading. In that moment, all remnants of relief from his previous fortunate escape vanished, replaced by profound self-reproach and a desperate longing for her forgiveness. As Du Qingwan gazed at Liang Yongqiang kneeling on the ground, her heart was a tumult of emotions. The sweet memories of their past intertwined with the pain of betrayal, leaving her in agony. She wished to lash out in anger, to turn and leave resolutely. Yet the years of shared affection made it difficult for her to sever ties. Her body trembled slightly, her lips turning faintly purple from the intensity of her emotions. Standing to the side, Qin Shou observed this sudden family upheaval with a mix of emotions. His initial intention had merely been to uncover the reason behind Liang Yongqiang's ominous aura, yet he had inadvertently unearthed a heart-wrenching secret. Frowning slightly, he felt a profound disdain for Liang Yongqiang's actions, but now was not the time for reproach. "Brother Liang, Sister Qinwan, this is not the moment to dwell on such matters. Now that we understand the circumstances, we must first ascertain whether someone was wrong during your escapades, leading to these dire consequences. If we fail to identify the puppet master behind this, Brother Liang remains in jeopardy," Qin Shou reminded seriously. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Du Qingwan, upon hearing Qin Shou's words, paused momentarily, then took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She wiped her tears and glanced at Liang Yongqiang, stating, "Let us first resolve this issue. As for our relationship, we shall address it later." Liang Yongqiang felt a slight relief wash over him at Du Qingwan's words. He cast a grateful look at Qin Shou before slowly rising to his feet, endeavoring to recall the details of his encounter during the trip. "The woman was incredibly strange, yet strikingly beautiful. I could hardly control myself, and we ended up together." A flash of desire crossed Liang Yongqiang's eyes as he remembered the woman, unlike any he had ever encountered. "After our encounter, I simply gave her 200 yuan and left, with no further connection." He shook his head, insisting that he was just an ordinary man seeking companionship. "That woman is likely far from simple. This is a matter of life and death." Qin Shou was acquainted with this art of Feng Shui, a form of life-altering technique that involves transferring the misfortune of others onto someone else. It is likely that Liang Yongqiang finds himself in such a predicament. "What? Shaoqin, you must save me. I do not wish to perish." Liang Yongqiang was engulfed by fear. He possessed a wife of remarkable beauty, and the thought of her being taken to bed by another man in his absence filled him with dread. The mere image of his beloved wife beneath another man caused him profound distress. "Do not worry. The transfer of Feng Shui involves one final crucial step. I am confident that the other party will soon come knocking at our door. You may prepare for the worst, should they dare to appear. I shall have ample means to confront them." Having discerned the opponent's tactics, resolving the issue was no longer a daunting task. Thus, he placed a call to Qiang Wei, knowing that such matters necessitate an official presence. Chapter 44. The counterattack of the woman in black in accordance with Qin Shou's arrangements. Du Qingwan and Liang Yongqiang adorned the door with an abundance of white fabric strips, which from a distance exuded a profound sense of sorrow and foreboding. Inside the room, a dark coffin stood out ominously, silently proclaiming the impending arrival of death. Following instructions, Liang Yongqiang lay carefully within the coffin, hardly daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Du Qingwan, clad in pure white attire, knelt beside it, her wails filled with grief, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread, embodying the essence of a widow's sorrow. Qin Shou and Qiang Wei, on the other hand, concealed themselves in the adjoining room to observe the happenings clearly. Qin Shou silently created a modest opening in the wall. At that moment, Qiang Wei knelt on the floor, her eyes fixed intently on the aperture, while Qin Shou leaned over her, both peering through the hole to monitor the scene across the way. Their posture appeared rather peculiar to any onlooker. "Should anyone approach, I will alert our comrades immediately," Qiang Wei exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ever since meeting Qin Shou, her previously mundane existence had seemingly been invigorated with an exhilarating vitality. Her teammates were poised downstairs, ready to pounce like fierce tigers at her command, prepared to apprehend the assailant without hesitation. "What is that?" Qiang Wei suddenly furrowed her brow, feeling an odd sensation behind her, an uncomfortable pressure that made her uneasy. Instinctively, she reached back to grasp at it. However, upon making contact, she recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock, her previously pale complexion flushed to deep crimson, exuding an air of bashfulness and confusion. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward in that instant. Don't you dare act recklessly. I won't permit it. Qiang Wei, filled with trepidation, hastily warned Qin Shou, her voice trembling slightly. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you. This is merely a natural reaction, Qin Shou explained helplessly. Attempting to dispel the tension, little did he expect that his words would strike a nerve within Qiang Wei. No interest in me? Are you implying that you have no interest in me? I shall see for myself whether your words hold true. The ever-competitive Qiang Wei felt a surge of inexplicable determination. She deliberately leaned back, pressing her entire body against Qin Shou's, her soft form closely intertwining with his, seemingly intent on ensuring he felt her presence and validating the truth of his statement. In that confined space, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. As if an invisible current coursed between them, while Du Qingwan's cries in the adjacent room served as a haunting backdrop to this delicate interplay. Amidst the tension of their strategic weight, this unforeseen interlude rendered the situation all the more intricate and nuanced. Yet Qin Shou understood that this was not the moment to be ensnared by romantic sentiments. He suppressed his inner turmoil, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the cave entrance, ever vigilant of the lurking puppet master that could emerge at any moment. Meanwhile, after her audacious act, Rose felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Nevertheless, she feigned composure, directing her own gaze towards the cave entrance, though her heart raced uncontrollably. What have I just done? Rose sighed, chastising herself for her boldness. How embarrassing! How could she behave in such a manner? As the night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had come to a standstill, interrupted only by the occasional chilling caw of a crow, heralding the ominous atmosphere. Qin Shou found himself seated upon Rose, his posture reminiscent of a rider on horseback. Strangely, Rose offered no resistance. Instead, she seemed to revel in the moment, her expression betraying a hint of enjoyment. However, a moment later, she regained her senses, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. Just as she prepared to protest, Qin Shou swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Do not speak. Something is approaching. Bang. As if to validate Qin Shou's words, the door to Du Qingwan's room suddenly swung open with a violent crash, despite the absence of wind. Du Qingwan, already on edge, startled at the unexpected occurrence, her hands trembling uncontrollably. In the next instant, a thick, inky black mist surged into the room with alarming speed. Du Qingwan was engulfed in darkness and fainted instantly. As the black mist gradually dissipated, a woman clad in a dark robe materialized within the room. At first glance, she bore a striking resemblance to the witches of legend, yet upon closer inspection, she possessed an extraordinary beauty marked by a distinct dark allure. What a pity for such a beautiful woman, Qin Shou mused, gently shaking his head at the sight of the dark-robed woman. In his view, it was tragic that she had chosen the path of harming others. Such actions were destined to lead to her downfall. The dark-robed woman approached the coffin and lifted the lid, only to be taken aback at the sight of Liang Yongqiang's face. Confusion etched upon her features. How can this be? She murmured, reaching out to touch Liang Yongqiang's face. She had sacrificed her own being to plant an evil seed within him. Once this seed took root, it would claim Liang Yongqiang's life, and after it bore fruit, she would consume it to prolong her own existence. Useless. The seed within him has already been destroyed. Just then, Qin Shou, with an air of calm, entered through the doorway, his arm draped around Rose's shoulder. Who are you? The dark-robed woman inquired, her expression betraying no hint of panic. After all, she was a formidable ancient martial artist of the transformation level, and in her eyes, the two before her posed little threat. Enchantress, surrender at once. The Rose, undaunted, swiftly drew her pistol, aiming it directly at the cloaked woman, her gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. Do you truly believe you can compel me to surrender? The cloaked woman emitted a shrill, piercing laugh that echoed throughout the room, laden with profound disdain. With a mere wave of her hand, a serpentine black mist surged forth, racing towards the Rose. Be cautious, Qin Shou exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. He promptly clapped his hands, unleashing a formidable force that caused the black mist to dissipate into nothingness. Oh, another skilled individual? Might you be from the 749 Bureau? A flicker of apprehension crossed the cloaked woman's eyes. The operatives of the 749 Bureau were known for their ruthless tactics and erratic methods, proving to be exceptionally troublesome. I am but an ordinary Taoist priest. You may seek to harm others, but you shall not do so beneath my watch. A copper coin materialized in Qin Shou's hand. Having encountered this threat, he could not remain idle. Then allow me to witness your capabilities. The cloaked woman shrieked, revealing two ebony daggers in her grasp. With a mere flick of his wrist, Qin Shou sent the copper coin into the cloaked woman's body, which then pierced through her back and embedded itself into the wall. Thud. The cloaked woman did not perish, yet in that fleeting moment, she lost all her strength. Chapter 45, The Ambiguity of the Bust. The woman in the black robe knelt on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on the ghastly wound in her abdomen. She, a formidable master of the martial arts, a renowned figure in the world of Jianghu, could scarcely fathom that she had been so effortlessly vanquished. What was even more frustrating was the evident restraint shown by her assailant. Had he unleashed his full power, she would have long since departed this world. Boy, if you dare to cripple my cultivation, my master will surely avenge me. She hissed at Qin Shou, her voice a cacophony of rage and venom. Humph. A master who raises a disciple with such nefarious intentions is hardly virtuous. Qin Shou replied coldly, waving his hand decisively to signal Rose to take the black-robed woman away. Such a villain ought to be imprisoned for life to atone for her heinous sins. Move. Rose swiftly produced handcuffs, clicking them into place around the black-robed woman's wrists. And then, as if handling a mere chick, led her away from this contentious locale. Time passed, and eventually, Du Qingwan and Liang Yongqiang stirred from their unconsciousness. Recalling the perilous situation they had narrowly escaped, they looked at each other, gratitude welling in their hearts for Qin Shou. Had he not intervened in time, they would surely have met a grim fate, the consequences of which were too harrowing to contemplate. Yet, Qin Shou merely smiled faintly, dismissing the incident from his thoughts as he turned to return to his residence, intent on resuming his cultivation. For him, enhancing his strength was the fundamental means of navigating the complexities of Jianghu. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Qin Shou boarded the bus to Duobao Pavilion as per his routine. The vehicle was packed to the brim, resembling a can of sardines, with scarcely an inch of space between passengers. At that moment, a call from Yang Tai interrupted the cramped ambience, his tone laced with urgency and excitement. Qin Shou, I've found a most peculiar herb. Its appearance is extraordinary, yet I cannot identify it despite my thorough search through the texts. Hurry over to take a look. Having acquiesced, and just as he hung up, a wave of fragrant warmth enveloped him as a soft body nestled into his embrace. Instinctively, Qin Shou glanced down, only to discover it was Du Qingwan. At that moment, Du Qingwan was unaware that the person behind her was Qin Shou. She merely felt an unusual presence pressing against her back. Frowning slightly, she turned to admonish, only to find herself instantly at ease upon recognizing him. Her tension dissipating as if she had lost her support and collapsed into his arms. Qin, what a surprise to see you, she exclaimed playfully, her breath carrying a hint of intimacy as she inhaled the unique scent that emanated from him, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Sister Qingwan, I'm heading to Duobao Pavilion. What about you? Qin Shou inquired politely, observing the rosy hue that graced her cheeks. I'm off to work. Du Qingwan blushed as she spoke. Clad in a short skirt uniform designed to enhance her sales performance, she had thoughtfully donned stockings on her long legs, exuding an air of competence intermingled with allure. In the cramped confines of the bus, their close proximity rendered the atmosphere somewhat delicate. As the bus swayed gently along its route, their bodies seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, pressing even closer. Du Qingwan harbored no aversion towards Qin Shou, and the recent betrayal by her husband had quietly nurtured within her a sense of revenge, akin to a long-suppressed seed beginning to sprout in this subtle ambience. Could you shift a little? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, she murmured, biting her lip in a manner that suggested an irresistible temptation. At that moment, the bus unexpectedly jolted violently without warning, as if fate itself were playing a cruel joke, and in that instant, a miracle occurred. Du Qingwan let out a startled scream, her face instantaneously transforming into a mask of bewilderment as she turned to Qin Shou, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. This. Qin Shou was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his eyes widening as he internally lamented the sheer coincidence of the situation. Sister Qingwan, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, he stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily attempted to explain, gradually retreating to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. Du Qingwan bit her lip tightly, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill forth, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events that filled her with panic and helplessness. Yet, it appeared that fate had no intention of releasing them from its grasp. At that moment, the bus came to an abrupt halt, the sudden force propelling the unsuspecting Qin Shou forward. Ah! Du Qingwan screamed again, her sharp cry capturing the attention of nearby passengers. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she quickly covered her mouth, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed, filled with regret. She could hardly believe that such an intimate contact with Qin Shou had occurred in broad daylight, akin to infidelity. Yet, with clothes between them, Could it truly be considered betrayal? Qin wrestled with her thoughts, striving to reassure herself, insisting that this did not amount to infidelity. Nevertheless, her heart remained tumultuous. A swirl of complex emotions leaving her engulfed in confusion and unease within the cramped bus. Meanwhile, Qin Shou was equally mortified. Unsure of how to navigate this sudden and exceedingly awkward predicament, he could only silently pray for the bus to reach its destination swiftly, yearning to escape the stifling atmosphere. Why is it that my husband can betray me, yet I cannot? Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Du Qingwan's mind. She yearned to transcend the barrier of clothing. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought, for she could never betray her husband. Moreover, the absence of any protective measures rendered the prospect of pregnancy rather daunting. The bus swayed gently before finally reaching its destination. Qin Shou grasped at this opportunity like a lifeline, his face flushed as he eagerly squeezed through the crowd, hastily disembarking. Observing Qin Shou's hasty retreat, Du Qingwan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her, easing her previously tumultuous emotions, prompting her to stifle a laugh behind her hand. The earlier awkwardness on the bus now seemed infused with an absurd charm upon reflection. She straightened her somewhat disheveled attire, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to suppress those complex feelings. Qin Shou hastened his steps, soon arriving at the Duobao Pavilion. Upon entering the elegantly antiquated doors, he glanced around but found no sign of Yang Tai. Just as he began to feel perplexed, a familiar figure emerged before him. "Dr. Hua? What brings you here?" Qin Shou exclaimed, astonishment evident in his eyes. The figure before him, Dr. Hua, clad in a simple yet elegant robe, exuded an air of sophistication. "This is my family's establishment, and from this day forth, it shall be under my stewardship. Come with me," Dr. Hua said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he grasped Qin Shou's hand and led him upstairs. Qin Shou, momentarily taken aback, could only follow along passively. They arrived at a room on the top floor. As the door creaked open, a rich, antiquarian essence enveloped them. The space was adorned with an array of exquisite antiques and precious artifacts, each radiating a mysterious and alluring sheen beneath the soft light. Beautifully crafted blue and white porcelain vases, lifelike jade carvings, and various ancient texts and paintings filled the room, each piece worth a fortune. "What is the purpose of bringing me here?" Qin Shou inquired, his expression one of confusion. Chapter 46. Breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I wish to become your disciple. As long as you agree, you may take anything you desire from here. The divine physician turned around, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Shou. In recent days, she had been silently observing him. The exquisite medical skills displayed by Qin Shou shone like brilliant stars, each act of healing yielding astonishing results. She had always harbored a deep fascination for Feng Shui, the mysterious and profound art that seemed to possess an intangible allure, drawing her in. She yearned to grasp its essence and uncover the secrets of that enigmatic realm. "I can accept you as my student, but you must be obedient. You shall do as I instruct, and betrayal of the master is not permitted." Qin Shou spoke gravely, knowing that taking on a disciple was no trivial matter. However, considering the current circumstances of the divine physician, he decided to postpone the teaching of cultivation techniques and instead impart some knowledge of Feng Shui in the initial stages. "Master, I pay my respects." Upon hearing Qin Shou's willingness to accept her as a disciple, Hua Yao felt an overwhelming joy surge within her, and without hesitation, she knelt before him. In her heart, she vowed to learn the art of Feng Shui at any cost. An extreme thought flashed through her mind. She would not hesitate to share a bed with Qin Shou, for it was often said in folklore that to master a skill, one must sleep with the master. Qin Shou gently lifted Hua Yao's chin, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him. Yet, he felt no hint of desire. In his heart, she was already his disciple, bound by the ties of mentorship. "From now on, you are my disciple, Qin Shou. If anyone dares to bully you, inform me, and I shall stand up for you." His voice was firm and resolute, offering Hua Yao reassurance akin to a soothing balm. "Thank you, master," Hua Yao exclaimed with boundless joy, as if she had found a treasured gem. She quickly rose and enthusiastically guided Qin Shou around the room. "Master, did you not seek herbs? They are all here." Hua Yao led Qin Shou to another room, and upon opening the door, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them, revealing an array of rare herbs that were nearly impossible to procure outside. "Please step outside for a moment. No one is allowed in without my permission." A glimmer of greed flashed in Qin Shou's eyes. He understood that the spiritual essence of the herbs in this place made it an exceptional location for cultivation, and he planned to seclude himself here for 2 days to strive for a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, thereby enhancing his strength. "Understood, master." Hua Yao did not dare to delay, promptly exiting and standing guard at the door like a devoted sentinel. inside the room filled with precious herbs. Qin Shou recognized the rarity of this opportunity for breakthrough. The herbs before him were the crucial support for his ascension to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a handful of herbs and brought them to his mouth. As the herbs entered, a bitter taste instantly spread throughout his mouth. The unique herbal juice flowing down his throat, imbued with a hint of spiciness and sting. Yet, Qin Shou seemed oblivious, continuously feeding himself handfuls of herbs. Each swallow felt like an infusion of hope toward his breakthrough. Upon finishing the herbs, he swiftly seated himself cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming intricate seals as he commenced his cultivation. His eyes firmly shut, his breaths gradually deepened and lengthened, causing the air around him to tremble slightly with each inhalation. At this moment, a singular conviction resided in his mind. He would undoubtedly transcend to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, the distinction between the 6th and 7th layers of Qi refinement resembled an insurmountable chasm. While in the 6th layer, one's spiritual power was limited, rendering both offensive and defensive capabilities relatively feeble. However, upon successfully breaking through to the 7th layer, it was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength. Not only would one be able to harness a more formidable spiritual energy and perform more potent spells, but their perception and mastery of the natural energies would also ascend to a new echelon. In the face of peril, one would possess far more strategies and opportunities for survival. Qin Shou immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. The medicinal properties of the herbs he had consumed gradually unfurled within him, transforming into waves of warm and vibrant energy that coursed through his meridians. He endeavored to guide this energy, striving to shatter the invisible barriers within his pathways, relentlessly assaulting the threshold of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. As time passed, beads of sweat began to dot his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, continuously channeling the energy within him, attempting to break free from the shackles and unlock the new realm of the 7th layer. Time flew, and 2 days swiftly elapsed. Huayao had moved to bed to the doorway, contemplating whether to venture in and ascertain the situation. Could it be that her master had perished inside? Perhaps entering might yield some equipment. Just as Huayao was about to open the door, it was suddenly flung open by a tremendous force. Thud. She was unceremoniously slammed against the wall, looking utterly disheveled. Qin Shou emerged from the room, his face aglow with triumph, having finally broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Next, he needed to consume a body refinement pill to purify his body and eliminate impurities in preparation for foundation establishment. Upon exiting, he noticed Huayao gazing at him with an expression of grievance, as if he had wronged her. "What is the matter? Are you all right? Master, you've broken through?" Huayao exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she regarded Qin Shou. His previous prowess had already placed him beyond her reach, and now he loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain. "I must also thank you for your herbs," Qin Shou replied with a smile, acknowledging that without Huayao's herbs, his breakthrough would have remained a distant dream. At that moment, a phone call from Rose interrupted them. "Qin Shou, hurry to the police station. The woman in black has escaped from prison and has killed numerous guards in an exceedingly peculiar manner." In an instant, a chilling thought flashed through Qin Shou's mind, and he blurted out, "This is bad. I must return to my apartment immediately. The Du couple is in danger." The woman in the black robe had previously harbored intentions towards Du Qinwan and her husband. Now, having escaped her confinement, it is highly probable that she will seek vengeance upon them. Qin Shou, consumed by urgency, was acutely aware that each passing second increased the peril faced by Du Qinwan and her husband. He immediately called out to Huayao, "Quick, drive me back." Though Huayao was puzzled by Qin Shou's intense demeanor, she hesitated not for an instant and swiftly started the vehicle. The car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, the tires screeching against the ground in a piercing cacophony. Upon arriving before the rental house, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and Qin Shou and Huayao simultaneously flung open the doors and leapt out. The night enveloped them like a heavy shroud, suffocating in its weight. Qin Shou's gaze fell upon the open door of Du Qingwan's home. The surrounding silence was unnerving, devoid of any sound, as if the entire world had been muted, with only the wind wailing softly in the stillness, as if lamenting some ominous fate. Simultaneously, a strong metallic scent of blood assailed his senses, a noxious blend of rust and the essence of death, plunging Qin Shou's heart into despair. "This is bad. Something has already happened." He uttered a low exclamation, his figure darting into the house like a bolt of lightning. Huayu followed closely behind. Although she was a physician and had witnessed her share of gruesome scenes, the current sight weighed heavily upon her spirit. Inside, the scene resembled a hellish nightmare. With dismembered limbs strewn haphazardly, pools of blood coalescing on the floor, reflecting a nauseating dark crimson under the dim light. Qin Shou's eyes scanned the room rapidly, eventually settling upon Du Qingyuan. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she emitted a chilling sound, a blend of anguished cries and some eerie growl. "Master, what is happening?" Hua Yao inquired in a hushed tone, struggling to suppress her own shock. Although unafraid, the surreal nature of the scene left her utterly bewildered. "This is the work of sorcery." Chapter 47 Conclusion G. Hua Yao's voice was laced with disbelief, her expression akin to one who had encountered the most horrifying revelation, her eyes wide with shock. "I have heard my grandfather mention such a thing. It is said to have the power to manipulate the human mind." As she spoke, she scrutinized Du Qingyuan meticulously, her gaze a tumultuous blend of curiosity and dread. At that moment, Du Qingyuan appeared peculiar, as if shrouded in a mysterious and sinister aura. Hua Yao's gaze inadvertently fell upon the dismembered flesh scattered on the ground. A terrifying thought surging within her. Could this fragmented flesh possibly belong to Du Qingyuan's husband? The words escaped her lips, startling even herself. A horrific scene flashed through her mind. Du Qingyuan, under the influence of a curse, had lost her sanity and devoured her husband alive. Those pieces of flesh seemed to serve as gruesome symbols, narrating the tragic tale's brutality. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded gravely, followed by a deep, sorrowful sigh. His heart was heavy with self-reproach. Had he not been engrossed in his own cultivation but rather residing nearby, he might have sensed the anomaly and prevented this tragedy. However, there are no ifs in this world. Now it was all too late. Those unfaithful men deserve death, ha ha ha. Du Qingyuan emitted a chilling laugh, reminiscent of echoes from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Fragments of flesh still lingered in her mouth, the blood trickling from the corners of her lips rendering her visage devilish. "What shall we do now, master?" Hua Yao inquired anxiously, her eyes reflecting helplessness and confusion. Du Qingyuan has been consumed by the curse, her organs devoured. There is no saving her. Qin Shou shook his head helplessly, his face etched with regret. Even he felt powerless in the face of such calamity. A being stripped of its vital organs is akin to a grand edifice bereft of its foundation. Not even a deity could salvage it. Unless he could attain the legendary Golden Core realm and possess extraordinary powers, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. Just then, a piercing siren resounded from outside. Soon, Rose rushed in with her team. Upon witnessing the repulsive scene within the room, the officers immediately covered their mouths, unable to suppress their retching. The bloody and eerie tableau far exceeded their prior experiences with crime scenes, an oppressive weight of despair swiftly enveloping the room. "Annihilate." A flicker of resolve flashed in Qin Shou's eyes as he raised his hand abruptly, like a bolt of black lightning, pointing directly at Du Qingyuan. With that gesture, a mysterious and formidable force surged into Du Qingyuan's body, instantly obliterating the malevolent insects ravaging within her. Du Qingyuan, who had been writhing in torment, collapsed to the ground, devoid of any breath, resembling a marionette with its strings severed. Qin Shou approached Du Qingyuan slowly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He gently extended his hand, infused with a hint of compassion, and closed her vacant, lifeless eyes. "Take care of this. I will step out for a moment," Qin Shou murmured, his voice imbued with an unmistakable chill. He slowly turned and strode away, his silhouette radiating an aura of inexorable menace, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming ferocity. The merciless actions of his adversaries had deeply violated the very limits of his conscience, an atrocity that could never be forgiven. "Search immediately," Qin Shou intoned, reciting an incantation as he deftly formed hand seals. With every movement, a mysterious energy emanated from him, expanding outward as he followed the faint trail of an elusive presence. Before long, he arrived at a secluded little house. Inside, two figures resided, a woman clad in black robes and a gaunt old man. "Master, this is Qin Shou, the one who has crippled my cultivation." The moment the woman in black laid eyes on Qin Shou, a blaze of vengeful fury ignited within her gaze, as if she wished to devour him whole. "You possess quite the audacity to incapacitate my disciple," the elder, known as the Goo God, squinted at Qin Shou, his eyes betraying a dismissive scorn, as though he were observing a mere insignificant insect. "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you," Qin Shou declared, radiating surges of electric power. "What is this?" The black-robed woman and the Goo God were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Qin Shou was divine? How could a mere human wield such electrical force? Perish. Enraged, Qin Shou unleashed his power beyond its limits, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the earth. Thus concluded the tale.